Chapter 1276. When Velvet looked up at the night sky, she could see the stars of her homeworld. Both of them, really. It took enhanced eyesight, but the stars of Cerritos and Xianxia were visible to her eyes. If she'd planned ahead a few centuries, she might be able to see herself in both positions. As long as she could also enhance her eyesight another 1,000 times or so. She casually strode up into the sky, getting away from the interference of the planet below. There was something she had to do. A place that was no longer home, but still held important friends. No, two of them. At some point, the Little Alliance had become more home than the core of the Scarlet Alliance. A different place, but with people that were part of the same thing. Behind her, another star that sought to overpower the others with its intensity. Velvet didn't really make a decision. She just acted. She hadn't even been thinking about it for the last few months, but she knew. This was her opportunity. Nobody was watching, but people still knew of her. Light from distant stars that used to be home crossed each other. There was nothing special about Velvet's spot except that she was there. Her anchor wasn't going to be made out of anything, but that wouldn't make it any less real. Certainly, it would be better defined than Zazel's unwatched position in enemy territory. Any hesitation would have ruined her opportunity. Instead, she let the light that reached her spot with hardly any intensity build up upon her. Sometimes, creating an anchor was quick. Others took it slow. Velvet was more towards the latter, spending several days in meditation as her energy didn't exactly vault into a higher realm. Velvet couldn't even name the moment when things changed, and neither could those who ended up watching. Neat, Durf said when Velvet finally looked around. Does this mean your domination now? Velvet stepped aside, finding a lingering image of herself remained. Made, of course, of light from former homes. It sure seems that way. I don't know if I wish to advertise it, though. Of course, Runa said. People will know something happened, though. You're far less obvious than most, Julie commented. As should be expected. Perhaps you can erase the presence of your anchor? Velvet thought about it for a few moments. She didn't want to somehow erase the anchor itself. Then, its light faded. She sighed. Maybe I should have gone further from the planet. Anyone who runs into the area will have a chance to notice something. And no, we can't cover it up. Light has to reach here. We could make an art installation, Julie suggested. Suspicious? Absolutely. But it really doesn't feel like domination. I can barely even tell with you, and I know it's the case. How about now? Velvet asked. Normal integration cultivator, Durf said. Right? He looked around. Everyone agreed. Velvet was, of course, trained to hide her energy. She'd been doing that far before Ascension. She tried to take things a bit further. Nobody's going to believe spirit building. Runa shook her head. The ease with which you move about will give you away, even if you don't do anything. Velvet shrugged. It was worth a shot. Integration it was. Powerful, but not notable. So, Runa bit her lip. What are you going to do? Probably breakfast, Velvet said. Maybe later she'd try spying on their neighbors. But she wasn't eager to leave home. Katerina didn't even hear about Velvet until years later when she was told in person, after a successful one-way trip from the Scarlet Alliance. It wasn't transmitted through secret channels, and it certainly wasn't said through BHCP. I take it the secrecy means you aren't up for stabilizing the spatial connection? Katerina asked. Velvet shook her head. Do you even think I'd be good at it? More power would be nice. I don't believe we'll be able to sustain these connections as it is. Isn't that better? Velvet asked. Only on this side. We'd like more obvious access to the veiled brilliance. You're combining short and far with hidden and visible. A difficult balance. And yet, Katerina said, stroking her chin, I think you might have helped provide a solution. Glad to help, Velvet commented. Katerina did strike up conversations with the hope that people would provide insights. She rarely expected someone to actually know the solutions themselves. What do you think, Misai? The formation-focused twin was deep in thought as well. He looked like he might have the answer. Not that Velvet had it. So if he didn't, she couldn't say much. I can see the balance, he said. But we might be missing an element. Active and inactive, Katerina said simply. Apparently, she didn't think that particular insight was valuable enough to wait for. Oh, of course, Misai nodded. If they're tied together such that only one can be active at any time, we can make it work. Though that means it's required for them to alternate every once in a while. Yes, it should not be on a schedule. It would be too risky, Katerina said. We must apologize to the locals that they will only get a short notice. Keeping a few vessels at the ready for exchanges of goods might be pertinent. What about the duration? Velvet asked. We'll have to negotiate that with the systems involved and with space-time itself. Potentially just a few weeks out of the year on this end. Velvet looked at Misai. That's not too bad, right? It would still always be faster to wait instead of our current routes. Yes, that's right, Misai agreed. It's not quite as connective as I might have wished, but this might be what we have to do for now. It's still a vast improvement. We'll obviously have to consult with the sect heads about what they might want. I might also suggest, Velvet commented, shutting down traffic on the other end for a wider duration, with some random variants. I'm sure merchants will be annoyed, Misai said. But I agree. Katerina nodded. That is something they will have to deal with for the vast improvements it will bring. We might even get a few shipments from Second Gift in the core worlds when we don't have anyone ascending. Tensions increased as decades passed, drawing closer and closer to the end of the cycle. Anton found that things with Timine had worked out close to as well as they could have hoped. They were provided with as much information as would be useful in the near future. Sadly, it was a bit too late to count on much natural energy buildup from careful cultivation. Then again, their ring system around numerous stars was already quite powerful. Anton was spending most of his time along the border these days, either to the west or to the east. It wasn't clear whether the Exalted Quadrant would be a bigger problem than the Trigold cluster this go-around. They were certainly planning to act. Anton could shoot them. He was going to do so. His abilities were well enough known that he could completely ruin certain expeditions before they even reached the lower realms. However, that would be during the last few years. Before that, he had to pick out good targets. The Scarlet Alliance was keeping anyone out of the midfields, so the edges of the realms there were off-limits. They were being quite aggressive about their borders, and while that might provide the great powers an excuse to attack, when had they really needed one? Especially not when they felt threatened. They already had, but now they should be even more threatened. This might be their last opportunity to try to touch the lower realms. Anton didn't think they'd get much out of any allied areas, but there were still numerous independent regions beyond the influence of the lower realms alliance or the other powers. Even if they couldn't all be contacted easily, that wasn't necessary if they just assaulted any upper realm ships that were headed towards them. Half annihilating the forces should either guarantee a retreat or a victory for the intended system. Anton had to admit that the Trigold cluster was looking like the bigger issue at the moment. It might match up to both the Exalted Quadrant and Chaotic Conglomeration in terms of total threat to the lower realms, mostly because of the swirling swarm. Information coming in showed that their territory was still expanding at a concerning rate. For the upper realms, anything but nearly static borders was considered extreme. Sudin and the revived fragments of the Twin Soul sect? Concerning, certainly. If they acted, they would have plans to cause major trouble. They might cause trouble elsewhere, though, such as the upper realms. Anton couldn't do anything if people attacked the Scarlet Alliance, the Veiled Brilliance, or the Distant Shadow sect. But he would have his hands full with the lower realms and the Little Alliance anyway. Positioning himself for maximum value would be key. Ultimately, he wanted to hit the highest density of foes. Oh, that's relevant, the assistant said. Alan Cato looked over at him. I thought we already reviewed those notes. I thought so too, but some of the pile maybe got misplaced. Or maybe I'm just interpreting it differently on a reread. What would you say about this passage regarding resonance? Alan Cato looked it over. I'd say it would be more relevant if Rammel wasn't dead. Fair point, the assistant admitted. I just thought that others might be making use of some of these techniques. Seems like info they could have sold. We'll put the word out. People can take a look. Nthanda was one of the first to seek out a distortion beast nest. If there was nothing of interest, she would simply leave. How could they stop her? Her cultivation didn't advance along the normal path, but she was durable in a sustainable way. She would only be injured by large attacks, and she didn't count a million separate teeth biting down on her. Distortion beasts might be able to rip apart a planet, but she was much more durable per unit volume. They could slowly wear down the energy of an assimilation cultivator, but it would probably take them weeks to kill her. Specifically, if they trapped her somewhere, she couldn't do anything, and her body began to break down from lack of sustenance. Distortion beasts' nests had been taken seriously throughout history, but more so after the particular discovery of those imbued with cultivation. They weren't always annihilated, being considered far enough from civilization. Still, they were always tracked. At first, Nthanda noticed nothing wrong. Well, not unusual. Obviously, a limitless number of squirming tentacles, mouths that connected to nothing, bones on the outside, creatures that poked onto different layers of space, oceans of poisons and acids, and of course vast quantities of stolen energy were all wrong. Just expected of distortion beasts. Nthanda didn't look like much of a snack to them, so any that tried to attack her were surprised when she avoided them. They wouldn't put that much effort into catching something with little energy. She couldn't even get them to push into the territory of others. But that was all her entrance into the area. Then she found, deep in the core of the nest where the lasting spatial distortion that drew the beasts and found its home, a number of cultivators. Nthanda was willing to bet anything that they weren't in frequent contact with anyone. When the ships around them holding together their formations happened to be filled with holes from high-velocity projectiles, distortion beasts took note. That would make Nthanda's job easier. Once they finished fighting the cultivators, she could tear them apart too, just for the sake of being thorough. Then she would send a message confirming something. The invasion wasn't coming. It had already begun. Chapter 1277. No doubt those hiding among the distortion beast nests thought that they would be laying low for just a few more decades before springing out to assist others from the upper realms, suddenly bolstering their numbers. Nthanda even imagined they had contingencies if anyone was to begin destroying the nests, plans to cover themselves in the waves of energy and escape. But she hadn't provided the sort of warning they expected when she broke through and revealed them. Technically, she hadn't known they would be there. It was only a hypothesis, but it had been high enough probability that she chose to check it out. She wondered what she might have done if the first nest had nothing. Would she have dismissed it as speculation or tried several more? Not that it mattered, because she found them. Now there was a war around her. The cultivators were trying to hastily repair their formations, but the distortion beasts were moving in. Nthanda was adding chaos by moving among them. Nthanda noticed that the cultivators were slow to react, at least relative to where she expected them to be. It had taken actual seconds instead of fractions of a moment for them to spring into action. It was unfortunate that her energy senses didn't cover a wide area, so she could only take in details in a small area. The wider battle had enough energy that she could track it as a whole, but it wasn't the same. Anytime the humans appeared to be close to establishing a formation of any kind, an arrow would strike them. A few cultivators managed to avoid Nthanda's arrows, but most of them were blindsided by the arrows, launched without the usual mass of energy they would be looking for. Instead, they were heavy arrows launched to high speeds, packing more kinetic energy than most could resist while feeling like almost nothing. It didn't matter if they disintegrated one of her arrows. If it was coming for them, they still had to face the impact force. At a certain point, the shape of the arrow didn't matter, just the total amount of kinetic energy it possessed. Only stronger integration cultivators could resist an arrow or two, as well as the single augmentation cultivator Nthanda sensed among them. Distortion beasts launched their wide area attacks. With their great size, every attack was at scale. Weaker cultivators fell in droves, while Nthanda still remained nearly unscathed. She alternated between using distortion beasts and enemy cultivators as shields, moving among her foes. When she found an opportunity, she swept the remains of various formations into a storage bag she carried. Even if she couldn't completely figure out what it did, someone else might. And it would be much harder once it had all been chewed up by distortion beasts. Nthanda's incident was first, and it was perhaps quite lucky that she actually found foes. There weren't a vast number of distortion beast nests, some thousands scattered among an equal number of occupied systems and 100 times as many unoccupied systems. As the Lower Realms Alliance began increasing their efforts to investigate them, they found that only a portion of them had any intruders. They could have truly missed them after a number of investigations, written off the possibility as unsubstantiated. And they would have been correct to do so, to some extent. In the areas that didn't have exceptional individuals to call upon, strike teams of greater numbers were called upon. More than eliminating the enemies, they were actually interested in how they got there in the first place. The ships provided some answers, while the cultivators themselves would provide others, knowingly or not. Cultivators having slipped into their territory was a big concern, even if none had been particularly close to occupied systems. Normally, invaders from the upper realms would have to rely on the tides to sustain their energy as they traveled. It seemed that they had found a way around that, and everything came back to the nests. They relied on the movements of the nests to help conceal their arrival, while at the same time using the nests to sustain their energy. The catch? The people were close to a form of hibernation, both to hide from the distortion beasts and to minimize energy expenditures. Still, it was a concern to discover they had put in such great effort, even bringing ships that had multiple sets of formations to power them. After all, one set wouldn't work outside of the upper realms. The Lower Realms Alliance found themselves very busy for quite a number of years, distracted from other preparations for war, but it was a necessary distraction. Furthermore, they were able to gain some insight for potential assault locations based on where the distortion beast nests were expected to be in proximity of. Nothing was exact. It didn't seem that the upper realms had any control over the paths of the majority of the nests, unlike the single special one that had been heading outside of the galactic plane. Instead, they seemed to be tracking approximate locations. They might have to go 10 or 20 light years out to launch their assaults. Thus, it was that guesswork and prisoner interrogations helped solidify some of the potential targets. Most systems within the Alliance were responsible for the bulk of their own defense, but if they were known to be specifically targeted, they could send more fleets to support them. Specifically being prepared ahead of time instead of in the few years leading up to the shift in the tides would help significantly. None of these distortion beasts want to talk either, Bear Hug complained. Anton just shrugged. I don't know what to say, except that if they do think they don't think like us. He was doing his part to take down a few distortion beast nests whenever he was in the neighborhood. Usually they left the nests in place when they weren't approaching occupied systems, as part of the natural world. As disturbing as the creatures were, the galaxy had survived with their presence for a long time. They were ultimately destroyed more often than not, but over the vast expanse of the lower realms there were many that remained. And now they were a problem, so more were being dealt with. This one didn't appear to have any cultivators hiding. Anton was paying special attention to any potential energy ripples. It appears some of them will actually reach us, Anton said as he continued to snipe targets. Technically, he could have taken them both away fast enough that the distortion beasts couldn't keep up. However, Bear Hug had expressed that they wanted more combat experience. Anton was willing to allow that. He didn't want even a single segment of them to die. It was a negative experience, a wound on the mind, and perhaps the soul, but simply avoiding risks would stymie a cultivator. When the first one approached, Bear Hug expanded their waters from a pond to a lake to a small ocean, augmented by their energy. The waters rolled over the spaces that the distortion beast occupied, freezing the creature of fangs and wings on multiple layers of reality when Bear Hug turned the power to ice. Ice is bad for life, Bear Hug explained simply. It was true. Even those things that lived in icy areas didn't want ice frozen onto and inside them. Sometimes, it was difficult to discern which parts of a distortion beast were the outside. Bear Hug wasn't done with a single move. A distortion beast with its strange anatomy might still survive being frozen. Bear Hug stretched flailing arms of algae, smashing into frozen sections and shattering them. They had pretty much won with the initial move. Anything that couldn't resist being frozen was essentially defeated. But the results would be more clear once there was nothing left that could be called a creature. Just chunks, many of which Bear Hug broke into even smaller pieces. I'm going to recycle these, Bear Hug said. I don't know if there's bad things in this one, but I can turn it into dirt and nutrients which will be full of energy. The people of April would approve. They were very experienced with distortion beast recycling. Relatedly, in their particular section of the galaxy, killing distortion beasts unnecessarily was discouraged. It was the main influx of energy the subspace planet got. Surrounding systems just dealt with it. As the people of April were the main attraction for the beasts and the others rarely got attacked, Anton realized he was going to be fighting quite regularly for the next few decades, from the distortion beasts to those foolish enough to set up near the borders. And yet, he wouldn't see the most combat. Instead, that would probably be someone like Vandale or Timothy in the Scarlet Alliance, who were quite busy defending the Scarlet Alliance territory against sects trying to prod their way into the territory of the midfields to set up forward bases. They would likely learn how serious the Alliance was sooner or later, but not everyone would have an opportunity to report back. Though it meant more fighting, the Alliance figured they'd have to kill those particular individuals sooner or later, so they didn't mind. They didn't just defend, though. Apparently, Zazel was tasked with retaliating against smaller sects that hadn't gotten the message. Specifically, those who didn't have domination cultivators. They might not actually be small sects, but they were individually weaker. The war had already begun. Or maybe it had never stopped from the beginning of time. Anton satisfied himself by shooting horrible monsters, exploding them into pieces. Some of those, his friend would be using to fertilize friendly planets. Anton wasn't against it, but they only had so much capacity to carry it about, and they had other things to do. Maybe he could shove it all into a single bunch in case anyone wanted to come collect it later. Creatures as large as distortion beasts at first appeared to be pointless for target practice. How could one possibly miss something the size of a county, let alone something the size of a moon? The answer was simple. Some of them, you could shoot straight through and touch nothing because none of them was on the right layer of reality. Thus, Anton was challenging himself by focusing on particular targets. Not just creatures, but specific sections and their spatial layer. He wanted to hit those targets without anything else, which was part of the reason some of the beasts had gotten closer. And partially because Anton wanted Bear Hug to get better at fighting. There would be more fighting in both the upper and lower realms, and Bear Hug was pretty much everywhere, at least a little bit. Battle would come to them. Anton wanted them to survive unscathed, or at least survive. Just like all of his friends. He gave no special consideration to either the cuteness of meerkats or the adorableness of his plant friend. It would be like choosing a favorite child. It was Devon. Though he wasn't actually a child, but a grandchild, and he won by being the only survivor of that generation. Anton had more descendants than he could currently comprehend, but he mostly spent time with those first generations. Once you were 5 or 10 generations removed, family was less like family and more just people. Anton cared about people. He cared about everyone in the alliance and their neighbors, at least the decent neighbors. The common folk living in the domain of the great powers Anton would place above their cultivators. The sanctity of human life was all well and good, but there was a level of ancient enemy where he just couldn't tolerate them. Not that the Alliance wouldn't tolerate any of them. They'd converted many individuals from the Exalted Quadrant once they made the choice not to be enemies. Ultimately, Anton knew his priorities. He was glad he shared the overall theme with so many others. He wanted the Greater Alliance to have as many happy, prosperous, alive people as possible when the next war came to an end. For that, he would kill any enemies foolish enough to get within 3 systems of the lower realms. The rest others would have to deal with. Chapter 1278. At various points in time, the lower realms had considered counter-attacking through the shift in the tides of the world. It was a viable strategy at base, but there were several flaws. First, while they had managed to achieve some results with an artificial form of the tides, that had been for an emergency situation. It was expensive, both in resources and manpower. Doing the same with the proper tides had unclear benefits. On the positive side, they could take the fight to their enemies and attack them where they felt safe. A passive approach could be frustrating for people, and eliminating their enemies at the source might save them future trouble. But that was really where most of the benefits ended. The way things had traditionally functioned, the upper realms made use of their integration cultivators to overwhelm those at life transformation and below. The disadvantages they had in the lower realms were overcome by superiority in power and the ability to concentrate their forces where they pleased. They also retained superior cultivation techniques by suppressing the various systems repeatedly. The lower realms didn't have an advantage in cultivation. While being able to pick their battles and focus their forces was certainly a benefit, that was about the limit of things. Fighting in the upper realms, they would be the ones at a disadvantage. Furthermore, they had no particular need of the resources specific to the upper realms. What little they had interest in they could already get via trade with the Scarlet Alliance. Not so much a separate entity as a different region. That said, weakening enemy forces was a valuable enough end goal that they did have to consider it. If possible, however, they wanted to fight within their own territory. Provoking enemies to come to them might be the best option, as the upper realms were already inclined to attack. The only question was how much was reasonable, given what they might already have to face. Anton had to consider those factors as well as the shift in the tides drew close enough for cultivators to feel them. There was an additional complication involving the chaotic conglomeration. Even if they were less prone to invading the lower realms, they still participated in such things. Ultimately, the choice had to be made that anyone not associated with the alliance would have to fend for themselves. They couldn't be responsible for protecting groups they had never interacted with. Unless, of course, they happened to do so while serving other interests. No matter how strong he became, Anton would never be able to do everything. And as it turned out, even a small slice of a galaxy was terribly large. The Lower Realms Alliance wasn't sitting around doing nothing to protect people. They simply could only reach so far in a certain stretch of years. They had obligations to protect those already under their banner. Coordination with the upper realms was the determining factor in the end. The Scarlet Alliance expected trouble from those around them, and if nobody started anything, they would. Because waiting until people got their forces back from the invasions would be foolish. It was uncertain if it would turn into another circumstance like before, with the great powers and Everhard all battling in the Scarlet Midfields. If it came to that, they were prepared. That was what the Great Spatial Distortion Project was for. They were prepared to send forces to anywhere they needed, while at the same time diverting enemies towards fortified systems. As the Lower Realms Alliance cleaned up the last of the distortion beast nests they were aware of, Anton focused on the border next to the Little Alliance. There were enemy forces preparing for an invasion. Precisely what Anton had been waiting for. He had picked his target carefully, planning out an optimal route that would doubtless be ruined by the end of his assault. The Numerological Compact had picked out systems that they believed to be out of Anton's range. They would have been right a few centuries prior. At the very least, it would have been significantly more difficult for him. As for why he chose them as the first targets, it was simple. He could cause the most damage. Unlike most of the other sects, they relied on their ships more than their individual cultivators. It was impossible for them to constantly keep the ships at full power. Since the arrangement of the ships was basically a grid of prison cells with the central commander position controlling everything, the secondary cultivators were constantly in position, but not actively being called upon. After all, they would be used up quickly that way and have to be replaced. At least, that was the logic of the Numerological Compact. To Anton, they were people, not merely objects. Unfortunately, some of those people were going to die. At least he had it on good authority from those who had been in precisely the same circumstances that it was a preferred result. 1 shot. 2, 3, 4, 5. Anton switched to targeting an entirely different system. 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. The power of each individual arrow suffered with the split in his concentration, but Anton merely needed his arrow to arrive. The actual power it carried with it was nearly irrelevant, at least on the scales he worked at. The constant enchantments the ships had to fortify them were like paper to Anton. Resisting him would require active control by entrenched commanders. There were a few, either training in their ships or otherwise occupied. Anton avoided those. Instead, he targeted empty ships or lone cultivators. Destroying ships without the cultivator was just slagging a hunk of metal. The cultivators without the ship and the hundreds or thousands of energy slaves were barely comparable to average integration cultivators. His arrows struck, and Anton felt a surge of energy. Not just the ascension energy moving to annihilate his own, but something else. He did his best to destroy all of the critical systems at the core of the ships without annihilating the innocents, and he felt a certain resonance from them. After his first barrage hit, Anton changed his tactics. His arrows still rained destruction, but his focus was more on communicating with the individuals. If he'd known this would happen, he would have commandeered Arona for her techniques. Still, he was a unity cultivator, and he could feel a unified purpose. Metal melted with the power of stars and the anger of the upper realms. Cultivators tore at their shackles, their conscious minds suppressed, but their deeper minds being stimulated. Anton wanted to make his message clear. He transmitted thoughts, feelings, understandings, not to individuals, but to groups. If you do this, you will die. Anton's unity could not endure in the upper realms. You don't need me. But they did, because they needed power. What they wanted wasn't to live, but to go out in a blaze of glory, to take their captors with them. And that meant all of them. Anton was as clear as he could be, and the responses were unified in purpose. So he did what he could. He didn't have a local star for them to draw upon, but he could fill each of them with his power. Soon, he stopped attacking with his arrows at all, the barrages instead splitting their energy into myriad points at the last moment. filling cultivators with Anton's power. Their connection to each other was already well established. If there was a possibility for them to survive, they might have developed into hive minds like the people of the unified sector. But the truth was, that was a practically non-existent survival chance. Anton didn't even have to tell anyone. They just knew. Not that he exchanged true words with any individual. Every group Anton poured energy into moved in unity, breaking free from their restraints. With Anton's energy concealed within their own, the upper realms didn't even instantly destroy them. They never got far, though, partially because they were instantly met by numerological compact cultivators, but mostly because they never meant to. Apart from the ship, they were individual spirit-building and essence collection cultivators. An integration cultivator could wipe out hundreds with a sweep of their arm. So they didn't let things get that far, intentionally allowing Anton's energy to be rediscovered by the local ascension energy. Then, it annihilated it, in them, and everything around them. Hundreds at a time, they became great explosions. Their deaths caused more destruction than Anton could have possibly managed alone, the planetary energies becoming chaotic and ever more agitated. More and more, Anton poured himself into the task. You sense what happened. Anton spread his thoughts to the following groups. I had no intention to kill you. You could strive for a chance. And they did, but not a chance for survival. An opportunity for revenge. Some, fueled by hatred. Others, by selflessness. They wished that nothing of the sort could happen to others ever again. Anton focused on the latter feelings, as those best aligned with his concepts of unity. Anton actually lost count of how many ships were destroyed, how many numerological compact cultivators died, and the far greater number of others. Slaves no more, they were freed in their final moments. When he finished, there were only scoured planets, and he felt empty. Empty of emotion, empty of energy. Even if he would rapidly recover the latter, he had great stores to fill. Anton's plans had been to cause rapid damage in one place, and then move on. He wouldn't be able to get ahead of transmissions, but he might have still caught systems off guard. After all, they couldn't exactly evacuate a planet over the course of a day, or if they could, it would be a massive waste of resources. Instead, Anton had ended up focusing on two places. It was both better and worse. Anton had caused significant damage to the forces there, perhaps a tenth or more of what the entire sect could bring to bear. The blow to morale would be great, but perhaps not as widespread as he intended. Then again, his sudden stop might actually be an advantage. He would rest and recover, then try to pick out another target. Fortunately, he had bound to a great number of border stars now, providing him numerous locations he could bring his full power to bear. He would cause more destruction among the ranks of the Exalted Quadrant, and then he would move on to the Trigold Cluster. Bear Hug watched the tides shift. They had never seen it before. Recordings didn't count. It was mesmerizing. Furthermore, they could see it from so many angles, in both the upper and lower realms. Invisible rivers of energy that suddenly filled all at once, distributing energy in two directions. Each sort of energy still only survived in one place, except for the tides themselves. Anything that radiated beyond their reach rapidly diminished. But within the tides, a peaceful coexistence arose. It wouldn't last forever, though. Bear Hug didn't know why it wouldn't, but they did understand that it shouldn't. Not now, at least. Because while it was a beautiful connection, it also led to war. And war was awful. Bear Hug had seen it in many places now, and they could say it would be better to not have it. Unfortunately, it wasn't something that people could simply choose. Both sides had to agree, and that meant some sort of mutual understanding. From what Bear Hug knew, people were still people even in different sects and clans. They could be like all of Bear Hug's friends, trying to make things better for everyone. Then again, maybe they thought they were doing that. That was the naive interpretation of things. It was obvious enough they wanted what was better for themselves. It wasn't going to last. Maybe someday someone could make them understand that. Chapter 1279. Caronis wasn't brave enough to move alone, so when the Scarlet Alliance noticed her movement, they knew something was up. She was a perfectly reasonable person when she didn't think she could gain an advantage and a backstabber the rest of the time. Which really meant she was the latter the whole time, waiting. It was difficult to determine if they should finally be rid of her. Having a neighbor that would engage in diplomacy was something, but her existence was high risk. Katerina was placed on the eastern border because she had to be on some border and they didn't currently have a better position. She would be most effective at relocating, since she could momentarily shift some of the destinations of the spatial distortions. And even without that, within a certain region of the Scarlet Alliance, she could simply rely on plain old teleportation, beyond what their solar platforms could usually achieve. The hope was very much that the Exalted Quadrant wasn't going to act in concert with the Trigold Cluster. However, if they were, contingencies were in place. The two groups could certainly coordinate on opposite sides of a region, but once they were next to each other, as long as there were no more tempting targets, violence would assuredly ensue, especially with certain groups from the Trigold Cluster. Timothy was, for the moment, on the Western Front. Zazel, Prospero, and Chitty were remaining flexible. Most likely, Prospero would remain on Xianxia, so they had a proper domination cultivator there. It was one of the most likely targets, and they had the most ways to direct incoming foes there. It wasn't quite as concrete as one giant bubble that only went there, but the flexibility should be more to their advantage than disadvantage. They could only fit so many orbital platforms in one system, and having opportunities to wear down incoming fleets first was quite useful. If there were any emergencies, Bear Hug was available for communication. Instant, short messages such as if there happened to be a concerningly large gathering of domination cultivators anywhere. The threshold for that might actually be 2, or even 1, but the point was that they had a couple handfuls of points of contact available. Though maybe in another century, they wouldn't need Bear Hug, depending on how the research panned out. It wasn't impossible to replicate, but so far most options attempted were impractical. Still, Katerina knew that Uzin was quite pleased with the gains in knowledge. Even if they didn't accomplish instantaneous communication as they pleased, they were advancing in various ways. At short ranges, computers were being more effectively synchronized with servers by replacing some more traditional wireless connection methods. Of all the foes she expected to show up on her doorstep, Ratna hadn't been expecting Jan. He was, at least, social enough to give a proper warning. They met face to face, in between systems. Jan didn't look all that impressive. He wasn't a hulking monstrosity, just a moderately handsome human, at least on the surface. His relative youth was the greatest sign of danger. The missing leg was notable, but far less relevant when one could fly, though it quite possibly extended into his dragon form. "So you're back," Ratna said. "How was your cultivation?" "Not bad," the fearsome menagerie cultivator said. "I think I'm quite a bit more capable of tearing people apart. On that topic, I heard you are now associated with a group that ruined some of our prospects in the lower realms. You've missed pretty much this whole cycle, correct?" Ratna asked. He shrugged. "That's not that long. I vaguely remember you being on the wrong side of things before then. During the war." Ratna couldn't be quite sure if he'd actually forgotten. If so, it was possibly due to strange training methods, or really not having paid that much attention to a war he was directly involved in. "I would carefully consider how things have changed before getting too involved," she suggested. "Do you remember how the war ended? Didn't someone die?" "Shalach died." "Oh good, he was annoying." "Anyone else?" "Two from the swirling swarm." "And Symbol. The ponderous turtle clan. Exalted Quadrant." Don't care." "Then there were multiple others from the Exalted Quadrant afterwards." "Still don't care." "You're unconcerned about the regular deaths of domination cultivators?" Ratna asked. Jan grinned. "It just means they weren't good enough. Even if it might be you next?" His eyes glimmered. "I won't be harmed by the same thing twice." Normally, Ratna would have thought that to be hyperbole, but perhaps someone like Jan could have become immune to blades in the intervening time. Then again, maybe he just adjusted his own style to be detrimental to Rahayu. Still, it must have been modestly embarrassing for him to lose with little domination cultivator involvement against him. Anyway, Jan stretched. "Sudin and I are gonna kill you." "He's still weak, you know," she commented. Ratna was just guessing, but she wanted to see if she could gain any information. Jan's response didn't provide much confirmation. "Don't need him. Just need to catch you somewhere you won't run away." Frankly, Ratna saw no reason she shouldn't make a tactical retreat if single combat against her foe was unlikely to work out for her. She preferred to keep all her limbs intact. She could only hope his injury would hinder him more than his training helped. Ratna herself wasn't growing all that much faster because of her association with the Scarlet Alliance. Even if she could defeat Jan, the price might not be worth it. Velvet was monitoring the Exalted Quadrant's territory for any threatening movement near the Little Alliance. The good news was that the war had ramped up to the north of them, along the border with the chaotic conglomeration. The new sects were settling into their positions as the front lines pushed back and forth, returning to a previous rhythm. But that also meant fewer people on both sides to bother her new home. She could always feel it now. Her anchor, abstract though it was, remained fully present within the system, moving with it as it should. Velvet had previously observed some of the leftover chaos that Anton caused. That was one more reason that the little alliance was relatively safe for the moment, as the tides had shifted and the assault on the lower realms had begun once more. Frankly, Velvet thought they were doomed. The Exalted Quadrant, that was. They'd already lost last cycle, and they hadn't gained in overall strength. The more domination cultivators they sent, the more they would lose. At least, that was her hope. She might be able to get active updates if she brought Bear Hug with her, but of the various things that Bear Hug happened to be, stealthy was not one of them. Velvet could conceal other individuals with her, but to truly hide from domination, the real threats, she needed to focus her efforts. Her current target was Ludek, of the Citadel of Exalted Light. She might kill him if she spotted him. That depended on the surrounding climate. If she thought someone else would take over and run things better, then she wouldn't. And it was possible he was properly a domination cultivator now. It was theoretically more anticipated than her own advancement, though most people never really expected domination cultivators to arise. Still, after surviving the last war, he might have succeeded. Then, after that, she was going to check on the Mirage sect. It was funny, having pretended to be part of one of their branches in the past, to hear they might actually have one of the exalted ones. And now that she was confident in her own success, she was going to confirm as many of those remaining in the Exalted Quadrant as she could, and maybe kill those who had failed, because the Exalted Quadrant deserved it. If she could do so without troubling the little alliance. Maybe she should have brought some void ants with her, though they would have been a greater giveaway than her in any assassination. Unless they could cremate the corpse or something. Byron was a second-tier confluence cultivator now. He wasn't sure if it was feasible to reach something equivalent to Unity, at least not for himself. Stronger subordinates would be more reliable. He could hold his own against augmentation cultivators, which was saying something, because he wasn't meant to fight alone. Then again, neither were his current opponents, so their personal energy became less relevant. Both were stronger with their vessels. Byron wasn't fond of the numerological compact, nor were they particularly fond of him in the unified sector. Last time around, however, they hadn't had this Ator guy. Byron found it difficult to determine quite how many cultivators were packed into his massive ship, but they were certainly going for quantity over quality. Strong individuals were too difficult to control. 1 million, at least. Maybe a few million. Byron could probably get his systems to estimate, but he didn't really want to know. He'd just feel more guilt when they died. Of course, anyone who survived the battle would be given an opportunity, but he couldn't afford to hold back. Ator manned a ship that probably took as many resources, both in terms of construction and manpower, as a proper Grand Fleet. It wasn't even close to planet-sized, but it was surprisingly nimble. A menace. They'd clashed at the borders numerous times. Devon was heading off different fleets, or he would have already helped tear the guy apart. The ships clashed. Byron's was far smaller, but he grit his teeth not because of the power imbalance, but because of what he felt. Despair mostly. If the cultivators were in too poor of a condition, they'd be less effective, so they were kept healthy. Byron tried to reach out for them. That was what hurt. That was why he was going to be sorry. He didn't actually know if he could defeat Ator, but he would have certainly tried to cause more damage if not for them. But eventually, he would have to do it. He didn't seem to be able to influence the flow of energy within the ship. Sometimes, in the past, similar things had worked for Byron or the hive minds. But assuming the numerological compact wouldn't innovate on previous things would be foolish. Even if their innovations were horrid, they at least had more creativity than the rest of the Exalted Quadrant combined. Maybe not the disciples of the Beyond with that they'd done with distortion beast nests. It was a long series of events that ultimately made their attempts into a failure, but certainly most sects. Byron would have loved to face some guys shooting light beams, or who bred large turtles, or phoenixes. Maybe some people with swords, depending on how talented they were. But here he was, fending off Ator once more. You know, your recovery will be limited. Are you sure you can keep playing around? He taunted. The intent was to use that information they both knew already to actually make Ator waste energy. Just moving around might be sufficient. However, he was able to return to the tides to replenish. Further into the lower realms, if Ator veered off course into a properly inhabited system, that might not be the case. But the risk of such things outweighed the benefits. Byron and his people still recovered faster, as natives. They could still wear down Ator and his ship. The ship itself might be the real weakness. Accumulated physical damage would be difficult to repair. But there was so much of it. And so many people. So much despair. Freeing people from it would be the kind thing, but it was still difficult. Aside from possibly dying from emotional feedback, which he very well might, Byron simply wasn't prepared to experience that. But he also wasn't going to let people get hurt. Chapter 1280. Less than half of the defenders within Ratna's territory were now from her own sect. The Guardians of the Veiled Brilliance were quite sizable with a long history, but they hadn't followed the same methods of growth and prosperity as the rest of the Scarlet Alliance for terribly long. 1,000 years of intentional widespread development, instead of focusing the resources on a few individuals, provided far different results. And overall, it was clear that the individuals at the top didn't suffer. Along with the fleets, a number of powerful individuals joined Ratna. First, there was Ilvali and the SAS Starstriker. The captain and crew had continued to grow stronger over the past century, strengthening the physical connection that the Scarlet Alliance had with the midfields. And while part of their plans had been made obsolete because of the new spatial distortions, it was still very comforting to know that Western travel was safe. Furthermore, they did send some portion of the fleets through the normal route, so as to not give away their secrets too easily. Keeping people guessing was important. As for the others, Chitty and Aconite were assigned to help the eastern part of the alliance. If Chitty could take down Yan, then the assault from the fearsome menagerie would fall apart. However, his presence was actually meant for a different individual, Sudin. Whether the Twin Soul Sect Domination Cultivator had weakened with his reincarnation, maintained his power, or even grown more powerful somehow, Chitty could deal with him. He had a high probability of killing any Domination Cultivator he came up against, which was by design. He was a specialist, and negation was the most terrifying for those who were strong. Even if he could only manage widespread negation for a few moments, Ratna had observed his abilities grow over time. The rate at which he acclimated to new and chaotic energies had increased, his duration of negation was longer, and he could cover more area. Besides, if he could actually reach a foe, it didn't matter whether he had 1 second or 10 to kill them. They could easily die. Combined with Aconite, who was prepared to fight alongside him with poisons that didn't need upper energy to be effective, they were a deadly duo. Alternatively, they could function independently depending on the needs of the battle. The reason Chitty was to target Sudin specifically was simple. If all energy was negated during the time of his death, Sudin couldn't actively control the process of his reincarnation at all. At best, he might return to the normal process, but they planned to disrupt that as well, if they could. Ratna was looking forward to their plans coming to fruition, which was about the time that Everhard attacked the southwestern border. The swirling swarm came not long after, plunging the area into chaos. Ratna was thrown into disarray. Why did it have to be now? She was speaking about Everhard in particular, but of course the answer was simple, because this was the worst time. Normally, we might manage some sort of negotiation, but he won't even talk with someone who isn't important, Ratna sighed. And we can't afford to send either of you, she commented to Chitty and Aconite. I can't leave the front either, obviously. I could go, Aconite suggested. I'm less critical to the plans here. He will likely respect me enough to speak. Ratna pondered that. She supposed Everhard wasn't going to treat a wolf any worse than a human. Perhaps he might even be more inclined to listen to her. He had a new turtle, apparently, and he frequently gathered large menageries. Though the more someone was a person, the less likely he was to be particularly well inclined towards them. We can try to contact Vari, Chitty suggested. She can contact him north of the Scarlet Alliance. How long will that take? Ratna asked. I don't want to lose a dozen systems waiting. Probably a week, Chitty admitted. That was fast. Normally, Ratna would have been elated. That includes sending a message? BHCP, Chitty pointed out. Well, at least we wouldn't have to hide it from Everhard himself, so it's not that big of an issue, Ratna agreed. Go ahead and call him. Soon enough, they gathered the local Bear Hug and explained the plan. Okay, Bear Hug said. What do I tell him? Her, Ratna clarified. You're to talk to Vari and tell her to go speak to Everhard regarding a cessation of aggression. Why? Because we don't want to be attacked. I understand that. Is it not okay for me to talk to him then? Ratna shook her head. We're not sending you to go meet Everhart. He might not even talk to you. He's talking to me right now, but I've been good and I haven't said anything. Ratna took a moment to recenter herself. Who is talking to you right now? Everhart. Which one of you? Where? On second gift. He's already there? I can talk to you now, Bear Hug said. They were speaking sounds, which was hard. Fortunately, they didn't have to do that in many places at once. Ratna doesn't want you here. Can you please leave? No. Pretty please? No. I think during negotiations you were supposed to give a counteroffer, Bear Hug said. We're not negotiating. But Ratna told me to ask what you want. What do you want? Power. Territory. Respect. I respect you, Mr. Everhart, Bear Hug commented. It was a good thing they had been given an energy reading for Everhart, because he didn't look at all like any of the previous options. But that was supposed to be normal. This one was tall and thin, but still young. Or at least not wrinkly. Bear Hug wasn't good at reading physical features. But I do need to know what you want before you'll leave. I want second gift. Bear Hug vehemently refused. You can't do that. It was so much work to get it here. Do you want some fishies? Everhart strolled over to the indicated pond. They're rather mediocre. I worked hard to make sure they grew big and strong. You're mean. Yes, Everhart agreed. So, he suddenly began making energy gestures, in addition to his speech. This is how you speak, isn't it? Anton taught me. Do you want to learn? It's really easy. Just include your intent in everything, and people will understand even if you say things funny. I bet you can do it because you're strong. Anton taught you, did he? Tell me about that. Abioi helped him come up with it. I couldn't speak or hear, but I could sense energy, and they thought that it would be a good way to speak to lots of new people. Hey, do you know the Mace Lady? The Mace Lady? That one. Keep going. Stretch. There she is. Bear Hug directed Everhart to Luxa. I do know the Mace Lady, Everhart confirmed. Tell her to stop ripping up plants, or I'll get mad. You should tell her that yourself. I did and she kept doing it. You're important and in charge, right? Make her stop. Why should I? Do you hate plants? Not particularly. Then you should make sure they're transplanted correctly. A fair point. Luxa, please follow the guidance of that blob-like individual near you. Bear Hug bounced up and down. Thank you. You want plants, right? It seems like you want plants. That is certainly one thing we are here for. I will help you get some. But you can't have them all because we need them. You didn't answer if you wanted any fishies. I can also get you bugs and bears and a whale. But only one whale. I'm sure there is more than one. You can't have them. We'd run out of whales, Bear Hug said. You can have 20 bears, though. We have too many in one spot. Okay, we're done, Bear Hug said. What did he want? Ratna asked. Pretty much everything. I gave him what he wanted, and he left. You dash, Ratna caught herself. Actually, she would have accepted quite a lot to make Everhart leave. The fact that Bear Hug had misconstrued her intentions might be her own fault for not explaining. She knew they thought differently. After all, how much is pretty much everything? A whole lot. He took 2 whales, but I convinced him to take the old ones we didn't need as much, even though he won't be able to get new whales from them. How many whales were there? It will take a while to count. Don't bother, Ratna said. What else? 101 oaks. I don't know why he wanted the extra one, but he took them from all over the countryside, so it's fine. He didn't want any fishies, but he did take some crabs and some herbs and dash. That's enough, Ratna said. It was her fault for asking. Did anyone get hurt? A bear bit one of the tenders, Bear Hug explained. He had to bandage his finger. Was anyone killed? I think Everhart is going to kill most of the animals. But not people. Everyone said not to attack. So I told everyone else. That was the right call. Second gift was well defended, but not prepared for sudden Everhart intrusions. Were you able to convince him to withdraw from our territory? Of course, Bear Hug had not, because Ratna hadn't asked. This was why she normally didn't relegate diplomacy to plants. On the other hand, Bear Hug had somehow convinced Everhart not to scout the whole planet for resources, and also stopped him from taking the whole thing. He could doubtless do that, if he set his mind to it, and Ratna might not have been able to reach him to stop him. She still didn't like that he could just get into the core of her territory without being intercepted, but this was an opportunity to learn and improve. And as far as interactions with the man went, as long as they only discovered the vaults of a planet or two had also been mysteriously drained in his passing, Ratna could truly consider it a win. She would obviously rather have lost nothing, but that was impractical, especially at the current moment. That individual known as Bear Hug sure talked a lot. They revealed information about Anton, most of which Everhart already knew. The language would be useful to know for future interactions in case he ran into any further instances of the individual. He certainly hadn't expected to see someone with clones that was so ignorant. It was humbling, in a way. Clearly, he needed to step up his own learning if he wanted properly appear impressive. It was nice of them to gather what he wanted. Technically, he could have gone around the planet and swept up everything, and he would have gotten far more. But he did understand the delicate state of the planet. Honestly, he found it quite intriguing how upper energy was being converted to lower energy. That wasn't something he would have ever even considered. Snatching the planet would be a waste. It would be a one-time victory. He could gain so much more knowledge and further resources by being patient. And avoiding battle was nice. Everhart was never concerned for himself, but he didn't like having to replace subordinates. Even if he tried to pick the best, they still occasionally perished. Bear Hug sure talked a lot about things that Everhart didn't even ask, like how mean the Tilke clan was and how some Sudden guy was supposed to be super dead but was super not dead. Amazingly, Everhart hadn't been able to get the location of Ratna, or more importantly Chitty, confirmed, though he was fairly certain she was on the eastern end of the area. Still, a wounded domination cultivator in the Tilke clan. Everhart recalled a few incidents with them in the past. Maybe it was time to get some revenge. Even if that injury was decades old, the fear of nearly dying to a strange cultivator in the form of Chitty would stick. Everhart might be able to exploit that. Besides, he had a couple systems near there that weren't living up to their full potential. As for Sudden being alive, Everhart was already aware. He'd considered taking the man out himself, but it was more amusing to see him struggle. Still, the man was tenacious like a cockroach. Everhart had been quite certain it was a permanent death, and misjudging that was embarrassing. He'd have to triple-check this time. Chapter 1281. The Wayfarer found itself as part of one of the fleets coordinating with the Free Planet Guardians. While the Free Planet Guardians operated entirely independently, sharing information on mutual foes was a must. In this case, knowing in which regions of space they intended to intercept invaders was the key. The Lower Realms Alliance was invested in taking out as many invaders as they could, regardless of where their destinations were. However, they also had spent quite a lot of effort calculating what sort of trouble they could anticipate in each area, so they didn't spread themselves too thin. General Gabriella and her crew were faced off against the Swirling Swarm, part of the Swirling Swarm, because there were so many of them. Previously, they hadn't come this far west, but they'd been expanding in the upper realms. Likewise, the Alliance hadn't had the manpower to involve themselves so far beyond their borders previously. Along this route, they were defending Temine among various other potential targets. Temine would be responsible for any invaders who ended up in their system, but the Alliance was invested in making sure they and people like them made it to the next cycle, especially since they had void ants. They needed a new infusion of like-minded individuals into their culture, or it might grow stale. They could compare what worked and what did not. Since the previous cycle, Gabriella and the Wayfarer had been developing their skills. Some of the lower-ranking crew members had cycled out, either looking for other opportunities or simply growing old. Those who went beyond life transformation had extensive lifespans, but a handful of centuries was the limit for others. Overall, the Wayfarer had improved greatly, pieces and people swapped out. Maybe enough that it wasn't the same ship anymore, but Gabriella would say that as long as she or Nevin or any of the others were still around, it was the same ship. And that conceptual connection provided power. They had been ready to overcome any difficulty. Fortunately, that also included cutting down countless numbers of individually weak foes. Each individual moment was less strenuous than dealing with powerful augmentation cultivators or special weapons made in the upper realms. However, their numbers felt truly endless. The Wayfarer's tactics were to circle around the tides that this segment of the swarm was using to drift into the lower realms. Cultivators chased after them in a helix pattern, rising up where they had passed, but never really getting ahead. The whole time, they made use of every weapon emplacement, rotating their ship as they circled around to give everyone an opportunity to participate and to evenly distribute the strain. This was going to be a marathon, after all. When the swirling swarm managed to begin moving ahead of their path, cultivators trying to cut them off, the Wayfarer simply expanded the radius of their assault, moving further out. Of course, it was possible for the swirling swarm to simply pull away from the tides, but they would immediately find themselves in a difficult situation. The Alliance could simply pull away, able to recover energy while any pursuers wouldn't have the option. If the Wayfarer were alone, it would be difficult to outmaneuver their foes. Even if they were faster, enough attacks could be launched into the general region of space they were going to occupy to overwhelm them. But of course, they weren't alone. They had many others to fight against the endless assaults, ships strafing the swarm and targeting anything or anyone that looked important. Slightly stronger cultivators and ships were the key targets, as they could be damaged but would prove the most trouble if left alone. Gabriella was glad that there was no domination cultivator in this mix. Either that or they were waiting until half of their cover died to do anything, which would be a bit of a problem. Ultimately, they wouldn't be able to stop them all. They would cause as much damage as felt reasonable, rest and recover, then move on to catch the next closest gathering of foes. Aside from the swirling swarm, there were also more concentrated threats from other parts of the Trigold cluster. That included the Shimmering Spears, who were focusing on the Free Planet Guardians, probably because they were embarrassed about their style being taken over by Tor in the lower realms. But the upper realms would remain much the same for just 6 centuries of development, and Gabriella would be surprised if the Shimmering Spears of the lower realms didn't have a thorough series of counters to the upper realm style. Whatever they'd managed last cycle would have only been the preview to the damage they could cause this time. Anton was tired, but it was a good tired. Yes, he would have preferred to be hunting food and dragging it back to his family. But taking out vicious beasts so his farm and people could be safe was also something he'd been doing forever. He was constantly moving, focusing on a route based around his bound stars, to which he'd added a few for this very strategy. It placed him vaguely near 1 or 2 streams flowing from the upper realms all along his path, generally matching up with the projected travel speeds of foes. He picked out prime targets, whatever the Exalted Quadrant would miss most. Usually, that was their augmentation cultivators, but sometimes it was expensive ships. Now he'd spotted a stealth fleet. The vessels made good use of the tides, drawing upon that energy to hide their presence. They were powered mainly through formations, which meant they had some traces of standard tech. The upper realms were adapting, but most of their sects were slow to adopt anything new. They were just now implementing tech that might have been used in the first couple shifts in the tides, hardly better than Rutera when he'd first come into contact with them. Maybe a few pieces were newer, but they weren't as smoothly integrated with the formations. It was inevitable that various groups would begin to learn from the Scarlet Alliance. As they'd had multiple wars, some number of vessels would be captured or salvaged. They might also have spies feeding them information, though there was so much of it that it was difficult to do without proper computerized transmissions, and those were highly secure. From what Anton understood, Everhart says hi. Bear Hug reported. That gave Anton a moment of pause. Then he returned to picking targets, focusing on engines. They might be able to drift along with the tides, but without proper propulsion no vessel would make it to neighboring systems. The cultivators would have to go alone. What? Anton asked. Okay, so, Bear Hug began to explain. Technically, he didn't. But that's the sort of thing a normal person would have done. And I didn't tell him I could say hi. Or he definitely would have. He was asking about you, though. What did you tell him? Anton asked. Nothing secret. I don't even know anything secret. You shoot real far, and you're strong, and you have stars. You also don't like bad guys. The kind of thing that everyone knows. I see, Anton said. He had a lot of thoughts. His personal interactions with Everhart had been fine. However, that didn't mean he lacked caution about the man. How did you end up in contact with Everhart? That was the part that was most important to Anton. He came to second gift. I gave him all sorts of samples, and then he went away. He said he didn't want any fishies, but his turtle totally ate some. The turtle's name is Squeak. Bear Hug spoke the name aloud. Pipsqueak, Anton said. Unless he got another one. I thought that meant small. Doesn't it mean small? This turtle isn't small. What if you compare to Paradise? Bear Hug thought for a bit. Not too big. But I don't think you can be called small just because you're only the second largest thing. Anton shrugged. Sometimes that's the way things are. And sometimes names are for ironic fun. Sometimes people say small when they really mean big. People do that, huh? Bear Hug nodded. Anyway, Ratna said I did good since he went away. I don't think he's as bad as people say he is. On that, Anton agreed. But that was only because people said Everhart was the worst thing ever, when half of that was him causing trouble for people who deserved it. As for the other half, it still didn't make him as bad as people like the Tilke clan. But from their perspective, it made total sense that he would become the #1 villain, and Everhart loved it. He's dangerous, Anton finally said. Like you. Anton processed that for a moment. Not like me. Like a meaner version of me. Does that mean I can't be friends with him? Anton had to seriously consider that. I'm not going to tell you that you can't. If you can become friends, real friends, I won't begrudge that. However, you must make sure he's not trying to exploit you for information, or trying to take stuff from you. Bear Hug thought for a bit. He took a lot of stuff, but I wanted to give it to him. I think he's going to make a third gift. Knowing him, Anton said, he'll call it best gift, or greatest trove. Is that not okay? We like people to develop stuff. We do, Anton agreed. Anyway, if you ever encounter him again, make sure to tell me about it. When it begins, I mean, not after. I will help you talk through things, since you haven't interacted with many people who are deceptive. Anton shook his head. There was some chance that Bear Hug might actually make Everhard into a friend. It wasn't high, but it was worth considering. And even if that meant only having another multividual that Everhart wouldn't purposefully hurt, it could be quite useful. But if Everhart did hurt Bear Hug, Anton would figure out how to shoot him from a full realm away. Maybe he should communicate that through Bear Hug if it came up. I had so many plans, Aconite commented to Chitty as they traveled between different stations along the border. I have cool poisons that are super good against overly large beasts, and some that might make people reincarnate poorly. Chitty nodded. And now I'm going to try Plan C next. 3 plans isn't a lot, Chitty pointed out. C stands for contagion. Chitty made a face. I thought you had moved past that one. This is specially made for the swirling swarm, and it can't live without constant energy from me. It's no different from a fancy technique, I swear. It'll only hurt bad people. That's what you said before you dropped a bucket full of choking powder on the battlefield during the Death Tree incident. You were fine. Aconite protested. Chitty nodded again. I know. That's my way of saying I trust you, if you're really certain. I am. Also, we really need to get rid of these swirling swarm guys. And if something goes wrong, nobody should be on the same battlefield with me. So what I'm saying is I think you have to fight Sudin alone. Not true, Chitty said. I'll probably have snipers. Probably. Chitty shrugged. If I can't sense them, are they really there? Yes. You and your science. But seriously, will it be okay? It won't hurt me, so if it goes ultra-virulent we just need to make sure nobody makes it to a neighboring system. Please tell me that's not a real option. I'll stop it first, Aconite said. I swear. Some people might have had problems with using poisons, which Chitty obviously did not, or he wouldn't have remained friends with Aconite from the beginning. Biological warfare seemed like a step worse, but killing people was killing people. As long as it was the right people and not intentionally painful, Chitty didn't care. Killing the right people was the important part. If he swung his sword and cut down a city, he was responsible for all those deaths. He only kept asking because Aconite felt too eager, not because he didn't trust her word. Each reminder would help her keep control. Chapter 1282. Atsila looked contemplative, more than normal for the old woman. Ilvali could see something was bothering her. You didn't have to join the war, you know. The old woman turned to her. Of course I did. I'm part of the crew now, aren't I? She was. But that's not the issue at hand. You might recall that I apprenticed with Aconite. It was an interesting experience. She's good, right? I hadn't expected to train under a wolf, Atsila admitted. Oh yeah, Ilvali chuckled. That's not normal where you come from. It would certainly be quite unexpected. No doubt many people might have hunted and killed all these people. But that's not the issue at hand. Aconite's perspective allows her to consider the particular weaknesses of different species. Humans are the Alliance's main enemy, but she still has to consider how she might affect herself or allies. She proofs herself against her own poisons, of course. If you're suggesting something more for the crew, it's a bit late. Indeed, Edsela agreed. I would not wish to spread anything throughout the ship regardless. It would make receiving guests more complicated. I was just considering the effort she had gone to and how I might contribute. I think I have some ideas. And I hope that we might support Aconite in her upcoming endeavor, whatever it is. Absolutely, Ilvali said. Unless we're ordered to be elsewhere. But I think a request to join her should be sufficient. Temin had been prepared for more, much more. What they ended up against was several million cultivators of the swirling swarm, but their individual lack of strength made them somewhat less threatening compared to a properly fortified system. If they made it to the surface of one of the rings, the locals could tear them apart. They didn't blot out the sight of the locals. It was just a few million. Gerhard could even see some of their ships properly through the mess. Usually, they went for security through obfuscation, hiding everything. But he could see clear scars on the side of the vessel, one of those that had made it through to them. Briefly, Gerhard wondered if that had been Anton. However, recalling the man's energy, he knew he was wrong. The qualities were quite similar, but Gerhard's understanding was that Anton's sect was quite populous throughout their alliance. Temin had mostly interacted with the far eastern portions of the alliance. The sect head of the branch, there was a swordsman named Verghese who was similarly imbued with the power of stars. The reason Gerhard was certain that Anton hadn't been involved with that particular ship was that it still remained intact. He'd felt some portion of Anton's power, seen it when he moved. That brief flash of motion had let him know there was nothing they could do against the man, except perhaps if they had purposefully set void ants upon him. His offensive power hadn't been measured properly, but Gerhard didn't believe it to be any lesser. Gerhard stood outside the outer ring. One layer of defenses covered the outside, to prevent people from even getting close to the inner ring. Unnecessary functions were shut down as the full power of the local stars went into barriers and weaponry. He had with him many legions of void ants. Normally, the majority of void ants remained on the inner ring, because the energy there was thickest and tastiest. Their development was important to Temin. Hiding them from outsiders hadn't really been the intention, and technically it had failed to do so in 100% of visits when Anton ran into a group on the second ring. Gerhard held his curved blade at the ready. His attack range went far beyond the reach of his blade, but he wasn't the first line of defense. Great cannons fired upon the incoming group, ripping apart countless foes with each attack. Normally, according to their understanding, the swirling swarm would instantly fill in those gaps. Here, it was clear that they simply didn't have the numbers to maintain the breadth they wished to cover with any great density. There wasn't even much of an agreement with the Lower Realms Alliance that would have led them to strike against incoming foes. Formal treaties took a long time to draft when the parties were over 100 light-years distant. But the foes had been weakened regardless. Gerhard watched as they drew closer. For some reason, he couldn't shake a feeling of trepidation. Why were they here? To ravage and conquer, obviously. But why were they still coming? He understood that they had little self-preservation, but their numbers were far too thin to matter. Their tactics didn't speak much. They charged directly towards the outer ring, not even trying to circumvent it. There were contingencies. Obviously, a ring couldn't cover the majority of the area, but apparently they weren't necessary. Gerhard steeled himself. There were still quite a large number of enemies incoming, practically ignoring the emplacements and fleets tearing them apart. He stood ready with his surrounding companions, humans and void ants alike. Wait, something heavy. Power on a level he hadn't been exposed to. It tried to hold him down. He considered running out of the area, but instead, he stepped closer to the epicenter. A great number of people lived on the other side of the ring, and while it was not especially fragile, it had to be defended. He swung his blade, chopping through a few dozen swirling swarm cultivators. Their weapons didn't even get close. Their bodies were tossed aside. The weight seemed to lift, but only because it changed targets. Gerhard witnessed a strike crushing the head of one of his battle brothers, cracking the structure beneath in a significant radius. An echo of power that shouldn't be here. But it was. Domination, someone yelled in despair. Domination. Nearby void ants stated that without fear. Curiosity, perhaps. Ate us. Gerhard spotted the very same commander that had taken responsibility for the incident with Anton. She had been back for some time, teaching their methods of communication. Besides, the Alliance would not have kept her from defending her home in a crisis. They cared for their people, including void ants. His leg approached the legion she commanded. They latched onto him as he sought out their foe. His blade continued to chop through the mess of bodies. Closer up, he didn't think the density of foes was so diminished after all, and he couldn't keep track of that domination cultivator. The commander apparently could, tugging him in a certain direction. Gerhard had no choice but to believe in her, cutting his way not quite directly towards his target. His goal was to look like he was simply tearing apart the attackers, many of which were battering the ring instead of assaulting cultivators. Fortunately, the formations were holding. As long as they were concentrated in one area, energy could be transferred. His target constantly moved, but he stayed near enough to hopefully become a target. Though he was concerned, since he'd been passed over before. Was he too alert? Should he stop looking? It was difficult to say in the middle of battle. All he could do was cut down his foes and take a gamble. Aconite rode atop the Star Striker as they sought out incoming swirling swarm cultivators, far beyond the territory of the Veiled Brilliance. Normally cultivators went inside ships, but there were more than a few reasons they would want to be outside. It wasn't a unique situation. Adsila was glad they had chosen to support her specifically. She had intended to go off nearly alone. A huge risk if her plan didn't work perfectly. The chances that it wouldn't work at all were inconsequential, but Aconite could have found herself just a bit less effective than she intended. Then she would have had to flee, wasting energy after tipping them off to her intentions. Ilvali didn't know precisely what the plan was, except to get into and out of the swirling swarm's mass. A risky proposition, but with a powerful cultivator like Aconite less concerning. Assuming, of course, there were no domination cultivators involved. That was a pretty big assumption, given that they were expected to have at least 2 or 3, and this assault in particular might carry them all. Other ships flew in tight formation around the Star Striker. Spreading out was no good when they could all be overwhelmed by masses of foes. Instead, concentrating their fire on a particular area could provide them a corridor of dead foes to fly through. It wasn't great for ships, but a dead cultivator was only a minor impediment. Even a few hundred wasn't as bad as running into a few who were still capable of using their energy defenses. The Star Striker blasted a hole in them. Aconite wanted to get close, but the swirling swarm would doubtless move in. It was best to consider her own plans separately. The exact details were apparently secret, but the fact that they were prepared to immediately retreat, even if it was successful, indicated it was going to be big. Ilvali's ship wasn't meant for war, but they could fight. And unlike the undersea incident, the whole power of the vessel was directly accessible. Plus, they'd grown stronger with time and the addition of Adsila to their ranks. She felt it, a pulse. Adsila reacted most strongly, surrounding the ship with some sort of energy. Rather than a lack of trust in Aconite, the defensive measure should allow the poisoner to focus more on her offensive capabilities. The pulse spread, then faded. The signal, they were to pull out. An instant directional reversal was not outside the bounds of the Star Striker's capabilities. Ilvali lent her own power to the ship and the engines as they began their maneuver. The smaller fighters and mid-sized battleships flipped around, leaving them behind momentarily, until the Star Striker just reversed velocity. Ship-wide cultivation techniques were something that took a lot of time and practice from the crew, but they were worth it. Just like normal cultivators, movement techniques were especially useful. A perfect reversal of momentum was actually easier than a right-angle turn once they got it down properly. Aconite's energy couldn't be felt among the swirling swarm, so it had failed. What a shame. That was what Ilvali thought until they were a few kilometers out of the swarm, practically a single step. Another ripple. Then, suddenly, cultivators began to fall dead, until about halfway through their ranks when it simply stopped. Not because it lacked momentum, but because a great power overrode it. Oh, there was the domination cultivator. It would have been nice to have Zazel with them, or any of the others, but she was best positioned. Unfortunately, the Alliance had many foes to deal with at the moment. The swirling swarm stopped for only an instant before charging forth. Aconite's energy stretched into the ship. Follow my lead. Adsila will guide you. Aconite leapt away, though she wasn't moving directly away. Instead, her movements involved zagging back and forth, as well as spirals. She moved throughout the fleet, back and forth. We need to open fire to draw them in, Adsila commented. Ilvali gave the order. Then she handed over her comms. She would help with the flow of energy, but the orders could come from Adsila. She was the one who should be able to understand something about the patterns of poison aconite, had to be leaving. Ilvali didn't think that leaving behind poisonous gases in space would do much good, and could aconite get enough powder to cover such a large area? The sensors weren't even picking anything up, though they weren't really tuned to find small particulate matter in empty space. The swirling swarm advanced without fear into the area, even having seen how she spread something through them. The details were classified enough that Ilvali didn't know much more than it was a spreading poison. Ilvali expected the swirling swarm to drop like flies, but they didn't. Aconite briefly moved to the rear of the withdrawing fleets, clashing with something. Perhaps she found a way to reveal the domination cultivator, but she was blown away. Should they have brought more forces? Would that even help? Ilvali shook her head. Negative thoughts would lower their efficiency. Until Aconite said they should be worried, she would have to trust it. Besides, as far as domination cultivators, the swirling swarm were as weak as they got, hopefully. Chapter 1283. Whether he was slashing, leaping, or twirling, one thing Gerhard was not doing was finding a domination cultivator. Of course, while that was practically true, the most important part was convincing his target of that. Technically, he didn't have to be the one to do something, but someone did. Strike after strike, the first ring was crumpling under the force of attacks. The first ring was actually sturdy enough to rival a traditional planet. Even though it wasn't a sphere but a ring, it was thinner, but intentionally constructed. Unfortunately, a domination cultivator was beyond the level of threat they thought they would have to face. Not that they could have created a more durable superstructure to begin with. While the void ants could lock their senses on the domination cultivator, they never remained in one position long. Human cultivators couldn't track them easily as they blended in among the aura of the rest of the swirling swarm. With the assault so heavily stunted, Timine should have been fine. They were proud of the place they had secured in the world, standing alone against the might of the upper realms. But perhaps they had been arrogant. The Lower Realms Alliance had begun as a support network between three systems, but they had never stopped their individual growth or the spread of their influence since that point. One system wasn't enough, even with them striking down foes. Something bit Gerhard's side. That drew his attention back to the battle. He's let despair come over him, and they hadn't even lost yet. Was it an intentional effect of the swirling swarm, or his own weakness? It hardly mattered. Clearly, others were feeling overwhelmed. Even if the swirling swarm had only millions of assailants, they were still attacking the first ring. And then a giant crack. A hole through the ring, sending debris flying. Two more strikes severed either side, breaking out an entire section. Too many questions passed through Gerhard's head as the swirling swarm suddenly surged away towards a far section of the ring. Whether anyone could survive would depend on the citizens, now, and the planning of the engineers before them. The fact that the ring itself was holding, no, it couldn't have crumbled so swiftly regardless. The collapse might be inevitable. If that was the case, Gerhard was taking everyone with it. He couldn't keep up with the domination cultivator, but he could fight his way through the central mass of the swarm. He didn't pick a direction, just judging a likely spot for an attack. Then he followed the desperate urgings of the commander and void ants on him. He slashed his blade while stretching out his other hand. He grasped onto something. Blunt force struck his arm, yet it still severed it at the elbow. The power behind the blow was irresistible. A simple club, a figure of no real standout features, stood in front of him. A young woman, perhaps. Time stretched as the club smashed down towards his head. He blocked with his sword, the weapon shattering, but absorbing enough force that he was knocked backwards instead of pulverized. Gerhard stood, his right arm now broken along with his sword. He could only slice the foes around him with his energy, shaping it into blades. They kept coming endlessly. He would be overwhelmed, and the domination cultivator he had eyes on was just going to watch, until her body was filled with holes from standard emplacements. The kind of thing even a half-dead integration cultivator could trivially defend against. An illusion? No. The energy was still clearly contained in the area. It tried to escape, but it was being devoured. Gerhard wondered if domination energy would make void ants sick. He didn't know, but he was quite certain they didn't care. If the commander survived, she might outclass the queens. What an odd thought. He sank to his knees. At least he would die knowing they did something. Except, the area around his was clearing out. He saw the stars peek through the swarm. He wondered if any of those belonged to him. No, Stars didn't belong to Anton. Not any more than he belonged to them. Or at least, that was something like what he'd heard. Gerhard looked around. Bodies were piled waist high. There were wide craters and gouges on the surface of the ring, but so far, it was holding. Hopefully, that would last. Maybe they could devote more energy to structural integrity instead of offense, as they were running out of enemies. How nice. Gerhard was just going to take a little nap. He hadn't really expected to wake up, but Gerhard supposed that if nobody was going to kill him, a severed arm wouldn't be enough to take down a proper cultivator. At least, if someone came to his aid within a decent time frame, which apparently they had. The local energy was all messed up. Traces of ascension energy were still fluttering about, though that was being handled. More notably, all of the cultivators of the first ring were focusing their energy on the ring itself. So, it wasn't precisely holding together on its own. Gerhard's eyes focused on something like a void ant. No, it was a void ant. It was just missing a few key pieces. One mandible, the opposite antenna, a couple legs. Gerhard chuckled. Look at that, Commander. We match. She nodded in solidarity. Did you eat that domination cultivator? Normally, he should have received a more complicated response, but she simply nodded again. Maybe being down a mandible restricted her ability to eat energy. Gerhard slid himself out of the bed. One stump bandaged up, the other sealed in a cast, and slung to his chest. His legs still worked, though. He leaned down to let the commander climb onto his sling, shakily. How long do you think people can hold, he mused. This would be a great time to have that unity thing. Do you think it's too late to ask? Of course it was. Even with the Alliance's technology, a message would take days to arrive. Any visitor, months. Including Anton. But they shouldn't need him to save them. No, in the kindest way possible, Anton also didn't want to save them. Their conversations during his stay and the information Gerhard had heard afterwards all indicated that he would want them to save themselves. Was anyone coordinating things? The answer was both yes and no. Section by section, people were taking command and placing cultivators in shifts to hold onto the integrity of the ring. Gerhard could feel the cracks from when the structure's support was gone. A sudden removal wouldn't even have been as bad as intentional damage filled with malice. And then some damage to another section about an eighth of the ring away. Someone needs to bridge that gap, Gerhard commented. Void ants dangled down in front of his eyes, reminding him of their capabilities. I think you guys are a bit too small. Even if they took every single one of the however many trillions or quadrillions of void ants they had, they probably couldn't significantly affect the area. You think humans can do it? Humans weren't made for that. But Temin had a lot of ships. Someone had to try. The only thing Gerhard could do was make some suggestions to people in power and accept the results if they had better ideas. But it would be foolish not to try. And the void ants could really help them put things together. It would only need to be a temporary fix. Gerhard half-limped out of the hospital, bypassing doctors too busy to stop him. He was glad there hadn't been even another few thousand swirling swarm cultivators. They might not have made it. Certainly, he probably wouldn't have. Time to make a tactical retreat. Aconite informed the Star Striker. Isn't that what we're already doing? Ilvali asked. Faster. But not too much faster. Ilvali gave the order before she asked. Care to explain? This one is simple, Aconite said. A little bit of bombardier fungus. Slow acting, of course. For the layperson? Ilvali prompted. Adsila had the answer for her. They're going to explode. Maybe. Definitely, Aconite said. I weakened their systems with various poisons. Once it got used to their energy signatures, it won't be easily noticed by any of them. And the domination cultivator? If they want to come face us alone, Aconite said. I've got some things prepared. She opened her mouth wide, revealing disturbingly colored teeth. Presumably, coated in all sorts of different poisons. Otherwise, I'm hoping they'll die in the explosions. Ilvali frowned. They negated your other spreading thing, though. It was new, and I think it was quite effective. I got enough of them. A little slower. I'd really rather they not catch up. Ilvali looked over her shoulder. They need to think they can, Aconite said, so that we can open fire on whatever remains. Concentrated efforts on a vulnerable individual as we record their death in detail. It was a bit of a morbid thought, but they really needed more information on the swirling swarm's domination cultivators. It was possible for them to believe that the swirling swarm really just had 5 or 10 domination cultivators in their midst ready to step up, but in that case it was more likely that they would have used them all at once for any large move. Yet quickly replacing them was outside the bounds of even the most generous projections for how things should work. So they had a trick. Reincarnation, or something like clones. Power transfer. Fusion. There were all sorts of theories, and few had been conclusively determined to be false. And the truth was even less properly known. Ilvali prepared the fleet for a rear assault. Fortunately, Aconite had a pretty good handle on the timing. Then they opened fire on the highest mass of energy outside of their fleets, regardless of whether it was domination or anything else. The explosions chained through the ranks as the bombardier fungus hit some sort of critical mass. The fleet opened fire on what remained, and soon they were witnessing a small group flee, with a trace of domination hidden within them. And if Ilvali wasn't wrong, a few stray bits that also had traces of domination energy, presumably formerly part of that cultivator's body. Should we give chase? Ilvali asked, specifically focused on her primary crew. We can't keep pace, the engineers responded. Not without risking a system collapse. Then we'll stop to pick up some suspicious traces, Ilvali said. If it's safe, she turned to Aconite. I'll retrieve it, Aconite said. I can place them in a stasis container. Ilvali nodded. Good, but I didn't expect you to use some sort of fungus. Why not? Isn't that how your father almost died? Before he met Katerina? Yes, Aconite agreed. But he survived. Besides, I didn't even name myself until I nearly died to a field of poison. Clearly, that didn't stop me. Active biological poisons are just one of my more prominent methods as of late. Most poisons were just dead biological compounds. Pretty much everything poisonous came from plants or animals, or fungi, and other weird forms of life. Except what humans had later synthesized. Some of those were pretty nasty, though. Aconite left the ship to begin the gathering process. For the moment, the swirling swarm's advance was halted. Now the Guardians of the Veiled Brilliance only had to deal with the Twin Soul Sect and Sudan, plus of course the fearsome Menagerie and Yan. Aconite was a little disappointed she hadn't gotten to face off against him last time. Obviously, she was glad she'd helped Chitty take down Shalach, but if she'd managed to hit Yan with any of her favorite stuff, even if it hadn't killed him in that battle, it would have guaranteed his death in the next. She was really hoping some of the random things she'd thrown out had gotten on, literally any part of the swirling swarm's domination cultivator. In the lungs, permanent scarring. Touch a mucous membrane, cellular breakdown. On the skin, angry pores, which was much worse than acne. Ooh, was that a whole toe? That could tell them so much. Aconite used her energy to carefully sweep it into a sealed container. Glad she continued to spend centuries immunizing herself to every new poison she came across. It was always sad for a poisoner to die to their own craft. Chapter 1284. The main problem the Scarlet Alliance had with their enemies is that they hadn't suffered enough consequences. Velvet was more focused on the consequences than the suffering part. The only sect they'd caused real damage to was the Citadel of Exalted Light. They'd lost a lot of territory after Zor's death, but that was sort of the normal order of business for cultivators. They lost someone important and power structure shifted. They would reorganize and then trouble the Scarlet Alliance again. The problem was that they hadn't had the ability to counterattack in many of the cases, focusing on their own stability. That was why their foes were emboldened to strike out time after time, though the loss of domination cultivators certainly cowed most of them. However, there would always come the next foe that thought things would be different with them. Velvet had sought out the Citadel this time because they weren't causing trouble with the lower realms, which meant they were probably planning trouble elsewhere. Of course, there was a chance they intended to keep their head down for a cycle. That was what she had come to check. It very much helped that she was able to slip into secret meetings and observe them without being discovered. It was so easy to figure out when they would be happening, because powerful people gathered together. That included Ludek. Velvet was disappointed he hadn't created a giant crystal palace that everyone knew about, because it was so much easier to destroy an anchor than directly fight a domination cultivator. There was just this whole thing about having a physical body. Having gone up against Zor's energy projection, it was still a tough fight, but she hadn't been a domination cultivator at that point. Now, Ludek was a proper domination cultivator rebuilding the sect, and Velvet was far more certain she hadn't been discovered, like it happened with Zor on his first assault on the Alliance. She'd tested new techniques based on the formation of her anchor with trusted allies. She was implementing them now, along with her more traditional stealth techniques. Conceptually, she simply didn't exist to any of these people around her. They weren't in the right place for that to be true. It helped when they had bright light sources. Normally, stealth didn't do so well with that. But Velvet had long transcended the mundane. Aside from bending light around her or letting it flow through her, there were a million other ways to deal with that issue. Now, if she had two proper light sources to attach to, she could be visible only in their intersection. While that seemed to be worse than not relying on such things, it became an absolute statement instead of mere potential. Plus, she could still implement standard stealth techniques. Velvet was confident with this particular setup because Anton had helped her test this particular technique. And Bear Hug, with very interesting results that almost nobody should be able to replicate. She currently stood in the stream of light coming in a window because that was the best angle to view the meeting in front of her. The light behind her wasn't one of her two chosen sources, just in case either of her picks happened to change somehow. The concealment of her energy and other signs also followed the rules of light, or else it would have been a fairly mediocre technique. Velvet was fairly certain she could assassinate any one person in the room and get away, with the exception of Ludek, who was a maybe. Not worth attempting, especially with the subject of their discussion. "We will be making our move soon," Ludek said. "Any questions?" One of the elders drew attention to himself. "Is it really a good idea to move against him?" "I have it on good authority that the relevant forces are active in other regions," Ludek said simply. "We will strike decisively, removing the blight on our territory." They sure were working hard to not say Everhart's name, or to even reference him. Velvet wondered if that gave the man more or less power. Clearly, they were still invoking Everhart inside of them, which might make their negative devotion stronger. Did they think he could hear every instance of his name? Pick up every reference? Because if that was the case, they might not be wrong. Though the Citadel was lacking computer systems, so there was that. The Alliance had basic assumptions that Everhart was inside most of their secure systems and thus avoided particular references, so it wasn't really that different. Velvet wondered what Ludek would have thought, knowing she was there. Would he regret failing to kill her when he had a chance? Or perhaps he didn't have a chance. He didn't exactly let them go. They properly escaped on their own. Anyway, Velvet continued to listen. If they weren't going after Everhart, it was still something within the Exalted Quadrant, near their territory. Nobody she cared about. Most likely they wouldn't be so careful if it was a lesser target. Thus, she wasn't going to disrupt their plans. Well, except for finding a way to send a message to Everhart in case he didn't already know. It was in their mutual interest that he caused them maximum damage. Everhart was great, because he personally had slightly more enemies than the Alliance, which said a lot for how many enemies the Alliance had now, but it wasn't their fault. They were just trying to exist, and people took offense to people existing happily and peacefully. They were forced to not be peaceful, and then people got angry how their assault fleets and domination cultivators were destroyed. Velvet wondered if she could also tip off some less friendly sects nearby that the Citadel was going to make a move. It was a tricky operation to perform perfectly, since if people tried to verify her words, the Citadel of Exalted Light might catch word of it and realize they'd been found out. Everhart wouldn't sloppily give up the info, but others very well might. She was going to steal other information that could be used against the Citadel and then move on. Maybe she could cause some damage to the numerological compact while they were focused on the lower realms, or some of various other groups that were doing the same. When Everhart received the tip, he was disappointed. He was actually busy that day. It could have been a fun party. Ah well, he could at least assign appropriate forces to counteract their assault. Stopping just one domination cultivator was simple enough. And maybe if things dragged on a bit, he could kill him. Or better yet, steal everything he had and leave his systems barren and void. Because if Everhart killed him, someone else might pop up. Everhart had conclusively proven that domination cultivators weren't a zero-sum system, but the universe didn't always conform to facts. More relevantly, the chances of a despondent Ludek fighting other powerful neighbors and keeping them occupied was pretty high. If he failed to take out Everhart's system, he wasn't going to be more effective a second time. Now then, the Tilke clan. Timyusin used a flail, at a base, anyway. Everhart had obviously experimented with similar techniques, but trying to fill up space with lingering constructs was such a pain. What with space itself being infinite and all that, Timyusin barely even got into subspace layers. From what Everhart knew, That Devon fellow made better chains. They could contain a region of space instead of just where they were. It was one of many reasons he stayed out of the lower realms. Aside from not needing anything from there, especially with his influx of new resources simply handed to him. Plus, Everhart didn't like to weaken himself. And every time he poked his nose into anything, they were updating their security. Sure, it was a fun game. But what if they actually caught him? It would be so inconvenient. Better to let his agents handle things. Anyway, Timusin might be some trouble if Savink was bolstering him, but not otherwise. However, just in case he suddenly doubled in power on his own, Everhart had a few traps planned. It would take some time to set them up in enemy territory, but he had the manpower. It was great having allies, but not as great as having more of himself. Personally, Ratna thought that the preferred form of Yan, a mighty serpentine dragon, was a little too much. He went for maximum size, and while that was a good fear tactic, if he wasn't facing masses he would have some issues. Or at least, that was how she thought about it. Not that it was easy to kill him. He kept forcing her to reveal herself by launching attacks at her planets. It would take some time to get their defenses up to a standard where they resisted domination-level attacks, so she had to continuously counter him. At least the core alliance had managed to send a few sturdy ships that could help. They were like mobile fortresses, and they might have never arrived if not for the spatial distortions. Short-range teleportation was fine, but Ratna's formation masters hadn't even gotten to the inter-system level. Technically, this was something else entirely, but that just proved the point. A claw reached behind space to try to tear her apart. Ratna responded by moving closer to Yan, moving towards where his limbs connected to his body. He was extremely protective of his lost leg. Ratna kept making moves on it only to be driven back. However, that just made her want to attack it more and more. She just had to be ready to avoid counters. She ran down Yan's body, provoking him to coil in a certain way to try to crush her. Then she launched herself towards his exposed stump. A coil of energy wrapped inward to crush her, and Ratna was gone. She hadn't committed to the attack. Because if Yan wanted to defend it so much, it was an excellent option for her to faint. She didn't even know if it was truly vulnerable, so she was actually going after one of his upper claws, aiming for the shoulder. Ratna wasn't the type to take off whole limbs. Instead, she took out one scale. He would probably notice, but if she understood his transformation techniques properly, he would need to take some time to heal from the wound. That meant she left a vulnerability that she would get to in some later battle. Because her allied forces were beginning to beat back Yan's, and he was not capable of facing Ratna and the concentrated firepower of a fleet simultaneously. Chitty was a member of the Twin Soul sect. That was what he kept telling himself. It was extremely unconvincing. He would play a much better role as a random peasant. Maybe he should have purchased a sword cane, or rather, a different sheath for his blade. Predicting Sudan's movements to catch him in a specific system was difficult, so Chitty was up to some spying. He might be better now than he had been before, though it was hard to say for certain. He had been dealing with entirely different levels of foes back when he was first picking up stealth skills. Now that he was in negation, his skills were at least different. He could bypass formations, but there were always risks. A loss of flow for a moment could raise alarms, either literally or from someone noticing something strange. If he had time, however, he was educated enough to properly circumvent them. If the Twin Soul sect had pure tech security cameras with facial recognition software, Chitty would have been screwed. He was walking along the streets, not quite openly, but not hidden either. He did have a secret weapon. It was very difficult to make use of it, but he kept focus on keeping his eyelids open. He had fake eyes inside. He didn't like it at all. This was not how he was supposed to be. Some people in the Alliance had actually offered to make him working eyes. Recreating the eyes was easy. Artificial optical nerves to make up for what he was missing was not out of the question. But Chitty had refused, because if he got vision, he might rely on it. Changing up his style now certainly wasn't worthwhile. Besides, energy senses were better than vision in many ways. According to people he had asked, at least. Now then, Chitty wondered if he could find someone important enough to interrogate, if that even made sense. Then again, he didn't expect the Twin Soul sect to leave detailed invasion plans on the side of the street. He'd have to do some legwork. Or maybe he'd end up back in friendly territory, trying to head off incoming attacks. But Sudan would be more wary when on the offensive. Whichever chance Chitty took, the first one would be most likely to work. He could certainly rely on the snipers he had brought along. but transporting them all into position without alerting a domination cultivator, or something like that, was hard work. Chitty might also find Sudan's anchor. Usually, they were obvious once you were close enough. Obviously, it wasn't being publicly advertised, but he wanted to deal with it so that they could get rid of this sect again. They'd seeped too far into the lower realms in the past, responsible for many cycles of suffering. Chapter 1285. The first suspicious detail that Chitty noticed involved the large transport ships returning from the front lines of the war. Obviously, the Twin Soul sect would be sending shipments of supplies or troops to occupy planets. But the way they moved, he could tell they weren't empty and ready to pick up more supplies. Unfortunately, he couldn't extend his senses far enough and subtly enough to catch the first of them as they landed. Rather than risk revealing himself, he positioned himself closer to certain star fields for future shipments. He'd been among the Twin Soul sect for about a week after a stealth ship landed him in the wilderness. The reclaimed planets weren't fully equipped with every sort of protective formation yet, and that included limited planetary barriers. It was too much for them to sustain a full planetary barrier when not facing an assault. That was why the Scarlet Alliance tended to use ones that only drained significant amounts of energy when taking damage. But Chitty wasn't going to explain to them how that was accomplished. After a few days of scoping out the area, Chitty was finally able to follow after one of the shipments of cargo. Chitty wasn't actually terribly surprised at what it was, though it was a bit unusual to be taking slaves at the current stage of a war. That was why he pursued them instead of leaving them be. Chitty wasn't so callous that he would just leave slaves to their fate, but there were people far better suited to dealing with them. Generally, large numbers of people who were capable of taking over the planet or at the very least fighting large numbers of enemies as they extracted a group of people. He could probably free one or two groups himself. It was too small scale compared to how his abilities might be used. In short, he would secure the lives of the most people possible, and someone else would save these people. But he still needed to investigate the circumstances. And that meant walking along public roadways looking as normal as possible. His sword was perfectly mundane and unenchanted. Chitty didn't feel like anything special, and he had eyes that were there. Still, he could tell how much he was being watched, and it wasn't an abnormal amount. When he arrived at the facility, he made sure that nobody was watching on his approach. He was instantly convinced he had to go inside, because this wasn't some sort of mine or labor camp. Cultivator slaves were harder to control, so there wasn't all that much use in them, though that didn't stop various groups from taking slaves far weaker than them. Regular cultivators could easily overpower those who didn't cultivate and could use them for hard labor. Integration cultivators could handle a bunch of essence collection or spirit-building cultivators. Chitty wasn't fully convinced it was more efficient than just having the top-end work, but with enough fear they could handle a mass of people that was absolutely enough to rise up and overthrow their oppressors. Chitty wouldn't mind arranging something like that if he didn't get caught. To get over the wall, he used his hands and the formation markings he'd carved into himself to manipulate the formations there. They were simple, but he took his time, opening a small gap that allowed him to leap up to a handhold without being noticed, dragging himself over and through the momentary diversion in the formation before gently laying it back into its proper place. This facility wasn't meant to keep people in. Not really. More guards were watching the outside. Chitty still had to passively judge their gaze as he maneuvered through a courtyard, behind statues, low walls, and vehicles. Then he came to a door. The bane of all those who sought to infiltrate an area. Just because he'd been trained by Velvet didn't mean he was capable of the same feats. In some ways, his skills had diminished with lesser energy. In others, they grew. If he just waited for someone to open the door, he would almost inevitably be spotted by someone. So the roof it was. Air vents weren't strictly necessary with formations, but sometimes it was easier to just open up a hole than to add another formation. And this facility was packed with them. Defensive ones trying to stop people from moving around where they shouldn't, as well as some that Chitty couldn't identify strictly via vibes. He'd have to get close enough to study them in some manner. There was an opening for air. Not one large enough for Chitty to fit in, but he improvised. It didn't have any relevant formations flowing through it, and neither did the roof around it. All it took was a quick slice relying more on insight than energy, and he was inside. Someone would notice later, certainly. Chitty wouldn't leave more hints, if he could help it. He carefully set aside the remains of the roof, glad that he was going into the back corner of a storage room and thus not somewhere people passed under repeatedly. Corridors brought him to a large room that was helpfully entered via an open archway. A terrible place to keep slaves, if you were actually keeping slaves. But if you were chaining them down to formations, it really wasn't that different. They would never get to the edge of the room if they were never able to move. Slaves had to have some freedom of movement to labor. Anyway, this wasn't that. This was, Chitty stood behind a pillar. Big open rooms did need pillars for support, fortunately. Other than that, it was a lot of people chained down to formations. His first instinct was that they were being drained of cultivation or life force. That was the sort of thing evil cultivators liked to try, to various levels of efficacy. But nobody was particularly powerful or robust. Certainly not to a level that it would be worth transporting them from other planets for. A harsh assessment of their capabilities, but Chitty thought it was honest. As for the other cultivators in the room, most were life transformation level cultivators. Good enough to be on the front line. There were a couple integration cultivators. So whatever was happening here was important enough for that level of participating. Just being in the room made Chitty uneasy, and not from fear of being caught. He hadn't been around spectral energy all that much, and he was worse at manipulating it. It made him realize his plans for Sudin might also be tougher than expected. Perhaps this was a good opportunity to learn. Energy was going into the chained individuals. What was the point of that? Chitty could speculate, but he happened to be there just in time to find out. One of the captives jerked, spasming for a few moments. Their aura changed. If that wasn't enough to give it away, Chitty saw them looking around in confusion for a few moments. "Hello, brother," said one of the integration cultivators, releasing one of the captives. Or not. Releasing corporeal form that had been chained down. Chitty wasn't sure what happened to the person that had been there. Soul shunted out. Consumed? Sealed elsewhere? This explained how the Twin Soul sect was getting their numbers up so fast. They got to skip a good decade or two with each reincarnated individual by tossing them in a functioning body. Actually, now that Chitty looked closely, all of those picked were at least the peak of body tempering and generally no more than mid-spirit building. If only this were something that would be solved by cutting it apart. However, Chitty didn't sense any particularly expensive components in these formations. He was willing to bet they could be built elsewhere. As for the cultivators making use of related techniques, if they were led by augmentation cultivators, he could believe they weren't easily replaced. Ugh, what a pain. Chitty was done. He adjusted the position of a tightly sealed bag. Aconite had said it was to be used only in a place where he was certain that nobody should ever be alive again. Fortunately, that shouldn't include him. Aconite had put him through the rigorous path of Mithridatism for anything she was planning to give him. Was a whole bunch of poison randomly appearing in a facility less suspicious than a bunch of people having their heads cut off? No, just differently suspicious. He hoped he could get several waves of people. Maybe an augmentation investigator. Now then, how was it supposed to be used? Chitty closed his eyelids, returning to his most comfortable state, except for the fake eyeballs in there. Right. For immediate use, slice in two and slap together. In short, get the powder in as many places as possible. 4-timed release. Begin in a far corner and slowly release from a small hole. Particles would catch in the air, spreading around. They would cover an area no more than Chitty was pretty sure everyone on this planet was Twin Soul sect or about to be soul transferred into being one of them. It didn't matter how many meters or kilometers the bag covered. The definition of a room was pretty broad. Chitty considered starting at the entrance, but he wasn't guaranteed no side effects of the poison. Best to avoid passing back through the area, and the only other option was chopping open a wall. Some sort of assassin spy getting into a facility? Quite believable, honestly. If there was too much extra perfectly sliced structure, they might catch on. And Chitty wasn't going to imperfectly slice things. Even if he did, probably nobody would notice. They'd just think cuts were related to the closest famous swordmaster. Chitty's presence in Ratna's territory was a secret, but he was the most famous left in the Scarlet Alliance. Half Oink wasn't half bad, but she was enough centuries behind in her training and not really the subtle type. Obviously, Chakir wasn't around anymore, and again not subtle. Since Aconite hadn't specified an exact number of grains he should let fall out of the sack per step, he made a small slice as he walked from one back corner across to the other, moving quickly between moments of people looking vaguely in the direction of the rear. He also was capable of avoiding peripheral vision well enough, so that wasn't a concern. His steps were silent, too. He walked the perimeter, and he still had half a bag full. With no way to guarantee anything else could safely hold the powder, he shook some into the corridor just outside the door, then threw it down a hallway, slicing it open as he did so. Then he went the opposite direction back to his entrance. As far as he was concerned, this was the most he could do to save these people. The captives would be the weakest, and thus experience the least pain. Hopefully, they could at least properly end up in the cycle of reincarnation. Chitty grimaced as he exfiltrated the facility. He needed to observe more use of spectral energy to be confident in his success against Sudin. He didn't like coin flips, and his techniques required precision control. Any unexpected results could prevent negation from activating, allowing his opponent to escape or potentially even strike him down. He was several times more motivated to take out Sudin now. He was going to be especially certain that he chopped the man's soul into tiny, unusable pieces. Then he was going to seal them in a jar and take them to someone who could grind them up smaller. That actually wasn't a significant change in plan. He actually was going to capture Sudin's damaged soul already. He would just do it more vigorously now. He really hoped that people's souls were being forced out of their bodies, since that was the least foul alternative. That was why he wasn't going to bet on that being the outcome. One facility down, Chitty would familiarize himself with spectral energy, find Sudin, and then they could come scour the planets and free anyone who hadn't yet been slain. Or maybe someone could figure out how to expel a vast number of Twin Soul sect members from bodies that weren't theirs. That was unlikely, but the Scarlet Alliance had done some amazing things. Chapter 1286. Previously, the Scarlet Alliance had been constrained to defensive positions just to survive. Although the core alliance was not currently being threatened, they still needed to keep proper defenses available. Timothy and Katerina fulfilled that position. Vandale was still on standby. They might come across a sudden need for him to be mobile, either in the Eastern or Western territories. Ratna might find herself under greater pressure suddenly, or the Little Alliance might come under assault. With Chitty already assisting Ratna in Veiled Brilliance territory, that left only one individual free to perform a very important task, launching a counter-assault. While one person couldn't be expected to take on the burden of a proper war, there was a reason domination cultivators were feared, and the specific details fit extremely well for Zazel. She had chosen her anchor with that very idea in mind. It could be argued that in some way her anchor made her more vulnerable in assault situations as she moved it along with her. That might be true, and she would happily debate the merits with anyone who actually reached domination. It made sense to her, however, so she wouldn't accept any criticism for anyone short of domination or some equivalent. There were plenty of targets, but the main intent was not to draw more people into the war. Thus it was that for the last couple of months Zazel had been on a long trip on a very stealthy ship into the heart of fearsome menagerie territory. Zazel was not foolish enough to think she could defeat Jan in a fight. If she happened to run across his anchor, she might launch one attack from a distance and hope he forgot to protect it. But she wasn't looking for it. This wasn't about Jan, except that she intended to damage his base. The fearsome menagerie had previously gotten off with just whatever they lost in the war in Jan's leg. She didn't have to be particularly discerning with her targets. Zazel showed up in the first densely populated system that belonged to the fearsome menagerie. All she really made sure of was that she targeted territory run by the primary sect. But that was also most of the big and important things, so it was pretty easy to pick it out. Then she chopped up places with her ring blades. If she came across somewhere with particularly effective planetary barriers, she moved on. Otherwise, she smashed through their defensive fortifications and broke open their vaults, snatching all of the most expensive goodies. Then she moved on. There was a limit to how much she could carry with her even with the largest capacity storage bags. However, she could sort things out later. If there were resources that were lower value, she could just toss them out. It was the epitome of waste, the antithesis of what the Scarlet Alliance generally stood for, but it was also better for their foes to have nothing. Besides, nothing was really destroyed. She dropped it all into stars, which easily absorbed and would recycle the energy. Eventually, if those in the surrounding systems were capable enough with their energy capture methods, Zazel didn't engage with foes. If augmentation cultivators survived her initial assault unscathed, she would leave. Even if they shouted at her, calling her a coward, she didn't care, because they absolutely wouldn't agree to fight her one-on-one. Why should she fight a whole planet full of people, or every augmentation cultivator they could stuff into a system. Great care was taken to never go into somewhere formations might activate. Even the power of a domination cultivator could be overcome if she was careless. The fearsome menagerie wasn't exactly known as the craftiest sect, but it would be a shame for her counterattack to turn into a victory for them. Plus, Zazel liked being alive, especially as part of a greater thing like the Scarlet Alliance. Sometimes, a cultivator had to endure great pain for the sake of their ambitions. That was why Chitty was currently mimicking an empty crate. It was a surprisingly difficult task, and folding himself up to fit inside around his sword had been quite a task. Technically, he could leave the crate whenever he wanted. Get out, stretch his legs. But Chitty endured as long as possible. That was because he had infiltrated an enemy ship, and he had to remain unnoticed. Chitty focused all of his energy on maintaining necessary biological functions without taking the time to eat. Fortunately, the crate wasn't airtight, so his breathing was functional enough. As for his body, folded around his blade, he relaxed his muscles and joints so that they weren't continuously strained during his stay. According to his estimation, he should have another week. After already having 2 weeks of travel, that was quite a lot. Or perhaps it was extremely normal for a trigold cluster ship going from one system to another a couple steps away. Even if the total distance could have been covered in half the time by Scarlet Alliance ships, they weren't really the standard in the slice of the upper realms Chitty knew as occupied space. Chitty was tempted to just let his mind turn off, slip into deep meditation until something significant changed. He was certain he would awake at the far end, but his concealment might slip. Currently, he was manipulating energy such that any senses would determine his crate was empty. So far, he'd been scanned only once or twice. He was already placed at a position in the back such that nobody would bother shuffling him around and wondering why an empty crate was particularly heavy. People regularly passed by to refill the kitchen stocks, so Chitty couldn't bet that nobody would idly sense him at any time. Rather than being strenuous, however, it was boring. It was a good thing he'd lived long enough to overcome boredom, because otherwise he might do something foolish. But if he was to end up on the front lines of the war hiding among the Twin Soul sect, this was how he meant to do it. He'd already sent ahead the stealth ship that had brought him into Twin Soul sect territory, because they might have been noticed following the vessel. Though it would have been far more comfortable for him in there, it was better not to give any signs. The reason for the convoluted method instead of just dropping himself back on a friendly world was simple. Wherever they were moving should be the next target. Though it could be calculated some time in advance, there was still merit in being on one of the enemy ships. Especially for Chitty, who was not fast. At least, not by cultivator standards. As it turned out, there were negative consequences to be had when reducing your overall cultivation. Chitty couldn't just swap sides of a planet whenever he wanted. It was better to start in the right general area. Of course, if the ship he was on got attacked by local emplacements, he might run into some trouble, so there were plans for that. Specifically chopping his way out. Otherwise, he would wait and hope that Sudin showed up. It wasn't as much of a gamble as it sounded like, because he showed up to many new assaults, at least briefly. Most likely, it had something to do with the soul transfer thing. Chitty had spent quite some time meditating on that, followed by observing disciples using spectral energy in various ways. He believed he was ready to go against Sudin now. Actually, the differences seen with spectral energy weren't that stark, and Sudin would primarily use domination energy, which Chitty would have handled just fine. But he was glad that he had rectified some of his potential mistakes before they really mattered. If asked if he was afraid of fighting a domination cultivator head-on, with less support than against Shalach, Chitty would have denied it. Fear wasn't something he held on to. Did he believe he could die? Absolutely. He thought the odds were in his favor. Most likely, Sudin would think the same. Both would be wrong in ways they didn't understand until long after things were over. It would be strange for them to both survive. Chitty pictured the battle over and over in his mind, while keeping his energy steady. The most important part was achieving negation. Either Chitty alone, or if he was able to contact them in time, Chitty, with the aid of a mundane sniper team, would then kill him. That was the goal, but was it the right one? Death and killing weren't anathema to Chitty. He just wanted to make sure it was properly final. Without energy flow, Sudin couldn't perform any techniques to save his soul, but he might not need to. Killing him wasn't the important part. Stopping his rebirth was, or he would no doubt learn from his mistakes. Perhaps he would bide his time and cause havoc in a future generation. So the critical point was actually what happened to his soul. What would Chitty do with it? He would cut it, obviously. That was what he did. Once upon a time, Velvet had been part of the Western Mirage sect. On paper, at least. That was how she'd ended up on worlds where they fought with the chaotic conglomeration, ultimately coming into contact with Runa and her father. She'd also pretended to be from different branches as she traveled around the Exalted Quadrant to explain her abilities if she had to use them. They would probably be angry if they knew she had done that. They would probably be livid to find that she was still doing that. This time, with more specific intent. She had determined that they were one of the most likely sects to cause trouble for the Little Alliance in the near future, even though they had their border skirmish to worry about. The problem was, the border was too tame. So Velvet was going to fix that. Killing innocents to stir up a war between two enemies was perhaps not morally upright, but Velvet didn't really have to worry about that. After all, how many innocents were still left among their cultivators? For the sake of sparking conflict, however, Velvet focused only on those sects which had previously taken hostile action against the Little Alliance. Others might get dragged into things, but the sects remaining had happily supported everything, including attacks on former comrades just because they were trying to set up a new life. Things were stable in the Little Alliance for the moment, despite the conflicts passing by into the lower realms. Velvet wanted to maintain that stability, so she would happily drive conflict towards those that weren't part of her people. First, a member of the Western Mirage sect disappeared. Then someone from the unrelenting Thorn died to his weapon. Then a few more. Then people on other planets or in different systems. Each time, Velvet left no traces except those she chose. Lingering sensations from enchantments that would be difficult to trace, but could only come to a single conclusion. Of course, there was one piece of information that was missing, which was a true aura of a Western Mirage sect cultivator. But Velvet couldn't perfectly replicate that. Still, people would see what they wanted to see. Besides, Velvet also picked up a few weapons from the chaotic conglomeration. It was a bit much to leave someone impaled on the harpoon of a relenting thorn cultivator, but Velvet didn't want to be too subtle, and they weren't either. It was unfortunate for that poor cultivator, as they clearly died in the battle with their foe, charred to ash. Of course, Velvet took care to make sure that her varied assaults weren't completely implausible. Strikes were constantly going back and forth, so she picked out appropriate evidence and picked a target based on the local cultivators. And if she didn't have anything, she moved on. It was too obvious to steal a weapon in the same system she used it. People might catch on. Hopefully, stirring conflict there would keep things away from her people for a while longer. Chapter 1287. Each cycle, the upper realms became less and less capable of causing serious damage to the lower realms alliance, as well as the various independent groups that had survived through previous iterations. This time, they would suffer far more than before. They could leave with their tails between their legs with no accolades at all, or they could die. Those few that managed to touch down on planets, ripping up resources with their greedy hands, didn't make it back to the border. Anton and Devon were just two of the reasons why, though the contributions of enrichment cultivators and unity together were still not the majority of the reason. The common folk made all the difference. They were responsible for constructing formations, orbital stations, and defensive emplacements. Weapons and armor were made by the people and used by everyone. Even the weakest cultivators had methods to contribute to the war directly by donating their energy or joining up with a Confluence-style battleship. There was no lack of volunteers, with logistics being the greatest limiting factor bringing all of their people to bear. As much as possible, they covered the breadth of the lower realms. Of course, they couldn't truly cover a whole arm of the galaxy, just an ever-expanding slice. Perhaps if their alliance lasted another 50 times as long as they had so far. No, with an accelerating rate of growth and expansion it might not take that long. And instead of growing more distant, they were in some ways growing more connected. Communication and travel speed brought people closer together while being further apart. Neighboring regions were already ready to help each other. Nobody was lacking the resources they needed for growth or for defense. The growth of the Scarlet Alliance in the upper realms had been restricted by more fortified positions and foes surrounding them. It was still great, but not unchecked. Most of the threats during this cycle still fell on them. Timothy's response to the first fleets to probe the borders of the Scarlet Alliance was excessive, with good reason. Once they came, they couldn't leave. That included the areas outside of the middle slice where they had completed their spatial distortions. The fleet from the Forest of Death crossed the border, performed a short raid, and moved to retreat. Now Timothy was standing in their way. They would not leave. Even if they had infinite directions to run, he would block them all. Or rather, he already had. They were sealed inside a barrier with him. A barrier that was gradually shrinking around them. There was still plenty of space for fleets to fly around, for the moment. Half a system's worth. In a few hours, they would have barely the space around a planet. Timothy cut apart anyone who got anywhere close to him. His blade could cut apart planets, probably. He'd never had an occasion to test. He was, after all, naturally a defender. His movements weren't actually restricted to the Scarlet Alliance's domain, but someone had to remain vigilant. Despite the level of responsibility he held, he wasn't frequently active. He was able to train and spend time with Katerina. He cut a ship in two, cultivators spilling out. All of the wreckage would be gathered together later and salvaged. No point letting it go to waste. From the perspective of these attackers, Timothy wasn't supposed to be here. This place wasn't important enough for his presence. They probably thought that even if their presence was anticipated, that they would have minimal fleets waiting for them at most. Previously, that might have been true. However, not because the Scarlet Alliance didn't care about every part. It was merely that they couldn't always get there. That was the secondary reason that this fleet would be completely wiped out, aside from them not deserving to live. Their death would be assumed, but mystery would remain. Elsewhere, there were fleets gathered in force, placed along the borders, or in locations that could swiftly reach the borders. Normally, those were one and the same. Now, it could be close to halfway across the Scarlet midfields, depending on the exact positioning of things. That was where Katerina was focused, first organizing logistics and now speeding them along. She could speed the transition process of the spatial distortions or have them lead to new places entirely, though the Scarlet Alliance preferred to have all of their plans centered around the standard methods. So far, Timothy thought he could have gone to join Ratna. It wouldn't take all that long to reach her territory, even with him far to the west. Nothing close to the expected years-long trip. But he wasn't going to be publicly displaying said movement capabilities. He would have to trust those already there to handle the situation, such as Zazel bringing the fight to the fearsome menagerie and Chitty making a move to bring down Sudan and thus the Twin Soul sect, even more permanently than before. By the first couple of months, Zazel's presence was expected throughout the fearsome menagerie. That didn't mean they could do anything against her, but they knew she was coming somewhere. Unfortunately for them, she had unlimited degrees of freedom. Normally, she could have been expected to travel a path of maximized destruction through their territory, and she did. But some of her movements were random, at least as random as the Scarlet Alliance could make things, which was quite random. Not predictable or following a set pattern, at least. She would determine her movements that way for a few jumps, sometimes moving immediately back to a system she just hit instead of retreating or bouncing back and forth between a few. Then she would return to a logical pattern of chosen targets along a route that took her to new areas. She had been around for long enough that Jan would be hearing of her presence soon, if he hadn't already. It really depended on how much the fearsome menagerie had managed to keep up with communication development. If he came for her, she would be gone. Jan's movements were being carefully tracked by Ratna, so a message would be sent ahead. Even the fastest domination cultivator couldn't outrun a modest transmission. At the very least, Jan wasn't it. Zor had only outpaced light in short bursts when not performing interstellar travel, which involved spatial manipulation. Zazel felt as secure in her safety as anyone should when going into enemy territory. There was danger, obviously, but at an acceptable level. Zazel had already killed several augmentation cultivators and wounded others. These were forces necessary to keep the fearsome menagerie's territory safe. After all, the Trigold cluster wasn't an alliance except against outside threats. Internally, they were barely better than any other bickering cultivators. Thus, Zazel's assault would have an outsized impact on their future prospects once it was known to outsiders, and it would be known. Unless they were able to keep multiple kilometer-long divots in their planet secret. As Zazel continued on, it was important that her precise tactics not be predicted. She met the stealth ship that was carrying her at a chosen point around the system instead of returning to it. If they couldn't meet up, they had another point outside the system chosen, finding that would require searching a vast volume of space. The fearsome menagerie was learning, however. They had gained some glimpses at her anchor previously. In one system, she came to actually send half of their fleets to circumvent her and search for her anchor. What was it? Another part of their system, of course. Ships full of cultivators scattered towards unimportant asteroids, vague clouds of space dust, and emptiness. Perhaps if they destroyed all the solid objects, it would be some kind of setback for Zazel. She actually thought it would take far more than that. But she should still protect it. Unfortunately for them, that didn't mean she had to pull back from her target. Instead, she simply called upon her own energy within her anchor. There was no reason she couldn't, as others could form their energy outside their anchors. With Zazel's being a region of space, her domination energy easily formed into ring blades of any size she wished, cutting through her foes. If she did need to defend anything, it was asteroids several light minutes away from the incoming fleets. In short, she diverted a portion of her energy into all-out assault. The portion was reserved for her body for both offense and defense. A cultivator splitting their energy effectively in half could be expected to be weaker, however that was only when considering normal cultivators. Domination energy wasn't limitless, but it was certainly as close as anyone had gotten. It was almost but not quite the same as dividing the infinite in two. Both parts were still the power of a proper domination cultivator regardless. Ultimately, with the enemy split into two parts, Zazel's job was easier. Foes appeared before her, transformed into great beasts. Giant turtles, elephants, phoenixes, and of course dragons. Who wouldn't wish to copy the sect's great domination cultivator? All were cut down, starting from the strongest, but also those that showed the most promise. Jan would be furious. Zazel almost wanted to stay to witness his anger in person, but considering the untold centuries in between their tenures as domination cultivators, she chose discretion. The Twin Soul sect was getting bold, or perhaps they had always been bold, and this particular war hadn't seen much pushback against their forces. Either way, Chitty arrived on planet and ended up finding more conversion formations. He wasn't quite sure what to call them or what he wanted to call them. He was still really hoping that souls were being kicked out and that the Twin Soul sect was just trying to skip the decades required to get an adult body that had passed through body tempering. That was still horrific, but it was worse if they were actually harming people's souls more than tearing them out of their proper body would. Chitty was in contact with his sniper team and ship, using pure tech communications that shouldn't register in anything the Twin Soul sect had access to. Sudin had quite quickly taken over several planets and built up his follower base, but he was quite a few centuries behind on tech. Actually, when he had died, tech was only a burgeoning footnote in the Scarlet Alliance's repertoire. None of the other sects had really tried to replicate much of it. Now they were doing more, but the Alliance was remaining ahead. After all, they had tech cultivators, especially experienced ones like Uzan. It was quite clear that the formation facilities were important. Having some near the front lines would speed up the time for them to gain new cultivators. Presumably, anyone with retained memories would grow quickly, maybe even impossibly quickly, if they were meant to be of use in the current war. Either way, Chitty spent as much time observing them as possible, and that was where his efforts paid off. Sudin himself arrived on planet and came to inspect the largest such facility. Chitty had hoped, but he thought maybe he might have had to planet hop a few more times. As he contacted his allies, he hoped that Sudin wouldn't rush, and indeed, he took his time in the facility. No, more than that. Sudin directly pulled people through that came out feeling like integration cultivators. Fully drained of energy, perhaps, but skipping several stages of cultivation. That was certainly something worthy of the personal attention of domination. Chitty wondered how he did it. Did the soul retain actual cultivation, or was he inputting domination energy? Obviously, the formations themselves weren't enough. Of course, rather than get precise answers, Chitty would much prefer to slaughter the man and study what remained. The man had imperiously strode into the facility, so Chitty was prepared to meet him on the way out. With some friends, and no eyes. He couldn't afford even the slightest distraction for an important battle. Chitty was hoping it lasted less than a second from end to end. Chapter 1288. Waiting for Sudin to step out a door, Chitty focused on minimizing the physical reactions his body was naturally inclined to undergo. Rapid breathing and a faster heart rate were important in combat. but he couldn't afford to let even the slightest signs give him away as he waded across from the facility. Chitty knew that some people were going to die before the domination cultivator came out. It was unfortunate, but it was just a small number of individuals compared to the thousands, possibly millions or more, that would be dying every day of the war. Surely they would be able to rest easy after they were avenged. Chitty leaned against the wall, feigning weakness, though at the moment nobody was looking. They could be, at any moment. A faint sound played directly into his ear, such that even the most sensitive cultivator could not pick it up were they not specifically digging around in Chitty's ear. "We're in position, sir." A silent acknowledgement, not even a nod but a specialized thought that would be picked up by the device and transmit a response. They had limbs that could move based off of the impulses of a person's body. A similar setup allowed other devices to connect with less intrusion. Chitty felt it. Great power. The way Sudin manipulated spectral energy, how it flowed together with his domination energy, Chitty paid close attention. It was elegant in a way, well practiced. It wasn't even violent in any observable way, as Sudin drew people into bodies that weren't theirs. Chitty felt flickers of their energy, stronger than the others. The important part was how he was drawing in those souls. Were they always with him? No. Or at least, not precisely. Sudin reached out towards a place Chitty couldn't quite sense. Not subspace, or even a strange partial dimension. A little explored realm beyond any sort of the material. Something living beings weren't meant to interact with, yet cultivators did many things they might not be meant to do. It was the purposes that Sudin put his skills towards that made him evil, though the methods themselves might have been enough, considering it used living people as vessels. Chitty learned more about spectral energy in half an hour, just passively absorbing the energy that leaked out of the facility, than he had in days and weeks of observing lesser cultivators. He was quite grateful, because it increased his certainty that he could deal with Sudin. Then the entire plan almost fell apart because Sudin went out a side entrance. Fortunately, Chitty was able to adjust his position by following the man's energy signature, and he began to move in that direction swiftly. Target moving. Rather than informing Chitty, they were confirming. They noticed. Some long-distance communications likely passed between them. 3 remain in position. That would have to be good enough. If they were just trying to kill him, Chitty knew it would be. Unfortunately, Sudin didn't die like a normal man. Even being destroyed by Anton, which annihilated the physical form of his anchor, hadn't been enough. Though it had taken him quite some time to return. But he would be more careful if it happened a second time. Clearly, he believed he had a high chance of survival going up against Ratna, and potentially other domination cultivators of the Scarlet Alliance. Chitty was nobody important. His sword was just a sword. Sudin wouldn't pay attention to a civilian that had no cultivation. Chitty even shied away properly, as no powerless weakling would approach a cultivator like Sudin. All of the cultivators left were Twin Soul Sect, but they still kept some mundane people around. Someone had to cook and clean, and they weren't recruiting pitiful new disciples at the moment. Rather than draw his sword, Chitty cut the sheath apart. He couldn't afford to make any additional movements. His blade as an extension of his body helped alter the surrounding energy. Sudin turned, lunged towards Chitty in a horrifying wave of energy, and then his belly was impaled on Chitty's sword. Tiny sounds indicated hypervelocity projectiles striking Sudin. One took off an arm at the shoulder, causing much more sound than it passing through the air. Chitty couldn't quite pick out what the others did. He hoped the one that hit his neck dumped some sedatives into the man's brain. Though, in the second or so it might take blood to pump their negation would cease. Chitty had to move fast. Other cultivators would spring at him, and he needed to kill Sudin. Right. Otherwise, the man would be dead already. He flicked his sword upward at the last moment, cutting through Sudin's torso and his dantian. Rather than an uncontrolled explosion of energy, however, Chitty drove straight into a second instance of negation. A building exploded next to him. The streets cracked. He didn't need this negation to extend beyond a tiny bubble, as long as it was absolute for a moment. Chitty cut, severing the man as well as attempting the same with his soul. Shakir would have been disappointed if he couldn't cut a soul. Something sliced in two, but the pressure on the blade was wrong. Instinct took over, and Chitty twirled the blade around, piercing into his own chest. Something dove into him. The rest went into his blade. Pain. not the physical pain of the blade through flesh and bone. That was inconsequential. Pain from something else, something that shouldn't be in him, something that didn't belong, and carried its own pain. Good. Sudin deserved it. Inside his own soul, Chitty began to cut apart bits that didn't belong. He wasn't sure if he could or should remove them, but he could make them less functional. He never sliced all the way through, just splitting bits of what he was fairly certain were Sudin's soul. Chitty's body pulled the blade from his chest, still following his direction, fortunately. Something was wrong with his sword as well. It didn't respond right. He failed to cut down an incoming cultivator. Fortunately, he had backup. Chitty managed a partial negation, allowing snipers to pick off surrounding targets. Then he ran. 1 block later, he was getting a handle on suppressing the new aura leaking from him and his sword. 2 blocks after that, he actually lost his immediate pursuit. If the local cultivators hadn't been so confused at what they were feeling, there was no way it would have gone so well. Mission report. Mixed success, Chitty replied. Contain me when I get back. No reversal. If he had to die for this, Chitty would. But he was still fairly confident it could turn into a full success, since he didn't feel like he was currently losing the struggle. If there had been more than half of a previously damaged soul wrestling his, Chitty might not have been nearly so functional. As for the half that ended up in his sword, it was finding it quite difficult to do anything. It was, after all, a completely mundane sword. Probably not on the normal list of things Sudin would have chosen to possess. Mixed success, Bear Hug reported. What does that mean? Ratna asked. I assumed you would know, Bear Hug responded. Because I sure don't. Right. Well, did that mean Chitty had died? Sudin was merely injured? Ratna wasn't quite certain, and she didn't think she was going to get a more thorough report at the moment. Mixed success was still a relief, especially with Jan and the fearsome menagerie ramping up their attacks. Whatever Zazel was doing must have been effective to make them more aggressive. That would hopefully mean unbalanced and careless. There were a few surprises Ratna had in store. Unfortunately, her favorite option was taken out of the picture. Not Chitty, though she did want to see him slice a dragon in half. Instead, it was Aconite. She hadn't quite pushed herself to domination, but she had slaughtered the swirling swarm and driven off a domination cultivator on primarily her own merit. Obviously, her allies mattered, but they would not have been successful without her. Aconite might have managed half of what she did alone. A subtly poisoned Jan would have been easier to deal with. Technically, Ratna could poison him herself. There were just very few poisons of sufficient potency that she was willing to have around her. There was also the matter of application. If she managed to strike his flesh, she was already capable of causing more damage. Still, as part of the Scarlet Alliance, she had plenty of options to call upon. Orbital platforms meant for taking out giant monsters like distortion beasts were her best option. Too bad, she only had a few of those. Getting them to the same place as Jan was the issue. Would a straightforward challenge work? Jan certainly had his pride. It wasn't a perfect plan, but as a base Ratna could use it. You're staying with me, she said to Bear Hug. I must inform you that I'm a potential security risk. That won't be an issue. Nobody who overheard could do anything about the situation. I just need you to watch a system for me. I'm a mediocre scout. Bear Hug was a lot of things. We'll have others performing that role. You just need to be present to pass along a message. I can do that. Ratna issued a challenge, and then she waited. She heard nothing from Bear Hug, though they informed her that was because there was nothing to be said. But Ratna had planned for that eventuality as well. Bear Hug was waiting adjacent to the most likely route Jan would take if he were to head for the challenge system. If Jan showed up, Ratna would go out to meet him. She didn't expect him to come. Not that she didn't think he would act. She just thought he wanted to cause damage. If he wanted to fight her directly, he would have already done so the last few times they clashed. But he caused as much damage as possible while her side mitigated said damage. Then Jan moved on. Certainly, he wouldn't come to the system she designated. Bear Hug was sitting around with a sensor array just in case he passed by the most direct route. If Jan was not coming to fight her directly, then presumably he would want to cause the most damage to Ratna's holdings as possible, as well as embarrassing her at the same time. That is to say, he would approach the convenience system just past where she was supposed to be waiting, strike, and then leave before she could even get word of it. Ratna could have been wrong about his movements. They couldn't watch all of the potential routes through unoccupied systems or between them, but she had to attempt something. She lingered behind space. Her presence appeared to be at the agreed-upon destination, not hidden but not displaying full power. A resting state, more or less. Good enough for him passing by, and he would be more comfortable with. Some sense of her location. He moved a bit faster than she had thought, but she sensed him coming, which meant she had been right. Soon, Jan and his fleet were committed to the attack, with local defenses prepared to face them. Ratna was already moving to meet them. However, she wouldn't strike right away. Hey, I sense Jan. Bear hug signed to the general area around where Ratna had been. Was that helpful? Hello. Bear hug waited. I'm going to assume it was helpful. I'm going to go sit on the planet and fight anyone who tries to murder me. That was what Bear hug had been told to do. They were kind of expecting their other body to do something, but sometimes that was how things worked out. Their watching buddies said that if Jan was in the system, then their job was probably done. Though, they said to wait until the battle was over. Bear hug was fine with that, because they were the ones who knew how to operate the ship. There were so many different buttons that Bear hug only barely understood. It was a bit chilly, but Bear hug had plenty of them self-absorbing sunlight. Chapter 1289. Despite Velvet's efforts to heighten the war between the chaotic conglomeration and the exalted quadrant, as word spread of border skirmishes in the Scarlet Midfields, many sects from both were emboldened to act against the Little Alliance. Perhaps they thought that with the core of the Scarlet Alliance occupied, the Little Alliance would be more vulnerable, even if they had pretty much defended themselves alone just a few decades prior. Velvet had to admit that their numbers were quite sizable. They weren't foolish enough to attack with just 1 or 2 sections. Indeed, they hadn't had the courage to step over the border just yet as they waited for more to gather. But that wasn't going to stop her. The enemy would come in the millions or hundreds of millions, and there was no chance she could make a serious dent in that without risking her own life. Even domination cultivators had limitations, and Velvet wasn't going to pretend otherwise. However, she didn't want the Little Alliance to suffer, so she was going to do everything she could. There was no way for her to kill millions. Even if she killed a few cultivators every second, it would take days. That was a bit impractical. But she could kill one every few minutes. And her viable targets were far more limited. Not thousands, not even hundreds, just double digits. No doubt they thought they were safe within friendly territory, but they were overestimating themselves. Even if several dozen sects and clans were gathering, they were smaller. None of those with mighty domination cultivators. They would have been slaughtered by void ants regardless. Instead, they planned to win with numbers. It was possible that they might, but Velvet planned to solve things with minimal bloodshed. All she had to do was kill all of their augmentation cultivators. Would they dare show their faces in Alliance territory then? Even if they did, they would have nobody to blunt the impact of wide-scale attacks and would be torn apart, no matter their numbers. Unless they got somewhere close to swirling swarm numbers, which they simply couldn't. They didn't have enough transportation available. Velvet saw her first target. Fiza, of the Hardened Crown sect. They still existed after all, and even if some of them had joined the Scarlet Alliance from various clashes, they still existed as a sect within the Exalted Quadrant. They were stubborn as hell, and not all of them were honorable. Void steel, right through a gap in the helmet. It wasn't terribly flexible, so it took proper technique to make the stab. Furthermore, the bones of the Hardened Crown sect were durable. She had to stab through the neck. But while their bodies were part of their durability, the other part was the cultivation of the Hardened Crown. Their energy was powerful, and when bypassed, their flesh was merely tough. People panicked about someone falling dead in front of them. That was good. It was the appropriate response, after all. Some threw attacks around, but Velvet was no longer somewhere she could be attacked. It was strange to be a domination cultivator and not reveal her energy. But she wasn't the type to fight people head-on if she didn't have to. When she did, she wanted the fight to be as short as possible. Velvet had to move with less velocity than she might have otherwise to maintain her stealth, but the camps were gathered relatively near each other. The Eternal Glamour sect had set up some illusions throughout their camp. They were good enough to throw off most attackers, but Velvet would be a bit disappointed in herself if it took more than a few moments to bypass them. The sect hadn't yet reacted to the panic from their neighbor. Their devotion to aesthetics left their necks wide open. They had 2 augmentation cultivators, which fell one after another, with barely time for the second to spin his head. Next was the flowing fog sect, with a proper barrier along with their bewildering formations. At this point, people had noticed something was happening. Velvet cut through the barrier. She could have done it with her domination energy, but giving people a moment of pause as a small section of their barrier disappeared was better. One augmentation cultivator, nearly as well armored as Fiza had been. Velvet knew most of their names, but not this fellow, nor the late integration lieutenant she took down on the way out. The planet was in panic now. They were supposed to be. This was to prove that they couldn't do anything. Raise their defensive energy? No good. Lift a shield? As the unyielding Legion found out, it wasn't enough. It did take her a bit more work, though. She only managed to stab into the spine of her first target, not killing him immediately. Well, as nice as it would be to maintain the fiction that a ghost was killing everyone, she did prefer him to be dead. She was already holding another blade, one that was far more receptive to carrying her energy. Velvet nearly stabbed the same location out of spite, but most of the cultivator's energy was gathering there. She could overcome it, but could she also cause a fatal wound in a single blow? A pointless test. That was for someone like Durf, who would also make the answer a yes. Her dagger slid past the joints of the hip, a flash of domination energy that exploded inside the body. People panicked about the domination energy more than they panicked about an augmentation cultivator dying right in front of them. Domination was terrifying. Velvet wondered if this was making her stronger. Probably not much. She was far more focused on positive attention than negative. Especially powerful people who knew and cared about her, though it was somewhat of a coincidence. Those just happened to be most of her friends. Even though she was briefly revealed, Velvet had the speed to withdraw and the capacity to hide herself once more in an instant. The various cultivators actually caused more damage to their camps than she did. Of course, the augmentation cultivators were a bigger loss than some stuff and relatively few weaker cultivators. Not everyone was careful about their attacks, but it caused more visual strain. There were 3 more augmentation cultivators foolish enough to set up camp on that one planet, making plans against the Little Alliance. Together, if all of them had been ready, they would have been a very tough fight. Even the last 3 huddling together might have done something. They just didn't. Perhaps it was pride. They ultimately had minutes to think about it, and Velvet might not have been able to intercept them. Fear made people do silly things, like chopping at the air around them randomly when she wasn't even there yet. It was really easy to avoid when she got close, because it wasn't actually random. She only needed to step in for a moment, moving to somewhere that had just been attacked. She was slightly faster than an augmentation cultivator while retaining her nearly perfect stealth. That was more than enough, as long as she could pierce their defenses. And she did, over and over. She barely even nicked her void steel blade. If the material weren't so flimsy, they'd be useful as something other than a specialty tool. Even the spirit slicing sect used them more as tools to cut apart techniques than as a weapon for assassination. Some people still had no idea what was going on when Velvet left. She had other planets to get to before people were smart enough to withdraw. She wasn't as interested in attacking people on their home planets. Though when the time came for retribution, and it would, she would take part. Staying on the defensive all the time was quite draining to the Alliance. Now that they could launch an offense with multiple domination cultivators, they could do so much more to solve the issue long term. Velvet had no plans to annihilate the Exalted Quadrant, even if they could, but key sects couldn't be allowed to remain. Everyone else should be smart enough to get out of the way. Clearly, they still felt far too superior for even thinking about moving against the Little Alliance without domination cultivators. Or even if they had a couple somewhere, secretly, they would be losing far more than they bargained for. The fact that the Alliance hadn't done more damage within the territory of their neighbors already wasn't a sign of weakness, but rather their focus on internal rebuilding. But this time, they should remain stable enough to make a counterattack. Or Velvet would do it alone. Maybe with a little help from Zazel and Vandale. Chitty was being watched. The slightest wrong movement, and he would be taken down. He really hoped that his companions could do it, but they had been chosen for particular skills. If Sudin took over, he would presumably have access to some amount of domination energy instantly. They weren't strong enough without the benefit of negation. And yet, they were the best pick precisely because they were joining together with Chitty. So far, he was causing more damage to Sudin than the man was causing to him. He had to remain eternally vigilant. However, Chitty was growing tired, and he couldn't keep it up forever. A few weeks, maybe a month. The travel time to the Central Alliance was approximately a year. It was a good thing they didn't plan to be seen traveling at all. They'd managed to get away from Twin Soul Sect-occupied territory due to the virtues of a mixed-tech stealth ship and its crew. They also didn't need to fly all the way back to the Central Alliance. Not that Chitty had anyone else he trusted more than the people of Xianxia, including his own parents. But rather, the spatial distortion could be used. One small ship was entirely reasonable. Preferably, they would find a bear hug on the way. Chitty was serious about being contained. He would rather be locked up for a century while people figure out a way to eradicate the rest of Sudan, more than him trying to slice the soul into a fine paste, than to risk being taken over. He would rather be dead than that. So he might be. And that was okay. Stepping onto the battlefield was an acknowledgement he could die at any time. Chitty was just expecting it to come faster. Not that he was resigned to death. He firmly believed that if he could hold on, someone would find a way. Chitty clutched his sword, its sheath previously destroyed by himself. He also had a hand on his stomach. His wounds had been dealt with to some extent, but he couldn't be knocked out for surgery, so he still had quite a bit of internal bleeding he wasn't doing much to deal with. Inside his sword was the second half of Sudan's soul. The extremely mundane and entirely unique material seemed to be holding on to him just fine, but Chitty's will was enforcing that. He had no idea what was happening outside of his hearing. Chitty barely took breaks to eat, but he did need the sustenance, especially without the spare energy to maintain his body without food. Some guy says that Chitty says there is a bad man in his soul, and he needs to be locked up. And for someone to kill the bad man. Bear Hug's report was as direct as possible. You can do that, right? I don't think it's good to have bad people in your soul. Katerina gave Bear Hug a look. Some guy says that? Not Chitty. The guy says that Chitty says he probably shouldn't get close to me, because it would be really bad if my soul got a guy in it. Tell Chitty thanks for that. Sorry, wrong side. Anyway, he has a name and a code that I can repeat one bit at a time. Please do. After confirming that this person was indeed one of Chitty's team, Katerina had Bear Hug contact others. Anyone who knew much about souls, including Anton, even if he couldn't visit in person. Uzan, obviously. They didn't have anything set up for this precise circumstance, but they'd come up with ways to contain the Twin Soul sect in the past. Preferably, they would also make modifications to prevent the soul from taking over Chitty to begin with. Sudan, apparently, for daring to harm her child, Katerina would make sure he never had another life. No, she would make sure he never had one to begin with. Erase him from the past. Annihilate his timeline. No, even if she could do any of that, the consequences would be far too grand to comprehend. A regular annihilation would do. But he absolutely was not going to be making it to another life. Not even tiny bits of him. Chapter 1290. It's kinda boring out here, Bear Hug commented. Anton shrugged. It's better than being near the excitement. Since Anton wasn't planning to be within several systems of his foes, it was safe enough to have Bear Hug around, and quite convenient for staying in communication. Though Anton couldn't wait to have other options so that he didn't have to drag Bear Hug around. Anton's algae friend was great to have around, but he'd rather choose when they were spending time together instead of it being mandatory. Anton would have liked to be helping to defend the Little Alliance against the current aggression, but he was at his furthest east star on the opposite end of things. He might be able to launch some minor attacks across the border via the star, but they would be disappointing. Though perhaps that was an area he could stand to improve. If Anton could form parts of an arbitrary star into a bow nearly as good as the one he held and properly manipulate it, he could fight against more than those that came too close to the star itself. Retaining a high enough proportion of his power to fire 30 or so light years out would be a tall task still, but if he could cover neighboring systems at least he would be more versatile. Perhaps he should have already devoted several centuries to that sort of growth. The swirling swarm is kind of scary, Bear Hug said. I haven't really been close, but sensing them all packed together from a distance, they're like a school of mean fish. That's good insight, Anton said. They do operate that way, avoiding the easy targeting of individuals. The main difference is that some of them are actually stronger, whereas in a real school of fish they're all nearly the same. Certainly, all within an order of magnitude. The difference between each stage was about that much, though it depended on many factors. Even being on opposite sides of a threshold was still somewhere around double power in most cases. Anton truly found it difficult to lock onto any individual members of the swirling swarm. In the various systems that the Lower Realms Alliance had fended them off, they'd found it difficult to stop all of them. Word from Temine was that a domination cultivator got through somehow. But they were ultimately victorious, which meant that the Alliance had done enough. The swirling swarm was attacking through more than a few streams. Some were far enough that it was impractical to send forces, as it would require splitting fleets into unacceptably small components. Thus, some of their targets went unprotected, no doubt including a vast number of unknown regions beyond the Alliance's reach. Anton was positioned between several parts of the tides. He was waiting to catch various groups on their way back. It would have been far better to prevent their intrusion in the first place, but if that wasn't possible, making sure as few of them as possible didn't return was all he could do. The first group that passed by Anton did his best to slow by damaging their vessels. That split them up because nobody cared about those who were left behind. He swept his senses through them, trying to pick out anyone who was higher in cultivation. It was difficult, of course, but he thought he might come up with a proper technique to counter their chaotic motion. Because of their vast numbers, he couldn't even get close to wiping out the group. Even with arrows that pierced 100 foes or that detonated to kill 1,000. Not without exhausting himself on the first group, anyway. There were anomalies in the second group. Individuals he could pick out. Unfortunately, they weren't swirling swarm members. That didn't mean that some other sect had miraculously joined up with them and survived. That might be possible, but the reality was quite different. It was simply that this second group took captives whereas the first did not. Anton didn't know what the logic was for such things. He didn't know if the first had completely exterminated their foes, or been repelled, or simply been uninterested. But either way, the second group forced Anton to change his tactics. He wanted to save them. But he felt like the swirling swarm would probably rather slaughter their captives than let them be saved. After a minute or so of deliberation, such a short time would hardly affect the total time he was able to act upon the group. Anton had prepared his tactics. Anton recalled Alva's techniques, how she used subspace to fire her arrows. Anton had been doing something similar, but mainly to maximize his distance. What he needed here wasn't more power, but more precision. His arrows jumped past barriers, finding their way inside ships. Rather than saving energy, Anton actually found it quite a bit more expensive than simply puncturing his way through. He also had to control their velocity inside, routing around the vessels to take down swirling swarm targets while minimizing the numbers of doors and walls he hit. Focusing his senses to that level of granularity was more mentally taxing, limiting his number of simultaneous attacks. He didn't focus on any one ship, instead distributing his attacks evenly between a great number. He also didn't disable many vessels, just a few seemingly at random. He didn't give away his actual targets easily. It was just him killing people inside the ships, as far as people should be able to tell. The most difficult part was killing people at the helms of vessels at just the right time for them to swerve off course towards the edge of the tides, while also not running into surrounding ships. Fortunately, the swirling swarm had at least enough self-preservation instincts to avoid ships that suddenly had no one at the helm. Once a ship was going off course, he killed anyone who tried to correct it. He also killed some of those who fled the vessel, though most of his attacks were focused on those who remained. After all, his goal was to clear the ships of the swirling swarm. Then, finally, he focused even further, launching just a few arrows at a time as he sliced through the restraints on their captives. Anton couldn't reach the ships himself in any reasonable time frame. It would take half a week at minimum. People would have to take charge themselves, which Anton facilitated after the vessels had pulled away from the rest of the swarm. Anton strove for perfection, but he failed to achieve it. Even with the power of unity, he couldn't herd the vast fleets of the swirling swarm. He couldn't save everyone. A few ships caught on to what he was doing, killing some or all of their prisoners before Anton slaughtered them. Others turned to try to recapture ships, though Anton managed to pick off most of those before they made it far. The difficulty was when he couldn't just explode the ships directly because of other captives. It was a grueling stretch of days, but Anton saved as many as he could. He even guided them towards each other, to coordinate as they could. That was hindered by most of them being weaker in cultivation, as well as many bearing injuries. However, they did have whatever rations remained on their vessels. Anton sent messages with their coordinates to see if some Alliance vessels could help them out, either to guide them back to their homeworlds or at least somewhere they could survive for a while. But for the moment, they were turning back into the tides and retracing their path as best they could. Plus, dealing with the bodies. There wasn't much Anton could do about that. The only option would be to burn them, which would really hinder the air quality on the ships. They'd have to toss all the bodies themselves. The next group should pass by within a week or so. Anton needed to rest. His replenishment was quick, but his capacity was great, and he'd been active against 2 fleets already. Plus, the long-term drain for the whole duration of the tides. There wasn't time for a proper vacation while at war. "Hello," Chitty said. "Hello yourself," Katerina replied. It was a shame they could only talk through a video feed at the moment. It was quite clear that Sudin and the Twin Soul sect didn't have the technological expertise to slip out through that, but they couldn't be fully sure about other things. "Whatever you did helped significantly," Chitty commented. "Thanks," Katerina responded. "But I'm not sure if I should believe that until I know the process is complete." Chitty couldn't blame her, especially since this was at his request. Still, he knew that things were easier. He wasn't completely going to let down his guard, just in case Sudin was faking suppression. As for his sword, he didn't have direct access to it. However, it had been magnetically locked in place. Unless Sudin could possess air molecules or electromagnetic fields, that part of him wasn't going to be doing much anytime soon. If he could, they were all screwed anyway. But given that it didn't seem like he intended to enter the sword, Chitty wasn't too concerned. The sword was still kept near enough for Chitty to help suppress it, but it was beyond a barrier so that he couldn't touch it. That was what they had agreed upon when he explained what he knew, with his mother making her best judgment about his mental freedom. For the first few days, Chitty could have guaranteed that he was fine and that the possession wasn't taking root. However, he was so tired now. Slicing into Sudin's soul was draining, and he wasn't sure if it was causing sufficient damage. He was lucky that he'd managed to cut it into 2 parts, one of which was currently impotent. Otherwise, they might not have made it to Xianxia. Katerina watched her son, his face strained even if he tried to hide it. Such glimpses were infrequent, as she was spending the majority of her attention on active formation construction. The basis of the work was the same as they used to attract ascenders and the souls of their allies who practiced reincarnation techniques. However, the latter was not deeply explored. They could guarantee any reincarnated soul would end up within their domain, even within their old core, but they hadn't seen a need to go much further. It didn't cover any aspects of forcibly removing souls. It simply didn't come up often enough. All of the experts from the Scarlet Alliance were gathering, not just because it was Chitty, but because annihilating Sudin was also important to the Alliance. Katerina wanted to save her son, but she didn't mind if others wanted to save a valuable asset to the Alliance. It would have the same results. And if Chitty died, at least they would be set up to recapture his soul. Whether he would retain any memories was a different issue. If he didn't, Katerina would have to accept his death. But until such a point, she would do everything in her power to support him. The most difficult part was that she couldn't do it directly. She wanted to comfort him, to lend her own energy to his aid. But that would risk too much, while not necessarily increasing his chances. Even if Chitty hadn't been considered young in over half a millennium, he was still her first child. Katerina would fight just as hard for Yuval, who had less military value. She reshaped materials with her own hands, carving runes as fast as anyone could have put them into a system for it to replicate. As with anything, technology existed that could aid in the production of formations, but Katerina was better able to imbue power into her formations when done by hand. She called upon her power of domination, wishing she could activate part of the formation to help. But until it was fully complete, they couldn't risk anything more than the simple formations they had active, soul suppression formations. They were slowing down whatever process was happening, giving Chitty more time, but also increasing his mental strain. He should come out ahead. He just had to endure for a few more days. It would normally take longer, except Katerina wouldn't be taking a moment's rest until she was done. That, while actively using as much domination energy as she could maintain, plus a little more. Chapter 1291. Orbital platforms pelted Yan, as his great bulk made him an easy target. Ratna couldn't defend any of them from his counterattacks, but they were not so easily taken down. If he gathered his energy to strike them down in one fell swoop, she was ready to pierce his defenses and wound him. As his dragon form slithered about, Ratna waited for her perfect timing. He made several powerful attacks, but he remained cautious, and he didn't really need to rush to take down the platforms. Maintaining his defenses against the constant assaults was only logical. However, his conservative actions were at the cost of his own allies. Other fearsome menagerie cultivators fell as the local defense fleets thinned their numbers. If it was just Jan, Ratna wouldn't need as much support. However, it would still be quite difficult to take him down. She moved behind space, waiting. For what? She did not know. Zazel was quite happily continuing to cause chaos in fearsome menagerie territory, except at this very moment. The randomness introduced into the plans also sometimes included when she would rest. Just a few days was sufficient, as she never stayed long enough to be pressed to her limits. A domination cultivator could recover anywhere, and Zazel was no exception. Indeed, since she could move her anchor to the void between systems, she might actually be better than others of similar experience. For times such as this, Zazel restricted her anchor to a very small section of space. She had no intention to let anyone test ways to destroy it, nor to easily discover her location. For anyone to sense it, they would have to fly right into the area. She would destroy them, and then the ship with her would change locations. But of course, none had managed that just yet. While there were ships flying around between systems trying to find her, they had to get within a volume just a few thousand kilometers on a side when they were searching an area multiple light years across. They'd have 1 in a billion odds if they happened to pick the right starting point. A few thousand ships wouldn't manage that even in months of attacks. Though Zazel had been fully recovered for a full 24 standard hours, they weren't moving on. Because their next target was right in front of them. Once they started to approach the system, they were effectively committing to action. Their random break duration hadn't run out yet, and if she was going to ignore it because it felt too long, then other people would likewise think it was too long, which meant waiting would have them drop their guard. Clearly, she would be going somewhere further. Sometimes that was the case. Not this time, however. Zazel left behind the ship and crew as normal. They weren't here to fight. They were here to make sure the ship didn't fall apart and that it was maintaining full stealth capabilities, ready to pick up Zazel at any moment and hide her energy signature from the fearsome menagerie. It wouldn't work if Jan himself showed up, but short of that, she shouldn't be noticed before she revealed herself. After Zazel had been attacking, she couldn't immediately restrain her aura on her own, despite her best efforts. It certainly didn't work with people already watching her, so she needed the additional support. Today was a rocky planet with many mines. Except for exotic things like void steel, which Zazel didn't believe the fearsome menagerie had much investment in, powerful cultivators were the ones best at mining. That meant disciples from the fearsome menagerie itself would be doing all the work, which meant she wouldn't feel bad if she collapsed large sections. Zazel began with a single giant ring blade to announce her presence in the region. The ring descended from the heavens, shattering a defensive barrier over a city and rolling towards the nearby foothills. Only a few cultivators were damaged, but they weren't the targets. Instead, her following blades went after some of the stronger cultivators she noted, a swarm of several dozen ring blades spinning through the city and honing in on the stronger auras. A similar number swirled around her defensively, striking out at those flying up to attack her. Larger rings toppled storehouses. While most wouldn't be ruined by some battering, it would be quite a pain for people to relocate it if they didn't want to leave it exposed to the elements. Besides, some materials were sensitive to being struck by aggressive energy. As she began to target mines, one of her larger rings hit it. She instantly knew something was wrong and had to make a choice. She decided that hit didn't count, and since she found it, she might as well make one proper strike. Zazel had been intending to avoid running into Jan's anchor, but fate apparently had other plans. Otherwise, she would not have come to this particular region, this part of the planet, and struck that mountain. Inside, there was a massive skeleton, long and thin. A dragon? No, a snake, buried long in the past. But Jan would probably tell people it was a dragon, if he said anything. The majority of Zazel's freely available energy went into her strike, a single large ring that tore across the landscape as it rolled towards its target, slicing into the side of the mountain. A small flicker, a chance in Jan's posture. Ratna moved, striking his side. Though the various organs should stretch throughout the whole length of his dragon form, it wasn't even a particularly vital area. But Ratna found a weakness. Her blade drove into his side up to its length and more. Her energy stretched and expanded as she widened the wound. Then she pulled back, but not before receiving a gash across her ribcage, going all the way through several ribs and lacerating her lung. The mountain exploded. Shrapnel flew everywhere, laced with domination energy. However, only a tiny portion of it reached Zazel. It completely annihilated the surrounding towns, flattening the land for at least a dozen kilometers. As a domination cultivator, that level of diffuse power simply wouldn't hurt her. That was it. Zazel was done. She had taken her one attack. Jan wasn't sleeping on the job, and she imagined he could make the entire skeleton rise up to attack her. As a more seasoned domination cultivator, he would win that fight with certainty. So she prepared to run. Just one more attack. She was prepared to transition all of that energy into a push away when he suddenly moved. It hurt to breathe, so Ratna didn't. Her body could live without it for a while. The damage wasn't deep enough to kill her, so it wasn't relevant. She was glad it was on her offside, as her arm dangled at her side. As she dove back in, she made certain her muscles didn't strain at all, but she was going back in. Instincts told her this was her opportunity, and she felt something she couldn't quite describe. Jan was weak. He spun around, clawing at her, but she dove forward, towards where he was missing one very important claw. Jan still formed energy around his missing limb out of habit, but the lack of a base made its power less than half. Its speed was the same as his overall, but Ratna stabbed into it and dragged her blade towards his body, stabbing into the scaleless area that he had brought to her. Jan screamed in rage, and frankly Ratna thought he was being a baby. He'd pretty much blocked her attack, with her weapon only going in less than an arm's length. Nothing for a mighty dragon. One section of spine. Zazel didn't even completely sever it, but instead her mighty ring cracked it. The feeling of energy spewing out reached her far before the sound of the crack, vibrating through her own controlling energy. Zazel paid no more mind to her own attack. Her rings shot back towards her, even as the ones around her arms and legs dragged her skyward. That was about the time the mountain-sized skeleton started chasing after her, but it was weak. Not to the extent that it couldn't devour Zazel, of course. Had it instantly lost so much power? Had Jan? No. He was fighting. Maybe just alliance fleets. Ratna, if it was possible. Zazel wished them good luck. She'd already done far more than she should have. She resolved to take the long path. Obviously, she wasn't going to go back to the ship, not until at least the second or third meetup location outside the system. And perhaps not even then, depending on how fast she lost this tail. Damn, the snake was fast. It would have been awful if it was a dragon. A flick of Jan's bulk shoved Ratna away. She let it happen, because the other options were to clash power head-on or potentially let him wrap around her. Neither of those were great, so being shoved back was fine. She even protected her ribs from taking further damage by solidifying her defensive energy around her. Ratna took the momentum of the shove and moved further, flickering to a hidden position among Jan's own fleets. She was ready to move back in at any moment, but his spin faced him away from the planet he was assaulting. And then he moved. Ratna could chase him, hoping it wasn't a trap, or she could kill some of his best elders. She could get at least one before he turned around. She went for the giant squid. Ratna didn't remember what her name was, just that she was an annoying old hag. The elder was already moving, but Ratna caught up to her. She drove her blade into one of the two large tentacles, and found it was immediately torn away. It was shocking enough she almost didn't continue after the woman, but she did. Ratna went in through the eye as the woman tried to accelerate away. Damage to a shifting cultivator like the fearsome menagerie was reflected on their actual bodies to some extent. The exact details shifted depending on many factors, but fatal wounds were fatal wounds. The other elders were already far enough that Ratna wasn't willing to give chase. If she found herself among several augmentation cultivators and Jan without the bulk of her own fleets, she would be in a serious bind. She could pick off the stragglers, and she did. It would be obvious to Jan where she was, and she didn't mind. Weakening the forces of the fearsome menagerie was most important. And he was wounded, probably worse than her, even though her torso looked terrible. None of her organs were damaged, so it was nearly cosmetic. She just had to stitch a few things together, and she'd recover within a year. Maybe faster, with the weird medicine the Alliance had. Ratna tried to avoid having to personally test such things. Jan's skeleton snake chased Zazel out of the system. He was faster, though not by much. Just enough that even when she put on a burst of speed, he would quickly catch up. Given that, Zazel was going to have to stand and fight. What a terrible miscalculation. If she'd just run. No, he would have been at full power, thus slightly faster, and she would have only been a short distance further. Zazel picked where she was going to stand her ground. At such a distance, there was no real density of interstellar objects, but she did find one decently sized lone asteroid. Her anchor was already surrounding it. It might not matter that there was a chunk of rock there, but to Zazel that reminded her of the early Dark Ring. If only she had a base full of allies waiting there. But things like that mattered in clashes of domination cultivators. Furthermore, the value of Zazel's mobile anchor was not that she could remove it from an area. If she wanted it safe, she would have simply had something in the midfields. Probably the same system as Xianxia, if she was being honest. There was no reason not to. An incoming enemy couldn't easily destroy anchors. Oh, she had to test it. Zazel rounded the decently sized asteroid. She imbued it with her power. Jan struck it headfirst. It wasn't unreasonable, as his power was superior. There was a crack. Zazel felt her heart skip a beat. It wasn't the asteroid. Sadly, it wasn't much of Jan either. Just the tip of the snake's nose. Nothing big. At least, normally, this was Jan's anchor. He couldn't afford to have damage building up, even if he might kill her. Apparently, he thought that was more important than continuing to chase her. He let the momentum rebound him and just went. Zazel took her lucky asteroid with her. She wasn't sure if she could bring it all the way back to the Alliance, but she wasn't going to bet on Jan not returning until she'd been outside of sensory range for at least a day. Chapter 1292. With the withdrawal of fearsome menagerie forces from Veiled Brilliance territory, they were able to swiftly strike against the Twin Soul sect. They had very little true power with Sudin gone, and their defenses were still shattered from when they conquered the systems. Their main efforts had been to increase their numbers, which had been happening at an alarming rate. The full extent hadn't been obvious until shortly before Chitty took down Sudin. Ratna's plan was to deal with them swiftly. Without Sudin, she wasn't needed in person, but she could greatly shift the tides of battle. That was why she joined after they confirmed that Jan wouldn't be returning anytime soon. However, things weren't over with the fearsome menagerie. The Scarlet Alliance intended to strike back. Zazel's contributions weren't the end of things. Chitty was drawn to high alertness when he suddenly found himself in a different spot. He could tell precisely because he was able to sense more outside of it. The flow of energy had been muted, but now it suddenly changed. With no movement, he suspected he had been teleported along with the magnetic field generator and his sword. Before he could really think about what was going on, a straight sword pierced through the roof. That probably wasn't great for the security of his cell. Chitty felt himself pulled towards the blade, but he resisted. It wasn't a good idea to touch random things in unknown circumstances. Something inside of him, however, felt differently. A sudden surge that seemed as if it had been waiting for an opportunity took control of his body, just enough for him to lean forward and touch the flat of the blade with his forehead. Something was pulling him. Chitty could either fight the pull or restrain the extra soul inside of him. He chose the former, not wanting to fall into an unknown grip. He felt the remnants of soul, cut and scarred but not destroyed, slip into the blade. From there, they wanted freedom. Both blades, Chitty's and this one that suddenly appeared, suddenly strained. If Sudin's soul got free, Chitty didn't believe he would be sufficiently damaged to never return. He'd been unable to accomplish the job properly, especially working inside himself. Chitty's will clamp down on the swords. Now that Sudin was in there, he would stay. Sudden movement didn't stop him, merely jerking him away for a moment. Proper movement this time, not teleportation. There still hadn't been much time to grasp what was happening. There was another layer around him where the sword had come from, as well as further formations, but his senses still cut off. Then, suddenly, light and heat. Chitty only knew about the light because he was trained to be sensitive to such things. It was sufficient that he thought he might have gone blind, if he had eyes. He might burn to death, with his energy restricted. One sword shot out of the cell. Chitty's sword. He wanted to reach for it, to call it back, but he was already doing the most he could to suppress the soul inside of the two blades. The second followed a moment later, caught up in the magnetic fields. Intentionally launched, Chitty could feel much more, and as the two blades hit the star in sequence, he felt his father's energy. A barrier formed around the star, and the two swords ceased to exist in that form after an instant. The formations around Chitty were disabled, and he instantly rallied his energy to protect himself from the heat. He probably already had an awful sunburn. Sorry about not consulting you. His mother. Her energy was also involved in whatever was happening, but that might have led to other problems. Chitty nodded. I understand. We're especially sorry for destroying your blade. It won't be trivial to replace your connection, but I'm sure you'll agree it's preferable to dying. There were a few sword masters who might disagree, but while Chitty had a strong bond with his sword, it had in the end been a mundane blade. Specifically mundane, if extremely high quality. Can souls burn? Chitty asked. At the moment, he was most concerned in the success of the matter at hand, and not his later recovery. With sufficient power, they can. And they're also affected by gravitational distortion to some extent. How do you think they end up on planets? I truly hadn't considered it, Chitty admitted. He wasn't practicing any sort of reincarnation technique. I assumed they would be drawn by the people. That too, Katerina said. Anyway, Sudin isn't getting out. Chitty hoped not. Speaking of which, he took a good hard look inside himself. He really didn't want any remnants. If it makes you feel better, we calculated that sword would draw him out with certainty. It would, once Chitty had finished checking. How did you know? It was made out of special soul-related materials, Katerina said. It would be quite attractive to loose bits of soul. And my own soul. As if you'd get trapped inside a sword accidentally, Katerina laughed. Chitty also did. It was quite a relief to feel free. But while he didn't have any physical wounds, he thought he would need some time to recover. And to get a new sword, though unless someone had intentionally erased the records of how they made it, that wouldn't be so bad. A pause in strife didn't mean everything was over. In fact, even if the great powers were not planning to act in the near future, the Alliance wasn't going to accept things being over. There was only so much support the lower realms could provide, generally doing what they would have anyway, which was annihilating the invaders and making sure they didn't profit from their attempts. But the Scarlet Alliance had grown significantly. They just needed to figure out what their target would be. They were capable of launching proper counterattacks. The Twin Soul sect had only managed to take over a small region during their meteoric rebirth, so they would likely be handled first. Then they had to choose between focusing on the Exalted Quadrant or Trigold Cluster. Both acted against the Alliance when they thought they had opportunities. This time, the Alliance was stable enough at the conclusion to counterattack, and they had the domination cultivators to back their actions. Ludek had gotten too big for his britches. Honestly, he thought he could revive the Citadel of Exalted Light. He wasn't even brave enough to prominently display his anchor. That was the only thing that had made Zur even halfway worthy. What was Ludek going to do? Flash light in Everhart's eyes. Ludek was older than Everhart, but he'd reached domination later. Thinking he could win was foolhardy. Everhart wondered if it would be better to spare him. It would be a good test to see if crippled people could provide as much negative devotion. Most likely, keeping him restrained would cause him to weaken and be less productive, but if he just cut off an arm or two, would Ludek really be weaker? His energy would be just as strong. Of course, Everhart would have to adjust his calculations for another factor: how much Ludek ended up hating him. The results would be inexact, so maybe he should also do something similar with the Tilke clan. After all, having vaguely intact domination cultivators insecure in their own positions was the perfect way to make sure no others came up in their territories for a while. Yes, he was liking this plan more and more. Anyway, Ludek. He dared to launch an attack on the second Everhart system? And no, it wasn't actually second. Obviously, Everhart didn't want people to learn anything from the numbering. There was some random variance, mystifying the total number and when they came to be. Ludek came in, jumping around slightly beyond the speed of light. All that Everhart had to say about that: too slow. Seriously, didn't he know it would take years to reach a neighboring system like that? If he was afraid to jump at interstellar speeds because he might end up in a planet or something, he would never make it. Everhart prepared to annihilate his fleets, then thought better of it. Those ships were valuable, and he could poach some members. One might normally question the loyalty of those who were coerced into swapping sides, but Everhart had good perks to offer. He could get some extra hands for when he needed them, and if they turned on him, they could be replaced. There was never enough Everhart to do everything, and more projections was the sloppy answer. Timuson, your nose is huge and ugly. It wasn't the most elegant way to draw someone out, but Everhart found that sometimes you needed to be direct. It would serve its purpose regardless of whether Timyson came out angry. Soon enough, Everhart found himself facing off against one very calm chain user and one stout, supporting domination cultivator. "How brave of you," Timyson said, "to face the two of us in our own territory, alone. How dare you? Pipsqueak is with me." Everhart slapped the shell of the turtle. "Hardly a threat to a domination cultivator. I might be concerned if you were setting up massive formation pillars, but I'm sure you know we would crush them before they could become anything meaningful." Timyson Tilke wasn't polite enough to fight with just himself and Savink, obviously. Other cultivators were swarming throughout the system, including a number of augmentation cultivators. Not that Everhart was polite enough to not bring reinforcements when he had them. They were just better hidden. Timyson made the first move, without Everhart even needing to provoke him again. He threw out his flail, the heavy end curving as the man manipulated its trajectory around Pipsqueak. The turtle sped forward, swimming through space. "You missed," Everhart said. He counterattacked with his bow, shooting arrows at the two domination cultivators. He would be embarrassed if he used such moves in front of Anton, but he thought overall his shots were decent. Not enough to do any damage, though. He switched targets to some of the augmentation cultivators that might actually get close enough to be a problem. The lingering trail of chain was soon joined by a second and third as the man continued his attacks. Savink stood with him, her aura bolstering the attacks along with the lingering chains. Everhart found it fascinating how taunting people to attack worked. Then again, what were they going to do? Not try to kill him. It was precisely the best tactic to take regardless of what Everhart wanted. And in this case, I appear to be running out of space. Pipsqueak was the problem. He was huge. It was rather difficult for Timyson to rapidly cover the area such that a human-sized figure could be caught, though he would eventually. For something many kilometers across, however, he was making a nice cage. "You're going to need to suck in your gut," Everhart commented to his mount. Soon enough, Timyson had formed a cage that Pipsqueak couldn't fit out of. "I don't know what you intend," Timyson commented, "but your time is running out." He twisted his arm, drawing in the chains. "Seems so," Everhart agreed. Instead of shooting his next arrow, he flipped it over in his hand and scraped it along Pipsqueak's shell. Who even needed formation flags or pillars when you had mobile versions? Pipsqueak's shell flickered with Everhart's domination energy. What had already been set up outside the system reacted, filling the area with energy. And then, as the chains drew inward, Everhart slipped through them. He had to focus to keep them sliding inward. Timyson didn't realize what was happening right away until his own people began to get swept up in them. He fought viciously to take back control of some part of them. But this was a proper formation now. He couldn't get much more than what was directly around him. People tried to flee between the chains, but of course Everhart wouldn't let them. The outer shell was a proper solid barrier now. The chains were just there for structure. And to think, they thought he hadn't brought any formations with him. He'd simply been nearly done before they started. Everhart wondered what sort of damage would be best. He'd start with smacking the two domination cultivators into each other. Maybe that would knock some sense into them, but probably not. Otherwise, they would have sought to settle their grievances long ago. Chapter 1293. Special care was taken to record the most recent sects to move against the Little Alliance. Velvet would remember those she moved against, but she wasn't able to personally visit all of those massing on the border. However, scout ships were able to pick out the various energy signatures, including approximate numbers. Technically, they might have been able to launch a successful attack even after they began losing augmentation cultivators. Practically, those augmentation cultivators were the leaders, and they weren't going to stay around to be killed. Debates about how they would counterattack took some time, though on the scale of cultivators it was relatively swift. Just a few months, during which they were readying their fleets for long-distance deployment. The Exalted Quadrant would be first, not because they were more guilty, but because they were an easier target. Simultaneously, the Little Alliance was currently more vulnerable, though the very first target would have little direct effect on them. Forest of Death, Sly shouted into the first of many systems they controlled along the border. They had actually grown quite a bit since then, though their recent losses as they tried to probe the Scarlet Alliance's security would be a significant blow. "Remember when you tried to kill me that one time?" Nobody said yes. They just tried to kill him again. Probably because they were missing most of their leaders, so they couldn't quite decide who was in charge. Sly had a method he'd used before, and he was eager to repeat it, but better. Relevant to that method was the lack of civilian population among the Forest of Death. Well, there might be a few scattered among the numerous planetoids. Someone else would handle that. It was Sly's job to handle the heavy lifting. A web of life-draining energy spread throughout the system as Sly charged in, followed by powerful fleets. Sly was strong enough, he didn't care about the living formation. The ships had their own methods to deal with it. A great number of life transformation cultivators and a few integration cultivators were charging towards him. It wasn't much better than last time, and that was many centuries before. Sly ignored them, except the few who got directly in his way. He slammed them into the first planetoid, held together by the roots of a massive tree. Not quite alive, but not fully dead, until he splintered it from head to toe. That was. He hit the planetoid head first, knocking it towards another. Normally, it would have shattered, but he tempered his energy to spread over the planet and impart momentum equally. His third and fourth targets also hit different planetoids as the network of energy clawed at him, but he paid it little mind. Every time he smashed planetoids into each other, the aura weakened. Soon, Sly began to pile together already smashed pairs or trios of planetoids, making sure to pull in all of the chunks that had blown off. Just because he evenly accelerated the first of them didn't mean that when it crashed into the next planetoid they'd happily stick together. At the rate he was going, Sly thought he'd probably have to spend all day, probably several days, finishing his task. But nobody could stop him. And they couldn't stop the fleets of the Scarlet Alliance either. They didn't even have a domination cultivator with them. The Exalted Quadrant won't stand for this. Someone finally yelled. Sly grabbed them by the throat. Just a late-stage integration cultivator. What is the Exalted Quadrant? Tell me, how many domination cultivators of yours do you think we've killed? You should have thought about how long the Scarlet Alliance would stand for your foolishness. Sly squeezed tighter around the man's throat. Normally, this is the part where I'd toss you and tell you to go tell everyone. But people will figure it out eventually once they realize the Forest of Death no longer exists. A small snap, and he was dead. No point in stretching things out and being unnecessarily cruel. Sly was done before any reinforcements arrived from surrounding systems. It had taken a lot of time to headbutt several thousand individual planetoids into a single mass, but he was done. It was just the first of their various systems, but the others wouldn't be much better. At most, they might have a couple augmentation cultivators, though not many. They might also be sending them to attack the first system. Anyone who dares show their face here isn't going to get to go back into the safety of their little death networks, Sly declared. Technically, he wasn't solely in charge of the fleets. Practically, people were already going to do that. Sly floated above the mega-planet he had pieced together. Most likely, it had taken the Forest of Death centuries during their early existence a couple millenniums prior to set up their systems the way they were. If their network had been half as solid as it should have been, Sly thought it would have been a great wonder. There had been some discussion about taking over the systems intact, growing a network of trees in much the same manner, but building formations that thrived off of life instead of death. It was a great idea. The Alliance could do that anywhere, though. This system was going to be horrific for a while yet, despite the structure having collapsed. Sly honestly didn't want to set food on the mass of stone below, slowly dying as it drained the life from everything, including the trees that gave the Forest of Death their name. The cultivators had mostly died days prior. A month later, Sly found himself facing off against one of their last augmentation cultivators. A woman by the name of something. It had come up in some sort of briefing, but that wasn't really important. She was the sect head, or maybe the sect head's concubine, or cousin, or both. It didn't really matter. She was one of the strongest people they had. You could have run, Sly said. Taken refuge in allied systems. If you really were allies, of course. Why would I need to do that when I can drain your life and grow stronger? Sly cracked his neck. How long does that take? In less than a minute, you will be a shriveled husk. That sounds like an eternity. Sly didn't consider the possibility that he might lose. It really didn't matter, because he knew the Alliance was going to win. Besides, the more he truly believed he couldn't lose, the better off he was. He charged forward. The woman held out her hand. That was how she was going to drain his life force. But Sly hadn't coined the term Harder Crown Sect just as a middle finger to the leaders of the Hardened Crown Sect in the Exalted Quadrant. Sly felt it, a powerful draining force. for all of a tenth of a second before he compressed the woman's arm into 2 dimensions. It was so easy because she let him concentrate the vast majority of his power in a single place. As Sly took stock of himself, he felt like that single instant had drained years of his life, which was to say, a whole lot of life force, and at the same time, nothing. It was less than a decade, at least. Next time he'd move faster, though. Though the little alliance was waiting for the fleets dealing with the Forest of Death to be finished with their assault, they weren't completely inactive. They also got the highest priority reinforcement relatively early on. Prospero Vandale himself. That was because he was going to take on a defensive role while Velvet went on offense. At a time when previously they would have gone into a period of rest and recovery, Velvet was already moving. Even if the Alliance provoked another assault, they would be ready for the consequences. Over the past cycles, they had grown stronger while the great powers grew less stable. Now, there were probably half as many domination cultivators among them, and they would be looking out for their own interests above all else. Velvet had thought it would be less than half, given Ludek's move against Everhart. In a way, that was still true, because there was less of Ludek than there used to be. Rather than him escaping Everhart by sacrificing an arm and a leg, it seemed more like he'd been let go. Obviously, the intimate details of a domination cultivator's defeat weren't public knowledge, which was why anyone who thought they knew anything about it eagerly spoke. Determining exactly which pieces of information were true was the difficult part. When the assault came, Velvet would join the assault. Until then, she had already revealed her assassination abilities. Not that they'd been secret for centuries, but rather she'd had to restrain herself for various reasons, one of which had been her weakness. Velvet still wasn't confident in killing a domination cultivator, but she was confident in concealing herself from them and fleeing if she had to. And since she wasn't moving against any of those groups directly, the chances of facing them was quite small. Those who had fled her blade previously would now find themselves unsafe in their own territory. She would be taking people out from the top down. Her hope was that they might not even have to fight many of them, as they would effectively be destroyed before then. Or actually destroyed, depending on their particular neighbors. The last of the known assailants upon the lower realms had been dealt with. Anton had really wanted that to mean a time of rest, and for the lower realms alliance as a whole, it was true. But even if their own people were safe and their foes defeated, there were still problems. Specifically, unrest within the borders of the Shining Cooperative. They had specifically asked for himself and Devon's aid. As Anton passed through their systems, he came to realize that he'd assumed for far too long that they were all right. Their planets were mostly balanced and prosperous, following many of the energy growth traditions the Alliance had shared. However, that didn't mean they were perfectly fine. It had been quite a long time since Anton had visited. Had he even done so after reaching Unity? He couldn't quite recall, but if he had, he likely hadn't been paying proper attention. Or perhaps things had escalated quickly. Certainly, the end of the cycle and the tides of the world would reveal much unrest. Were there infiltrators from the upper realms? That was something Anton had to consider. The Shining Cooperative had seen to their own defense and was ultimately successful, but it hadn't been a flawless victory. Anton could sense destruction in numerous systems he passed through. It wasn't anything near the full annihilations and resets that the upper realms had repeatedly managed to enforce, but it was still greater than it needed to be. Except, some places were perfectly fine. Perhaps they hadn't been targeted. There were many systems after all. For the moment, Anton just took everything in. He wouldn't wish to act hastily, especially not when his intuition told him there was something more, and his intuition was not something easily ignored. Anton and Devon met up together on Netrao, since they had come from different directions. Erona came along as well, though Anton wasn't certain if she was technically invited. But for diplomatic matters involving Devon, it would be stranger to think she wouldn't show herself. They were given accommodations so luxurious Anton truly couldn't see anyone needing or even wanting. Then again, he came from a humble background. A roof over his head that didn't leak was about all he cared about. Maybe also a barn that didn't leak. Anton hadn't personally met any of those they were meeting with. He remembered a pleasant fellow named Darius. The two most prominent individuals weren't unpleasant or anything, just unfamiliar. Ezel and Casimir, apparently. Anton prepared to listen to their explanations of the situation after all of the normal diplomatic fluff. Chapter 1294. Anton, Devon, and Erona were together in a diplomatic meeting with two individuals from the Shining Cooperative. Ezel was more or less a pure diplomat, a spirit-building cultivator without much more. As you have been informed, Ezel began. We need your help achieving a peaceful resolution to some matters within the Shining Cooperative's borders. Casimir was significantly stronger. Post-life transformation, though following the traditions of the Shining Cooperative. It could have easily been compared to assimilation and world binding, and likely had some connection since the Shining Cooperative had such information available to them. We don't want death, he said, but we don't have the ability to safely neutralize an entire planet. Previous negotiations have failed. That's why, Ezel continued, we need you, somewhat neutral and well-regarded individuals. Anton nodded. That made sense. Where is this issue happening? Actually, Ezel said sheepishly, there are several such systems. Casimir interjected. We are worried that the unrest will spread to other systems. The disruption to trade routes will harm many people, especially in poorer areas. The details were gone over fairly quickly, such as they were. The main concern that was expressed was the inability of the Shining Cooperative to protect them, but that shouldn't have been all. They survived the shift in the tides, after all. Even if it was suboptimal, there must be more. They couldn't get all the details they needed without visiting, so they were going to start from the closest system, Eret. They wasted little time getting on their way. The accommodations on Netrao were pretty much wasted, but they might have stayed overnight. What do you think? Anton asked, looking between Devon and Erona. Devon shrugged. Seems fine to me. They were truthful, Erona said. That's good, Anton replied. But she shook her head. I couldn't read beyond that for some deeper deception. Though if there was anything, there would have to be differing knowledge between the two of them. Or Ezel would need to have deception abilities far beyond his cultivation. Nothing wrong with being a little suspicious, Anton said. I suppose we will expand our understanding of the true grievances once we arrive. So where are we going? Bear Hug bounced excitedly. They'd never been into the Shining Cooperative. Instead, they were constrained to the borders of the Alliance. Bear Hug wasn't part of the diplomatic team, but it would have been irresponsible for two Unity cultivators to not retain instant contact. Eret is an icy planet, Anton said, pulling up a scan. This one was from the Shining Cooperative. Their communication systems were intercompatible, though not every piece of technology was shared between them and the Alliance. It is full of a vast number of tunnels where the people dwell to stay warmer. Isn't ice cold? It's warmer than space, Anton shrugged. And in certain spots, it's actually quite warm. The natural energy in the area preserves it even above its normal melting point. That's part of the reason people settled there to begin with. Sounds weird. It is neither common nor highly unusual. An oddity within the bounds of the expected. Before they even approached the planet, the two Unity cultivators and Erona surveyed it from a distance. They all had their own opinions on the state of things, but they lined up to reveal pieces of the whole. They're not enslaved, Devon said, but they feel oppressed nonetheless. The planet is generally unified in thought, Anton observed, though I can't determine precise details. The most obvious part, Erona concluded, is that there's no hope to settle with the Shining Cooperative, not without introducing some other change. Indeed, Anton agreed. There's no way it reached this point because of some deaths in the war. In fact, the planet is hardly scathed. They made themselves known to the people of Eret, flying towards an arranged hangar. Their ship was small enough to navigate the upper tunnels, so they descended through them. The planet didn't feel anything like expected. First, there was the population, vast numbers, especially considering the planet's icy nature. Furthermore, plants. Bear Hug succinctly summarized something unexpected. There were a number of unique flora that they passed even on their short descent, and more could be felt deeper. So despite being a cold planet, it was far from lifeless. A few layers into the tunnels and light failed to penetrate. After several kilometers of ice, even relatively transparent ice, it was expected. There were some bioluminescent plants and fungus, but mostly they were guided by light from simple technology. Anton sensed the power cables snaking through the walls, and he was uncertain how they had been placed. There wasn't any extra space. Had the area been refrozen around the cables? No, the expansion would have been problematic. Perhaps they had some way of moving through solid ice. Alternatively, They could have very carefully burrowed out a line and pulled the cables through, though that would have been a huge undertaking for just the cables that had already been spotted. As they continued inward, they moved into dense city. The main structural component was ice, with simple flooring put into place inside domiciles. The walkways remained ice, but Anton didn't see anyone slipping. There were a few people using special techniques, but the main pathways simply seemed to not be slippery. If the ice didn't melt, it wouldn't have to be. The city made use of all parts of the tunnels, with buildings going all the way around. Carved tunnels connected horizontal areas, while stairs and occasionally elevators connected things vertically. Sometimes, these were outside the ice walls, and other times they were built inside. This seems like an engineering nightmare, Anton said. They rely on the strength of the ice above all else. Though I suppose it must have been solved long ago, within reasonable tolerances. Cultivators could be a bit loose with what reasonable was in terms of danger, but that was because they could handle it better. Anton thought that people were decently strong here. They were met by a young woman. She was in Essence collection and actually, truly young, less than 40 years old, by Anton's best reckoning. Welcome. I am Yelena, and I have been authorized to speak for the people of Eret. We have long heard of your greatness. Quite exaggerated, I'm sure, Anton replied. But it is a pleasure to meet you. I am Anton. Erona nodded, approving of the humility. They had been sent because they were influential, but that could create unnecessary distance. I am Erona, and you've likely heard of my husband Devin. Obviously, he could introduce himself, but he also didn't mind her doing it. And I'm Bear Hug. I'm not part of the diplomatic team. Bear Hug drew back slightly. Oh, maybe I wasn't supposed to say anything? They were currently at the top of the ramp, inside the ship. Anton didn't know how he'd convinced himself that Bear Hug was going to stay quiet. Except, this is... Yelena looked up at Bear Hug, who hadn't vocalized their words. This is our friend Bear Hug, Erona commented. They speak the energy sign. I imagine it hasn't spread here yet. They will remain in our accommodations. I'd vaguely heard about sapient plants, Yelena said. I just wasn't expecting to meet one. I don't get to explore the ice planet. Bear Hug responded to Erona's words. Not just yet, Anton confirmed, speaking just the energy language. I will keep my senses on you in case you have anything that needs to be relayed. I need to learn diplomacy, so I can be part of the team. Bear Hug said enthusiastically. I'm sure you can do it. Personally, Anton thought they would be extremely helpful in certain scenarios. The unrestrained friendliness was quite calming. Unfortunately, it would take some time before they could handle deceptive negotiations on either side. If we are able, we would like to see some of the city. Or other parts of Eret, Erona explained. I am certain you have things you must say, but we may be able to understand better if we know your planet up close. Oh, yes, Yelena nodded. I can do that. We're authorized to go pretty much anywhere, though please respect privacy formations. Of course we will, Anton said. He was almost entirely truthful. Sometimes, though, you needed to slip some senses past them. But until then, he'd be perfectly polite. Yelena turned, directing them onwards. May I ask what your purpose here is? We have the word of the Shining Cooperative, but your own intentions may differ. We certainly align, up to a point, Erona began. We wish to serve the best interests of all parties. Peaceful resolution is key. We are glad you received us easily, but if things were simple, I suspect you could have resolved them already. We could have, Yelena said, her words firm. But the Shining Cooperative was unwilling to accept our terms. May I ask for your summary of those terms? They leave us alone to do as we please, she said, since they provided little to protect us. Devin spoke up. Without meaning to offend, it does seem that you weathered the invasion quite well. Do you feel that the proportions were inappropriate? They walked along the streets, with Yelena creating an area of secrecy around them. A simple manipulation of energy that could be overcome by someone stronger, though it would be easily noticed. Personally, Anton didn't think that negotiations needed to be private if people could act rationally and wait for resolutions, which wasn't always the case. It was only luck that left us reasonably undamaged. The invaders thought to weaken the structure of our planet, but found it quite resistant to elemental manipulation. It took our forces many months to fight them off. Yelena did not need to face them to indicate her attention. Her energy was clear enough. Even so, she spent some time walking backwards, She also didn't need to look at the path through the city. They would have reached their destination more quickly if they were flying, but perhaps they didn't even have a destination. Erona continued the discussion. Do you feel that your position in the Shining Cooperative doesn't provide enough in other areas? Trading partners and the like. She had noticed there weren't many ships coming in and out, but there was plenty of space in the starports for more if there was traffic. Not in proportion to what it costs, Yelena finally said. And what is the cost? Anton asked. From her tone, it was more than monetary. Ourselves, Yelena said. We never chose to join the Shining Cooperative. Records of the past have recently resurfaced. This was one of the black parts of the Shining Cooperative's history. They hadn't always been proper about asking people if they wanted to join. They were forcibly assimilated, sometimes militarily. However, by the time the Alliance came into contact with them, the damage had already been done. They were treating all within their domain fairly enough. Indeed, for many centuries there hadn't been any issues. Was this discord sown by the upper realms, or had it simply been growing for some time? Anton would have expected that with a greater population and connection to other systems, they would have grown to identify more with the Shining Cooperative rather than less. But things didn't always work like that. Perhaps we could hear about your history, Anton said. Do you know where your first people came from? Yelena shook her head. No. Do you? No. But our history was erased many times by invaders, like many. We were invaded shortly before the Shining Cooperative came and offered their protection, Yelena said, bitterness in her voice. Anton didn't think she could have any personal connection, though, unless she happened to be reincarnated. But our ancient histories as they were recovered revealed a version of us that stood strong on our own. Anton didn't think that necessarily meant they were better off, especially if they had been weakened by invaders before the Shining Cooperative came into contact with them. It was difficult to guess why people were suddenly resistant, given that most of the first generations of those conquered would be dead already, especially without an abundance of post-life transformation cultivators around. Still, just because he didn't understand didn't mean the feelings were invalid. He could feel how her words resonated with the planet around them, so it wasn't just her own opinion. Indeed, she had likely been chosen because she fit. Even so, Anton didn't see anyone that needed suppressing here. They might shoot down Shining Cooperative ships if they tried to come, but if they were allowed to live independently, the Shining Cooperative shouldn't suffer too much damage. Of course, it was a bad precedent to set, but only relevant if others had similar thoughts in their head. Anton wondered if any planets in the Alliance felt the same. He could at least guarantee that it wasn't the case with any around his bound stars. Chapter 1295. Erona took note of specific stated grievances. Devon took note of things that went unspoken, and Anton was only able to pick apart the overall feelings of Eret. His intuition told him that the locals were more strongly people of Eret than members of the Shining Cooperative. Even those who hadn't been born on the planet found it was uniquely their home. Anton wondered where the Shining Cooperative had failed. Certainly, their actions long in the past hadn't helped their narrative, but nobody was around to remember that. Just to be thorough, they spent some time examining the planet for dissidents who were intentionally raising strife. But while there were more prominently outspoken figures, they seemed to be voicing the general feelings of the populace. Enough to be considered in unity. Do you think there is any value in digging deeper? Anton asked the other two. Erona shook her head. I doubt it. At this point, the only peaceful solution is some form of separation from the Shining Cooperative, despite how impractical that would be. Devon pondered. I supposed a single planet could be transplanted, but it doesn't seem like a solution anyone would want. Better than remaining in territory they are hostile towards. Would greater representation help somehow? Anton suggested. I considered that, Erona said. I think they might be content with a more regional government, but it would have to be distinct from the Shining Cooperative as a whole for it to be accepted. That's not easy to pull off. Anton didn't know if there were any good solutions to be had. If they were able to become an independent system, would that be good for them? Their food supplies could certainly be handled locally, which is not something I would have expected from a surface view. They export more than they import, which might be another sign, Erona said. Nothing is wrong with that in theory, but it might make people feel like they aren't gaining anything. High energy and mediocre cultivation seems to be the state here, Devon commented. Why is that? Compared to the Cerritos of his birth, of course, Anton thought they were relatively high cultivation, but he saw the point. What about ascension? Do we have statistics on that? We could ask for some locally, Erona said. And we could get approximate numbers from the upper realms. Rather quickly, even. Through Bear Hug, of course. They couldn't get anything detailed. Anton stroked his chin. They do seem well inclined towards us. Perhaps the Alliance has been unintentionally poaching some of their more powerful members. Though, that's yet another sign they felt they needed to not be part of this. I would have expected more world binding for loyalty to their planet, Devon said. But I suppose even we promote mobile options more these days. They might be interested in just it and nowhere else. Getting away from it all might be a greater show of loyalty in some ways. They took some time to ask Yelena for information, as well as wrangling Bear Hug. They needed to ask precisely the right questions. If there were multiple planets named Eret, they'd have to get more specific. A computer system inquiry would just throw out the coordinates or a numerical indicator of some sort so that it was unambiguous, or use a photo match, but Bear Hug was limited by speech. And even replicating common language and spelling took some effort. Yariti. There's a bunch, but only one cool ice planet with tunnels. Bear Hug had been told to contact Katarina or Uzan. Katarina was the one free. After dealing with Sudan, she'd taken some time to relax. She would be a defender for the Scarlet Alliance if their current operations in the upper realms provoked another war, but until then she didn't need to push herself. Okay, over the duration of Eret's time they've had 28 ascensions. Is that a lot? I feel like that's a lot. It isn't, Anton said. Not for the amount of natural energy here and the population. Plus, the time. That's over multiple centuries, right? Let me find out. Yeah, 7 or 8 of them. One person every 25 years isn't much. That might not even beat numbers from the times of suppression, Anton explained. Cerritos had expected one success every few years between all their continents. Eret had a much higher population. The old estimates for Cerritos might have missed some successes or miscategorized failures, but they shouldn't have been off a full order of magnitude. Devon had a suspicious frown. Now I'm concerned about a whole other branch of things. We've been accepting Ascension cultivators from the Shining Cooperative since the beginning. I don't think they are the issue, though, but we never thought to ask why they might make that choice, especially before there was hope of returning to the lower realms. They hadn't shared their cross-realms ship's technology with the Shining Cooperative, for example. Asking Katarina to look up more on the topic yielded little in the way of results. Many didn't choose to keep any sort of association with former groups after Ascension, except for becoming part of the Alliance. Nor did the inter-realm transfers log where people had been from. Still, there was enough information gathered for Katarina to filter through and guess that they might have sought a visit to the lower realms less frequently, which really didn't prove anything at all. The biggest hit was that the numbers seemed to fit the Shining Cooperative as a broader category. Their Ascension numbers weren't that high, and they hadn't often visited the lower realms afterwards. I think we might be dealing with a broader phenomenon here, Devon said. Though I can't expect that it applies to the whole region, right? If everyone felt the same, then we could only say that the Shining Cooperative was cursed. Otherwise, they could probably make things work for them. It's actually quite a bit more difficult than it seems, Erona said. Not everyone is brave enough to speak out, even if they would ultimately be supported. And with cultivators, long centuries of inaction can become habit. But even so, the fact that we have a number of systems that reacted immediately after the shift in the tides tells us something. We must visit more of the known oddities. Erona figured out a way to tell Yelena that it wasn't all about her and the people of Eret, and that they would return. They gave their best confirmation that the Shining Cooperative wasn't intending to assault the planet in the near future, and Anton would hold them to it. If the Cooperative screwed up the diplomatic mission that he had been explicitly invited to, there were going to be some choice words. And maybe dead people, though he'd really prefer to avoid a potential war. It didn't matter that the Lower Realms Alliance would slaughter them. Any unnecessary losses were unacceptable. For the moment, they just had to rely on the truth of the words that Ezel and Casimir spoke, that they wanted a peaceful resolution. Hopefully that would remain true even if things took a little bit longer. Then again, they shouldn't exactly expect immediate results regardless. Devon could chain up a planet, and Anton could tell them he was going to shoot everyone who caused trouble when they left. It was highly likely they could get everyone to agree, and then when they left it would guarantee violence. The only sticking point in the representatives of the Shining Cooperatives wanting peaceful resolution was that it wasn't necessarily for the right reasons. It was possible to not care about the people, but only perception around the results. Perhaps if they had spent more time around the pair, they could have read more into their words. Leaving behind Eret, they moved on to the next system. Tainwin had occupied all of their planets, including their moons. It was not a great many. They had no gas giants with tens of moons. Instead, they only had 2 small planetoids with pairs of equally tiny moons, and 1 icy planet with 1 smallish moon and 1 of a greater size, more than the other 2 main planets. 9 bodies in total, some of which were barely more than simple asteroids. While they were still some distance from the closest destination, Anton had a comment. It seems they are bringing quite a large number of people to greet us. That's great, Bear Hug commented. Friendly is good. With a large number of weapons, Anton added. To keep us safe from something? Bear Hug asked. Are there monsters here? Anton gave Bear Hug a good pat on the head. I don't think so. They're probably just going to try to kill us. Oh, like Briar. It might be exactly like Briar. Or maybe they had better reasoning. Briar had been prickly from the beginning. Anton and the others were coming in at the behest of the government that Tainwin was effectively in rebellion against. Thoughts? Anton asked the 2 others. I say we should let them attack us. I can suppress all of them, Devin said, and shield our vessel. So it's not a danger. Politically, however, it would be advantageous, Erona said. Something to dangle over their head. We don't have to tell anyone. But of course, we aren't interested in securing their cooperation at all costs, so it might be unnecessary leverage. Still, Anton said, we should give them the opportunity not to make a mistake. It seems like a pretty serious one, Devin said. Do they really think they can kill 2 Unity cultivators with that lineup? 1.5, Anton said. I don't have a bound star here. You could, though. If they were actually a threat, you wouldn't bother with permission. I would, Anton agreed. He didn't have terribly many free stars, and he'd filled up all 100 of his first stars. He mostly kept them around for a need. Besides, his cultivation was growing in a way where every individual star was only a minuscule increase in power, but they were coming rather rapidly. Every decade or so, even though by now it could have slowed to a few times per century. That may have been influenced by Anton's desires, however. If the total amount of accumulated power stayed somewhat consistent, how it was spread out didn't have as many cultivation implications. Let's show General Milosh that he should pick his battles better. They could have learned the name beforehand, but Anton picked it out of the chatter on the ship. He did note that when they sent communications announcing their visit, they hadn't technically been guaranteed safely, just received an acknowledgement. Previous information indicated that Tainwin said they would shoot down any shining cooperative vessels to enter their system. There was still time for them to make good decisions, even after Milosh gave the order to attack. It was a bit hard after the first shots were fired, however. A sphere of chains crossing the skies grew outward, blocking the incoming fire as it moved while extending to cover the fleet. Devin was indeed able to suppress all of them at once, though it wasn't a surprise as they had no enrichment equivalents. Numbers simply didn't matter at a certain level of power. Anton waited patiently for them to receive a message. Their devices were compatible, after all. But Milosh was stubbornly insistent on finding a way to restore control of their ships. Maybe they really could wiggle out of Devin's suppression with concerted effort. What do you think? Anton asked. The heart. Ooh, are we appealing to their better nature? Bear Hug asked. No, I'm going to shoot him. Only a little, though. In that case, I have no comment because I don't have human anatomy. Pick somewhere scary but not fatal, maybe? That was the plan, Anton said. I thought you needed your heart. I don't have to shoot all the way through it. I just have to make him know I could. Ooh, smart. It's like wrestling. It really wasn't. Anton pulled back his bowstring, forming an energy arrow. He would need to be careful to disperse the energy quickly on the other end without letting it run wild. He'd done it before, so it would be embarrassing to mess it up. And Anton really didn't want to kill anyone he didn't think should be an enemy. The arrow flew. Milosh twitched, but couldn't otherwise react before it pierced through his breastplate and into his chest. That was what 2 stages of gap resulted in, though his assimilation equivalent cultivation certainly wasn't bad. Chapter 1296. Powerful auras spread out from a single ship, covering an entire fleet. Through that, Anton projected his voice. That was a rather extreme form of greeting, but we haven't even introduced ourselves. A calm tone would help their situation more than anything accusatory. For one, it showed far greater confidence in their own power than anger. I am Anton Krantz. It is possible that you have heard of me before. Devin and Erona introduced themselves as well. Bear Hug looked like they really wanted to, but as usual, sounds were hard. Plus, they weren't there for diplomacy. Though Anton thought that eventually, Bear Hug would be an excellent choice for certain situations. The man that Anton already knew to be Milosh held a hand over the small hole in his chest. Though perhaps rather than small, narrow diameter was a better description. It did go rather deep into his torso, reaching his heart. Blood oozed out, though only a relatively small amount, as Anton had specifically not penetrated into his heart. Any cultivator could easily manage a wound on that level. I am General Milosh of the Tainwin fleets. It was I who gave the order to attack. There is no need to go after anyone else. Anton actually chuckled at that. Did you think we would? It's quite a bit easier to kill people than hold them in place, if that was what we wished. That was true for the most part. However, Devin might actually be an exception. Then again, there were few challengers of the sort that could resist him no matter what he chose to do. During the latest invasion from the upper realms, he was limited more by getting to his foes than defeating them. Anton had an advantage in that regard because his range was far greater. We came here for a reason, Erona said. One that does not involve violence. Milosh grit his teeth. So you say, but you come upon the orders of Casimir to suppress us, forces us to conform. Anton could sense a hostility that hadn't been present in Eret. It had been immediately obvious from the different responses to their presence, but it wasn't really directed at them. Do not make the mistake of overestimating those you hate. Neither Casimir nor anyone within the Shining Cooperative has the ability to order us to do anything. Realistically, the only people who might be able to order Anton or Devin were each other. And maybe Erona, in the latter case. That said, they had no reason to depart from the guidance of the council. Perhaps we should take this discussion elsewhere, Devin said. Somewhere we can be more comfortable. Milosh reluctantly agreed, giving the proper orders to stand down. After he did so, Devin released them. Even he would get tired from holding a fleet in place. Anton listened in to Milosh's words as he contacted the rest of the system. Ultimately, Milosh led them to one of the smallest moons in Tainwin, judging that if they destroyed it, the system would lose the least. Anton could have surmised that without overhearing him, but he figured he was owed some snooping for someone trying to kill him. Even if there was no realistic chance of success, there were no fancy accommodations waiting for them. There was barely even a landing pad on the planetoid that wasn't even large enough to compress its form with gravity. It was a typical lumpy asteroid, only counting as a moon because it was trapped around one of the system's few planets, and because of the lack of other material in the system. Among other things, Milosh called a proper diplomat to meet with them. However, that didn't mean they were going to let him leave. It was good to have access to someone so direct and passionate. The matter of him trying to kill them was honestly in his favor to a certain point. Randolph was nervous. The same was true of Milosh to some extent, but the fact that he wasn't already dead seemed to have calmed him down. Anton could tell he was paying frequent attention to the hole in his chest. However, I suppose before we go any further, Randolph began, I must know what your mission is here. Erona nodded. Despite what Milosh believes, Casimir did seem to want a peaceful resolution. And he was not the only one who spoke as such. Ezel wished the same. And whether that was their full intention or not, that is our intention. We want what is best for everyone as much as possible, and that doesn't include more battle. It seems you already have had enough strife here recently. Unlike Eret, which was minimally damaged, the system of Tainwin had sustained more, even just going off of what they could pick up from the planet below and the other moon. The fighting had clearly been more intense, at least relative to what they could handle. Eret, despite its unusual composition, had significantly more population as an individual planet than the entire system of Tainwin with its 3 small planets and 6 moons. With no immediate response from the other side, Erona continued. There are a number of other systems along with yourself who are concerned with how the Shining Cooperative handled things. The lack of control you feel despite what was promised. So far, we have only been to Eret, but we intend to resolve things properly with everyone. What can you even do? Milosh asked. That was why he was kept around, so that someone would ask directly instead of Randolph saying it more politely, much to the latter's consternation. Among the Lower Realms Alliance, Devon began. We have great sway. And given that the Shining Cooperative called us, we should expect them to go along with our decisions to a reasonable extent. It depends in large part on what you want. Independence, Milosh declared. That desire was certainly true, and with Arona's ability to interact with the will of people as a whole, it wasn't limited to just Milosh. However, they would have to dig deeper to come to a final understanding. At the moment, it didn't seem as if Tainwind could survive on its own as a system. At the very least, it wouldn't be easy. Their agriculture was rather lacking due to the unsuitability of the planets. That could be improved, but so far it hadn't been to any great extent. While discussions continued, Anton's senses explored the system. Several of the rocky moons were volcanically active. That didn't prevent people from living there, but the quality of life they had was rather diminished. They had to cultivate to survive, but Anton didn't feel like their cultivation methods matched the potential of the area. Anton didn't know quite what that meant immediately. However, as he took a look at the system as a whole, he decided that they had been neglected. No, perhaps it was better to say intentionally held back. After all, Anton was quite certain that the Lower Realms Alliance had solutions to all of the troubles they were facing, including their lacking military might. Furthermore, he knew they had shared said information, at least some of it. That was because he'd written books on low-atmosphere volcanic farming as well as low-gravity soil nutrient development. It was possible that the cultivation methods they had were chosen out of tradition. Humans wouldn't always pick optimal paths of development, if there even was such a thing. But some individuals were so inefficient as he observed them that he couldn't believe that anyone provided proper instruction on developing a path. Maybe some. Anton found schools, touting the knowledge of the Shining Cooperative. It was rather difficult to read books on separate planets, so he didn't get the full details, but he was disappointed. He really wasn't sure what was different between here and Eret, fundamentally. Perhaps Eret, though on the surface appearing to be a harsh environment, had naturally come with its various benefits of high natural energy and unique flora, as well as a planetary structure that allowed dense populations to survive without much additional infrastructure. Tainwind didn't have that, so perhaps they didn't receive as much help in their advancement. Yet even so, Eret had discontentment with the Shining Cooperative. Whatever that was, Anton knew the Lower Realms Alliance. He was part of it, and had once helped hold it together. Maybe he still did, but he wasn't a necessary structural component. Or at least not as necessary. No single detail was why Tainwind took such an aggressive stance against the Shining Cooperative. Poor military support was unfortunate, but they would have been fine if they had been better set up to fend for themselves. Mediocre information available wouldn't have been so bad if they could easily move between systems to later return home. Were they too far from the core? That didn't seem to be the case. Several of the surrounding systems were content. Were the trade routes poorly set up? That wasn't something Anton could answer in a single moment, especially without any demonstration of the traffic levels. Nobody besides them had entered the system, which was quite reasonable given the response. Though their intentions had been to find an overarching solution, Anton just wanted to get started with a few things he could think of. If he improved their agriculture, it would be good for them regardless of whether or not they continued to seek independence later. And better growth couldn't push them any further from the Shining Cooperative. In some ways, the ability to be independent could potentially make them more accepting. Or maybe not, but that didn't bother Anton. If I needed soil, I would probably want to be around volcanoes more often, Bearhug commented. Look at this. It's so high quality, I think. Full of nutrients. I presume. The water quality, well, it's good for me. I could filter it to be good for other things. Anton nodded. Yes, I can see much potential for this place. However, at the moment things aren't well managed. He would have to recommend heat haze algae for both water filtration and retention. It would cover the ashy surfaces of water sources and slow its evaporation. Milosh and Randolph were showing them around the system, showing them the people and places important to them. It had taken some time to build up that level of trust, though perhaps it helped that they couldn't really stop their visitors from going wherever they pleased. Several of Anton's suppositions appeared true. It hadn't been brought up because it had been assumed, but the Shining Cooperative had a sort of merit and contribution-based system in place, where those that provided for the greater whole would receive more aid to advance. It was a very typical cultivator mentality, though they did at least have the basic decency to have a minimum threshold. No system was left entirely on its own. By certain standards that Anton felt were quite outdated, that was actually generous. People weren't starving, but some were malnourished. Everyone had the opportunity to cultivate, but not everyone had a good opportunity to cultivate. Restrictions were in place on how people could use natural energy. Anton felt as if they had taken the minimum recommended proportion of natural energy that should be fed back to the planet as the exact amount. There was growth, but in a realm with enrichment and unity cultivators, there was far too little for this system to achieve the latter in any reasonable time frame. And that was Anton stretching the limits to millennia. Obviously, he didn't expect every system to produce top-tier cultivators year after year, but he did expect them to have a chance to do so before their star burned out. That might be a little bit harsh. Surpassing life transformation was already a big step. But Anton wasn't certain that their available energy had been growing faster than their population, which meant they might be choking each other out. All that, and Tainwin's population wasn't that high. Even before the war, presumably, Anton could see why they would be upset. Milosh even had a specific individual to blame. Whether or not it was actually Casimir's fault was another matter. It could be partially his fault. Perhaps his sect, the Glowing Sun sect, might be taking advantage of things. Or maybe that was just perception in this particular system. There were many factors to consider, and Anton didn't think they could resolve all of the issues quickly. Then again, time was something they had, regardless of what was happening in the upper realms. Chapter 1297. Neglect and favoritism, or even the appearance of it, could be powerful factors influencing people's opinions. Combined with a lack of control, Anton could easily see why so many people of the Shining Cooperative were unsettled. If it were to be said that the Lower Realms Alliance should have done something about the situation far sooner, Anton would be inclined to agree. Yet, it would have also been a breach of independence to act upon their neighbors when they were doing fine. And up until the latest cycle, they had been. A few days on Erit and a week or two visiting the planets of Tainwin had been sufficient to reveal that they weren't the source of the problem. Something still had to happen, but their interactions with future systems weren't focused as much on the problems people had with the Shining Cooperative, except on the outside. After all, they did want the people to feel like they were being listened to. No, all of them wanted to listen, but people didn't always know what their problem was. And even if Anton and Devin could listen in on vast quantities of conversations, they wouldn't hear about the true roots because none of the locals knew. Or at least they didn't think they did. Milosh blamed Casimir, but as nice as it would be to point a finger at a single individual, galactic-scale problems didn't work like that. Unless that person was Everhard, in which case he might be responsible for a significant majority of the problems facing a particular system. Blaming Everhard was always fine, but these people had never met him. Casimir simply wasn't strong enough or influential enough to be the root cause. He was one person that was part of the problem, potentially. Thinking back on their interactions, Anton could certainly convince himself of the man's duplicity, hiding his true intentions behind a certain truth. Or maybe Casimir didn't even know he had anything to hide. He might believe himself righteous. Devin's job was to focus on physical threats to them as visitors and the people of the various systems. Normally, he wouldn't serve as law enforcement. Then again, within the Lower Realms Alliance, he should never have to. In a society of cultivators where any sort of conflict could be felt by hundreds or thousands of people, violent crimes were only around as long as society tolerated them. With no individual cultivators standing untouchable and now nearly a millennium of traditions fighting against their old ways, the main issues they had to deal with were crimes of passion. But even then, they had plans for how to deal with people angry in the moment. Anton's task was to create visible changes wherever they passed through. Food was important to people, but medicinal herbs provided health and other plants helped with cultivation. Anton had also dabbled in a vast number of other skills over time, enough to see where low-level tasks could be improved. With a society based around cultivation at every level, in every job, no matter how mundane, the small changes added up. Hopefully, to something better. If people were more confident in their own future, even if they weren't actually much better off in the short time Anton was with them, they would be happier. And happy people were less likely to start a civil war ahead of time. Or at all, hopefully. Their group didn't intend to let things get that bad. Arona's job was to search for the truth. That was to ask people what they thought was wrong and find out what actually was. And who was responsible? That question, at least, was relatively easy to discern. Ultimately, the blame fell on those who had the most influence, whether individual cultivators or powerful sections. For those few grievances that settled locally instead of at the greater Shining Cooperative, investigating those sects to determine if they were actually in control of anything provided some clues. It quickly became obvious that while none of the problem systems were destitute, starving, or powerless, the flow of resources, including important knowledge about cultivation, had not been fair to them. Anton wished they had Lynette with them, but they had various people who were capable of managing the information they were getting, including Erona herself. Then they had to come up with a plan. What do you think they were expecting? Anton asked. Us to come back with a list of demands. Devin shook his head. I think they were hoping we would return to Netrao and say we'd solved everything. We can still do that, Erona pondered. It could even be true. Alternatively, we could bring with us various representatives with numerous demands that might make things better, or just handle everything ourselves. When you say it, Devin shook his head. It sounds like a terrible idea. It is, Erona agreed. But this is our chance to do something. We've been invited. Well, you two were invited. There are going to be a lot of people upset, no matter what we do, but you have a decent amount of leeway. Anton nodded. How many people do you think? A few hundred to a few quadrillion, Erona estimated. If such a thing could even count as an estimate. Wonderful, Devin said. A few important individuals, or everyone? I'm already anticipating their comments, Erona said. We come in with our demands. People say, why don't you take care of it? The Lower Realms Alliance is so big and powerful. Then we say we'll absolutely be glad to take over the systems. And then they backpedal. Anton saw where she was going. Then they just ask for some resources, which they'll of course distribute fairly. And then, Devin continued, we'll remind them that they already had the chance to do all of this many centuries ago and chose not to. They'll complain. We'll broadcast them being babies to every planet and stir up far more unrest than anyone needs. If only we could temporarily disable a few hundred people in diverse areas all at once, Erona said. We could do so much. Bear Hug was a few chambers away, desperately trying to listen in without actually being able to do so. Even if they could technically solve the issue of taking simultaneous action, that wasn't actually the biggest deal. So Anton put that idea to the side. We'll need a convention, Anton said. But I'm not sure how things should be balanced. First, us, obviously, Erona said. Then the greatest powers pulling all the strings. Then several times as many moderate sects that have been at least slightly neglected. And of course, representatives from all of the disaffected systems. Devin sighed. Sounds like a disaster waiting to happen. Can you handle that situation so it doesn't break out into chaos? Because I don't think we can. I should be able to, Erona confirmed. Though we will need some concrete plans. I'll need to spend more time touring the Shining Cooperative, including the stable areas. Though I'm sure I can convince people to be patient for at least another year or two. And that was how Anton found himself back on Mazlarth. It was right on the border with the Lower Realms Alliance, which culturally made it the most like them. With easy access to trade across the border, they had good cultivation techniques and knowledge. The planet had grown strong by making proper use of growth techniques. Indeed, so had most of the border planets, and that was why the impression of the Lower Realms Alliance had been tainted. Few people went on tours of random planets in the Shining Cooperative, and even if they had, they weren't likely to have noticed anything wrong. After all, things were fine. Any unconscious anger wouldn't be directed their way. The planets were functional. The more popular core worlds were prosperous enough that the greater number of people that visited wouldn't notice anything strange. And if someone did notice something, they might think it wasn't their problem. They would probably even be right, though within the borders of the Lower Realms Alliance, there really shouldn't be problems that just belong to a single group, unless they chose for it to be that way. Two people were familiar to Anton. There had once been a farming family on Mazlarth during the plague. He'd taught them to cultivate. Now, only 3 remained of the 4. Stasia's cultivation talent simply hadn't been good enough for her to survive more than 8 centuries. According to Isaac, the youth who had almost perished, she had made it to life transformation, but no further. Thus her life ended after only a few centuries. Nicodem was old. In early assimilation, the father simply didn't have much lifespan remaining. Though even if Anton said it like that, he might make it another century if he was lucky. I wish Stasia was here to see you, he commented as they overlooked the farming community. It was fundamentally the same, though it included the nearby forests as part of their agriculture. There were also larger cities nearby, and far more people moving about. There wasn't much in the way of deep countryside on a planet developed for so long, but it didn't all have to be taken over by buildings. Isaac and Mariana had reached assimilation long before, and Mariana was even close to reaching enrichment. Though, close could mean another century or two. She might also never make it. Isaac was having less luck, which was unfortunate. Unlike his sister, he had chosen star binding as his form of assimilation. With the system growing with them, Isaac simply hadn't had access to enough energy. Combined with the lingering issues from having been infected by the plague, even if he'd healed fairly well, it wasn't enough. Technically, they could have moved somewhere with better natural energy. Even after assimilation, both of them could have expanded to different locales. Instead, they preferred to live a simple life with their families, which were quite extensive now. That was the biggest change about the local area, with many of the people around being their descendants. Even with conservative numbers of children, over so many years they had quite a lot of family. If Anton had somehow ended up cultivating in Dinganon and no disasters happened, he thought that was how he would have ended up. After catching up, Anton asked them about how things were going locally, meaning the system level and the surroundings. That was where he reconfirmed the contentment of those on the border. Then Anton had to ask them for help. Of course, Isaac said. I haven't even gotten to my request yet. Anton held up a hand. That may be, Mariana said. But we owe you everything. Anton nodded slowly. You can believe that if you wish, but sometimes I ask people to do things that could get them killed. They never get killed. The words came from a fishbowl. A large one, but a fishbowl nonetheless. It even had some tiny fishies in it at the new Bear Hug's request. Rather than shipping in other parts of themselves when the trio split up, Bear Hug just chose to make more. Anton wasn't that surprised that they grew ever more proficient at such a thing. Bear Hug continued, taking the very real effort to form sounds for those around. Anton never lets anyone get killed. People have died, Anton replied. Just few of those that are famous. Even so, Isaac said, we must ask, is this likely to get us killed? I know it would be for a good cause. Unlikely, Anton said. The death thing. I can debate putting people in danger and such, but I certainly always aim for a good cause. I just need you to be representatives of your people. Since you've lived here, you might not have noticed, but there are cracks forming in the Shining Cooperative. Well, Mariana shrugged. We noticed a little, but I wouldn't have really said anything about it if it wasn't brought up. Isaac nodded. We did hear about why you were called in. After all, you skipped right past us. Technically, they'd taken an entirely different route. There was no reason to go all the way east before entering Shining Cooperative territory. I'm sure you're more aware of certain aspects of local politics, Anton said. Any others you know that you want to join should, and Irona will want to speak with you. But ultimately, we want to resolve things peacefully. That might have to be a split, but I'm sure people will be resistant to that. Especially if it seems like the Lower Realms Alliance is trying to absorb the Shining Cooperative. Well, Isaac shrugged. I don't think the border worlds would mind that. We know why we're so well off. Even if not all were as lucky as us. Do you need an old man? Nicodem asked. Anton chuckled. Old men are always useful. Even if he was only a couple decades older than his children, his lacking cultivation meant he'd aged far further. Anton, meanwhile, had already been old. He'd only grown younger to a small extent, enough for his body to function. He put no effort in fixing wrinkles or gray hair, or even certain aches and pains. People will listen. We just need to figure out what to say. A bloodless result would be perhaps a greater victory than fighting off the upper realms, but Anton believed it was possible. They had the best diplomat for the job, and if they needed to call upon others, they could count on them showing up in short order. The fewer people the Alliance sent, however, the better. This should be resolved by the people themselves. Chapter 1298. The Scarlet Alliance had no intent to expand into the territory formerly occupied by the Forest of Death. Preferably, someone from the Exalted Quadrant that felt comfortable next to them would move there instead. That could be a valuable buffer zone. While more territory was better, in theory, the Scarlet Alliance already found they had too much. The midfields were huge. Even if they didn't extend quite as far as the Exalted Quadrant as a whole, their people were fairly thin outside of the core region. With the advanced spatial distortions, they could relatively quickly reach and defend any spot, but they couldn't simply extend into other areas. Nor was there a good reason to. Planets, or planetoids in the case of the Forest of Death, with good, upper energy were of little interest. To meet their standards, they would need at least a few centuries of developing the area. With the Forest of Death being as it was, it would require some time of purification first. Instead of weakening their defensive lines and putting a great amount of effort into a new area, they could expend an equal amount of time and resources for greater gains in territory they already controlled. Besides, even if it was natural, they didn't want to appear as conquerors. They'd only completely taken over the midfields because it was necessary to drive out the great powers as they invaded. They would have even considered returning independent control to the systems they rescued, but the fear of those who survived meant they were desperate for that protection. And there were far more benefits than detriments to being part of the alliance. Once they experienced it, instead of believing it was overblown rumors, nobody wanted to go back. Just because they didn't plan to take over the Forest of Death's territory didn't mean they weren't going to use it as a foothold for the moment. There were other sects that had so far gone unpunished, and they weren't going to count the cultivators that perished within Scarlet Alliance territory. Previously, however, they hadn't had the stamina to properly counterattack. The great powers were never fully unified, but if either group had been a concentrated attack with all of their domination cultivators brought to bear, would have spelled the end for the Scarlet Alliance. So why hadn't they done so? Before a certain point, they hadn't seemed to be a sufficient threat. After they first killed a domination cultivator and proved that to be untrue, the reasoning was simply that everyone wanted to live. Even if they were annihilated, the Scarlet Alliance would undoubtedly take down a few domination cultivators with them. Nobody had wanted to be one of those to die. Yet people were still willing to attack them because up to that point their counterattacks had been quite limited. Their only real intrusion into enemy territory had been the strike force that took down Zorbarids of the Citadel of Exalted Light. One system, out of many thousands. A small matter, from certain perspectives. The carelessness of the great powers had weakened them beyond anything they could have anticipated. Most likely, they still had the advantage, but that was waning with each year. And though it occurred over a millennium, the rise of the Scarlet Alliance was still like a sudden bloom from certain perspectives. Nobody quite wanted to believe it, and the Scarlet Alliance didn't intend to tell anyone what a threat they were. They weren't planning to provoke any domination cultivators at the moment. Just take out some of those sects that provided lower-level fleets that could harm them in the future, such that other people would hesitate. That was the plan, at least, except for their coming counterattack against the fearsome menagerie, but that would likely be a few decades hence. After they finished their plans with the Exalted Quadrant, or not quite. Once they withdrew, people would be watching for their next move, so taking action before that point would provide an advantage. Focusing on southern sects and carving out some safe territory for the Little Alliance was one of the main goals. Anton couldn't always hang around, though Velvet could drive away pretty much anything less than another domination cultivator. If possible, they were going to avoid her having to test herself against them. Back in the lower realms, there was a great movement of the strongest cultivators, specifically in the Shining Cooperative. And if all went well, the number who died would be 0. That was a bit of a lofty goal. Anton's true hope was that nobody died in combat. If they were able to uncover sufficient justification, a few people might be executed. For what? Gross mismanagement leading to mass casualties. Theft. Any number of other things that fit the Shining Cooperative's internal rules. Erona was going to convince them that it was their own idea, and it wouldn't be a lie. Besides, there was a small chance that nobody would need to die. Maybe everyone would recognize the error of their ways, how they were hurting their own people by unfairly managing resources and knowledge. The only real leverage that the Lower Realms Alliance would be pulling, aside from the very presence of Devon and Anton, which had been requested, was future cooperation. The very support that had made certain sects and systems prosperous could be withdrawn. Some people might not be afraid of that, as the information wouldn't suddenly disappear, nor would their wealth. However, that same support might go directly to others, and those groups would then outpace them. The funny thing was, if they had managed things properly from the beginning, they wouldn't need further support. They could have built up a vast network of prosperous systems, robust and unbreakable. As it was, the Shining Cooperative could certainly continue to exist even if they lost the support of many systems. but it would be far shakier than it needed to be. A key part of their plans was Erona, who could not only convince people with her words, but also provide internal reasons. Emotions, not created by her, but instead drawn from within themselves or from others around them. This was the plan, and it was also something they couldn't afford to refuse. That was because of all the people they gathered. There were a number of groups that had gathered more resources unto themselves, but they still couldn't outmatch the rest of the Shining Cooperative put together. The largest faction, if such a thing could be said to exist, were those content with the state of things, but not in the upper ranks. Normally, a large content population would be willing to side with those with power, supporting the status quo. That was where the threats of things changing came in. If support was withdrawn, either those currently receiving the most resources would have to have less, or those in the middle of the pack. Neither would accept that easily. Then there were those such as the Picornis, Isaac and Mariana, who weren't part of the disaffected systems, but would support them. The only reason something big hadn't already happened was that things had been stable. The shakeup from the shift in the tides, followed by simple awareness spread by the Lower Realms Alliance diplomatic team, meant many of them would support the disaffected systems naturally. Others were following the request of Anton and the others. There were thousands of assimilation or equivalent cultivators present, with a much smaller quantity of enrichment equivalent individuals. The Shining Cooperative should have had more of the latter, but the selfishness of trying to gain individual power actually hindered everyone, even those on top. At least, over the course of many centuries. Together, they were probably capable of being a threat to Anton and Devon. At least, with Anton being physically present. If he were outside the system, he could easily attack them and they'd never be able to catch him. Not that it was expected that they would fight. Even the current controlling faction likely wouldn't find that valuable, and they wouldn't have the support of the majority. It was just a relevant factor. Anton was glad that they couldn't actually force everyone to do what they wanted. As you are all aware, Erona began. We were called here as neutral parties to try to deal with a certain issue facing the Shining Cooperative. Some number of systems within your borders found themselves displeased with the state of things. As they expressed themselves, I will help everyone feel what they feel. In turn, I will do the same for others who wish to provide their own perspectives. The way she framed it, people couldn't speak without her sharing their emotions. They would soon see how deep that went, how much conviction they needed. Any who were less than passionate would fall flat, and any of those who had intentionally manipulated the system would find themselves in a very awkward position. They hadn't been able to clearly expose any villains, as that would have tipped their hand early, but they'd met with a great number of people over the last few years and come to understand many of the tangled strands of community. Milosh was one of the first to speak. They had coached him to avoid any accusatory tone, especially towards any individuals, such as Casimir. At the very least, it was unnecessary early on. Milosh explained the state Tainwin was in, and he had charts, helpfully developed with the aid of the Lower Realms Alliance. Tainwin was asked to rely on the Shining Cooperative, and so we have, faithfully, for many centuries. His frustration was evident. He would be followed up by those who were more calm, but they needed a strong start. Our growth should have been strong and steady. With the options available to the Shining Cooperative, it could have easily been so, at no cost. No, at greater benefit, as we would have been more prosperous. The taxes we would have prepared would have been more abundant. They had numbers. Charts full of numbers, including project growth capabilities, average growth projections, actual numbers, and relative growth by base planet type. Some were naturally more fertile, but it had been shown that even subpar planets could become something amazing with proper techniques. If there were sides, the Lower Realms Alliance was pretty clearly on the side of these disaffected systems. While it seemed problematic for theoretically neutral parties, they couldn't accept anything else. After all, the situation had reached this current state precisely because they stayed out of the business of the Shining Cooperative. Perhaps too much. If they were going to be fully neutral, they might as well have done nothing at all. Ultimately, though, they wanted what was best for everyone and were disappointed that wasn't what had been happening for so long. They soon moved on to a more positive message from Isaac. Anton saved my life and my planet. Anton didn't like to be overly praised, but he was the primary individual responsible for all of that. And it was better than touting the Lower Realms Alliance, because they didn't want it to feel like a foreign intrusion. Maslerth has grown tremendously with the knowledge provided in the aftermath. Beyond that, all we needed was a few seeds. He chuckled. All right, a lot of seeds. So many different kinds of seeds. But you aren't here to listen to me talk about crops for 10 hours. He looked around the gathering, nodding. 10 hours would be the condensed version. Anyway, the point is those seeds became plants that produced many times the number of seeds we planted. They provided food that filled our storehouses and bellies, and that food carried energy that improved our strength. All of this we passed on, because it was all able to be reproduced. We lost nothing. He inclined his head towards Milosh. If we had been better connected to the Shining Cooperative as a whole, we could have aided in the growth of other systems. We simply believed it was being handled. There was still no accusation, especially not against specific individuals. However, Anton expected that some of the greatest condemnation would come from the people themselves, unless they entirely refused to speak. But that would be difficult once they got to pointing out where an unbalanced proportion of resources had gone and not passed beyond. Sometimes, gathering resources to a central zone to be distributed was right and proper. Even if there was some waste, there could be efficiencies in distribution. But sometimes there was corruption. Anton carefully watched faces, and he was glad to find that Ezel was upset and empathetic. He truly wanted peace, and seemed to not have known how things really were. Casimir also looked upset, as various references to the Glowing Sun sect came up. There were also others who seemed to have similar thoughts. But Anton was further along the path to believing that they only wanted peace because it would have been convenient for them, not because they cared about people dying. But maybe they could convince people that wasn't the case. The truth would come out, though, especially with Irona's abilities. And it was far too late to uninvite Anton and Devon. Chapter 1299. Managing hundreds of individuals who all wished to have opportunities to speak was a grand task. Certainly, people did it all the time, but they didn't always do it well. In the specific circumstances the Shining Cooperative was dealing with, where the official representatives weren't all used to their normal customs, it would be much more difficult. However, Irona was handling it, and nobody could stop her. She picked people to speak, and everyone knew her choices were fair. It wasn't a matter of convincing people, it was simply the truth. Her abilities revolved entirely around influencing people, and while they might choose to disbelieve the immediately apparent truth, they still knew. The current state of things was not what the Lower Realms Alliance wanted, what the Shining Cooperative had promised, or even what many of their members thought. How many of them visited a wide number of systems, comparing the differences in their development. Even if they did, they might think that the few disadvantaged locations they saw were the exception, except for some who didn't care. But speech only brought things so far. It was enough for people to understand the circumstances, but not enough for them to come to a conclusion. Anton had previously asked Irona what conclusion they should come to, and of course the response was simple: we'll find out when they reach it. His job was to stand around and make sure they reached a conclusion. Devon was in the same boat. They had been brought for their power, but people probably hadn't thought that the majority of their influence would be leveraged on those who were content with the current state of things. Words were done. That was where Irona's true powers came into play. He had experienced it previously in other systems. He'd also helped her guide people from the upper realms, as much as he could, to draw people to bounty. But just because he'd seen it before didn't mean he was less impressed. After all, a sunrise was no less marvelous because he'd seen one before. Waterfalls weren't less beautiful simply because he'd witnessed them before. He didn't grow numb to the beauty of the world so easily. Cultivation and what could be accomplished with energy produced truly beautiful results. Anton felt that as Irona connected everyone to each other, with little warning. She had forewarned them of the possibility. But when the time came, she swiftly swapped from calling upon new speakers to implementing her techniques. Anton couldn't help but smile as he felt a unity of purpose among the various people. He was simply disappointed that it wasn't complete. All of you are members of the Shining Cooperative. Even if you hold no current desire for such a state, Irona said. Within your hearts you hold the desire to help your fellow humans. For that, I applaud you. Even if it should be expected, it is still honorable. Her dramatic pause made clear that was the end of that moment of praise. But some among you hold selfish thoughts. You chose, intentionally or not, to make things worse for everyone such that you and your groups would rise above others. Irona amplified certain impressions. She didn't link anything to specific individuals, Not yet at least, but people could make educated guesses. It was a small minority, from what Anton could feel, yet they'd had an outsized impact on the future of the Shining Cooperative. Particular systems had been marginalized by the process, regardless of individual malice. This is your opportunity to feel shame. And if you do, you can turn that shame into something useful. Let it not be a transitory feeling that you toss aside in the morning. Her words weren't the end of things, of course. Erona wasn't forcing anything upon anyone, but she truly would solidify their shame, but not without providing them avenues to remove the burden from their hearts. In some ways, it was better than going through life unburdened, as they would know precisely when they did the right thing. Not because Erona would be watching their every move, but instead because their own heart would be amplified and connected to those around them. The ones who could judge a person best were those who lived around them, as long as they were truly aware of how an individual lived and acted. Her techniques would provide a lasting connection. It was a deep connection into the heart of an individual to be judged by those around them, and yet at the same time, it would also prevent that judgment. Humans were much more likely to accept the circumstances if people didn't actually know their heart, even if it was in some ways revealing their secrets. Even Anton felt like subconscious connection might be better. That was just how humans were, though he couldn't say the same was necessarily true for other sapient species. Void ants were highly social, but physically couldn't experience Erona's techniques, but perhaps they had no need of them on most levels. Devon took a deep breath as he felt people begin to display their own energy. Even if it wasn't clear to others, those whose negative thoughts and actions were revealed would know it to be from themselves. If they chose to attack, but he didn't even have a chance. The surrounding cultivators reacted more swiftly, the connection making it impossible for a small number to display their energy beforehand. Thus it was that the entire chamber filled with energy fighting at cross purposes. Most of it was united, however. Devon knew Erona could drive her techniques to focus on the major points, and if the heart of the Shining Cooperative was truly corrupt, it would have been discovered long before. The only thing that happened was that those who acted unwisely were instantly restrained, their energy overwhelmed by neighbors. Nobody even got to the point of drawing a weapon or activating a technique. It was pure energy suppression, and that was enough. Cultivators were forced to their knees. Normally, they might not have been so foolish, but Erona's abilities provoked certain responses. However, she also controlled the pace of things to prevent real harm coming to anyone, even those that had revealed their selfishness. As has been revealed, there are many among you that need to work on certain aspects of yourselves. And unfortunately, some of you have displayed willful corruption. I'm certain you can handle that amongst yourselves, now that it has been revealed. It was a promise of hope, and a warning. After all, the systems of the Shining Cooperative were neighbors to the Lower Realms Alliance. They refused to abide by corrupt neighbors. And in the future, their covert operatives would be looking at a wider variety of factors to determine if said neighbors were acting reasonably. And while the Alliance might blame themselves somewhat, it was their devotion to the ideals of allowing independence that had brought them to that point. I have a suggestion, Isaac commented. We must look into the affairs of those who acted out. No. He could immediately tell that was unfair and incomplete. We must form an independent team to audit the reasoning behind everything. The distributions of resources and knowledge. Where it went off track unintentionally, people will be corrected, but others must pay reparations in excess of what they siphoned from our future. That may be in the form of promoting growth with their current strength or a more direct contribution of resources. He didn't have to ask if there were any objections. If there were, he would have changed his words. However, there were additions. An older woman from the core worlds was next to speak. While I sense the will to restrain our brothers, we should not restrain anyone like criminals until such a time as it is proven. With a reminder, of course, that there is nowhere to flee. The Lower Realms Alliance would be less than pleased to accept criminals. Technically, they weren't the only option. Fleeing to the upper realms wasn't possible for anyone relevant. If they already surpassed life transformation, they had no chance. If they had not, they weren't likely to be able to suddenly break through. At best, they'd end up among the Scarlet Alliance, as their cultivation styles would still be registered in their Ascension retrieval formations. Still, the Adamant Federation and Free Planet Guardians weren't going to be much more welcoming than the Alliance, and it would be difficult for anyone to flee there, especially not with the whole of the Shining Cooperative watching. And they would be, because the vast majority of their leaders were in sync. Even those who were part of the problem shouldn't have any reason to flee if it was unintentional, which put them on the side of the majority. It took some time to iron out the rest of the agreement that was forming between them, but it was a matter of days, not months or years. The contract that was written was more of a formality and a reminder for those not present. It didn't need to have a great number of complicated details, though the most immediate provisions involved a distribution of knowledge to certain systems that should have had such things long before. As for the full details of the accord, powerful cultivators wouldn't forget so easily, nor would this group choose to disregard anything. Not without being acted upon by outside influences, nor any time in the next few decades, and Anton suspected they should carry this with them far longer. At least, the reasonable ones would. Even if nobody was immediately jailed, some might be. They had already come up with plans for how that would come about in a coordinated effort. The rank and file of individual small groups wouldn't stand up for certain individuals against the full might of the Shining Cooperative. It was an impressive level of trust in each other and Arona's techniques, but the very core of that was filled with conviction. Plus, they had all heard of her before, even if she wasn't quite so famous as Devon or Anton given their higher stage. When the end of things came, everyone was exhausted, mentally, emotionally, socially. Even as cultivators, going without sleep for several days could be tiring. Being aware of a wider pool of thoughts and feelings was part of that. People wandered around on their way out. Anton saw a situation coming and could have easily avoided it, but he didn't mind letting people make mistakes if they were up to it. Besides, he didn't want to avoid one of those coming closer, and they were walking near each other. "Thank you for your aid." Ezel inclined his head to each in turn. The presence of the two of you were critical for things to happen as smoothly as they did. And as for you, he bowed a second time to Arona. You guided our hearts in a way I hope to match in the future. I'll gladly discuss it, she said. Casimir also came with Ezel, or near him, at least. Anton could see the fatigue in the man's face. He could also predict he was going to do something stupid, but Anton didn't feel like stopping it. I suppose this resolution is acceptable, Casimir said, since you couldn't do anything yourself. Anton slapped him across the face. There was no point in waiting for a greater provocation. He could have slapped him through the nearest wall and following that out of the atmosphere. However, he didn't feel that was quite appropriate. That's for trying to get me to kill people for you. Anton's other hand came across from the other side, snapping his head back the other way and scattering a few teeth. It was simple to use precisely enough energy to pierce the man's defenses without decapitating him. And that's for being an arrogant fool who thought I would follow your orders to suppress people. But you dash, Casimir stammered. I didn't even dash. Everyone knows what your words meant, even if they were technically polite. Anton said, the Alliance will sell you some new teeth if you want. Anton turned away. His gut feeling hadn't been wrong. Casimir's words were true, to some extent. He hadn't wanted death at his own hands. Or maybe he truly at that moment believed it. Not that anything would have changed even if Anton had known the full depths of the man's heart at the time. After all, they would have still had to visit the various systems and bring people together. Now it was up to the Shining Cooperative to show that they could manage themselves peaceably once they had the necessary information. Chapter 1300. In the past, Yuval had been too weak to get involved in the battles of the Scarlet Alliance to any meaningful degree. He'd wanted to participate so badly, but he'd had only small opportunities. Centuries had passed, and while there had been various skirmishes after that point, he'd barely even been able to participate when the great powers had swarmed the Scarlet midfields. Now he was still short of augmentation. By some measures, that was late. If he were being compared to his parents or brother, he was a couple centuries behind. That meant he'd spend nearly twice as long in integration as they did. It was disheartening, and yet if he had been anyone else, it wouldn't be that strange. Just the fact that he might reach augmentation was already good. No, he would. That was what he told himself. He simply needed more experience. More real experience. Wandering around and training with various different people certainly built up a strong foundation. Fighting beasts on frontier worlds proved he had some strength. But none of it mattered. And that was important to Yuval if not to anyone else. In some ways, his life would have been easier if his family wasn't so supportive. Or if he'd had truly mediocre talent. He could have found some sort of craft to practice and lived a mediocre life. Except that wasn't the way of the Alliance. Whatever a cultivator did should be done to the fullest. It was true that people sometimes had to fall back onto a secondary possibility due to various circumstances, but it was inappropriate to think poorly of people who did, or those who carried out different duties. All were important. Chitty just hadn't found anything that suited him better than the traditional role of a warrior. Even then, he hadn't really had any accomplishments. He wanted to help people, to help the Alliance. And finally, his chance had come. The Alliance was making a move against the fearsome menagerie. While Zazel had certainly caused them some trouble, damage that occurred during the war hardly served as reparations. Instead, her efforts were required to pull away Jan. And she'd even damaged his anchor, slightly. Not that domination had anything to do with Yuval. Not for at least another full cycle. If the Scarlet Alliance still existed at that point, it was a very real possibility. On the other hand, the alternative option was that they surpassed the great powers. That was in part what the current counterattack was about. Too many times had the Scarlet Alliance had to let a war end when their foes retreated, barely stretching more than a system or two beyond their established borders except for specific missions. Even if they killed more enemies than they lost, even if the resources from the wrecked enemy ships and the weapons and armor of their foes made them come out ahead, it still wasn't enough. This was the time. They would once and for all convince the upper realms that they were not to be trifled with. Realistically, killing one domination cultivator should have been sufficient, but the semi-unified forces of the two great powers had wanted to re-establish their own dominance. Most recently, they'd felt confident striking the territory of Ratna, disconnected from the bulk of the Alliance as it was, or at least, appearing to be disconnected. For the moment, the Scarlet Alliance was keeping up that fiction as they sent the majority of their ships along normal routes. Yuval had taken one of those vessels, and now they were moving east and north from the territory of the Guardians. So far, they hadn't encountered anyone willing to try to stop their fleets. Part of that was because the border systems that had been actively letting through cultivators from the Tilke clan had already been softened up by Zazel. They were also moving in large enough companies that any individual system didn't want to mess with them. And if they could peacefully let them pass through, it was less of a pain for them. So much for the solidarity of the Trigold cluster. Then again, they were an even looser connection of stars than the Exalted Quadrant. Ultimately, it was a judgment of how much they would suffer against the Alliance versus how much they would suffer from their neighbors. With the fearsome menagerie having just retreated, it seemed to be providing greater weight to the Scarlet Alliance. Nervous. Yuval didn't have many friends, at least not who were planning to go to the front lines. Indeed, unless they were trained to coordinate, it wasn't always better to fight alongside friends. The voice wasn't exactly from a friend, though. He turned to Alva. She was his aunt, or by some distinctions his second cousin once removed, or something like that. Considering she was the same age as his mother within a handful of years, however, Aunt fit more comfortably. Should I be nervous? I'm more concerned you won't let me fight properly. It's a poor tactic if I don't provide covering fire, Alva commented. Nobody fights alone. Just try not to get yourself too deep into things seeking a challenge. However, you shouldn't expect to strike down an augmentation cultivator in single combat. I wasn't planning to fight them at all. Alva crossed her arms for a few moments. Then she glanced over at her other companions, Fuzz and Spikes. They barely fit in most parts of the ship, but it was still preferential from sitting in hangar bays for months of travel. Yuval spoke the language of the wolves, obviously. It was actually drifting closer to Acrisian nowadays. Fuzz opened his toothy jaw as he growled in an encouraging manner. You should, not alone. But if you are planning to make a name for yourself, you will regret not taking the attempt. Yes, Spike supported him. It is a risk, of course, but you cannot reach higher levels of cultivation without some risk. Picking the right foe is important. Not someone weak, but someone you can fight with your full strength against to push yourself. Alva nodded slowly. I'm not saying you should throw yourself into battle with people above your cultivation rank. Even if the legacy of our family has numerous examples, it doesn't require it. But this might. She stepped forward and poked his chest. Or maybe you'd prefer to stand against a legion. That's not a bad option either, if you lean in that direction. Yuval clutched his hand over his chest. Yes, his heart wouldn't let him hold back. Even if he might die, the same result would come soon enough if he didn't take the chance. Not because Yuval would suddenly grow old and wrinkled, He had plenty of lifespan left as an integration cultivator. However, health wasn't always sufficient to be alive. He had spent many long hours considering how he wanted to grow. Something like the latter, perhaps. It wasn't quite right, but learning about various fire cultivators had once led him to the lower realms. There, he'd learned from Anishka. Obviously, he couldn't do much with the ice element, but the fire principles passed down through fire and Ice Palace had one figure that stood out. Anishka had never met him, but her father Anish was famous for flames that wouldn't harm allies. Yuval found that to be a worthy direction of advancement, and it even helped overcome one of the weaknesses of many fire cultivators. Wide area attacks that caught up one's own allies didn't tend to result in still having a lot of allies, long term. While they certainly got close to the fearsome menagerie's territory without being challenged, they hadn't expected to get the whole way. Their intel was right, catching some of the menagerie's allies along their best route. The heart-cursing Hail was a sect that could be considered as archers, though their bows were merely a medium to carry cursed energy. The definition of a curse could vary, but the main components were simple, detrimental effects caused by strong malice and negative emotions. Usually, they tended to linger, sometimes even growing in power upon the death of the cultivators. They could have just pushed past the system, but then the next group or the one after would have to deal with them. Similarly, they had to stop in some part of the heart-cursing Hail's territory to replenish energy and supplies, especially since they would thereafter be assaulting the main body of the fearsome menagerie. When they chose a planetary target, Yuval eagerly sprang into action. It was appropriate, as he was a frontline fighter. Furthermore, he would be covered by Alva. Yuval thought they'd made poor choices. They didn't have orbital platforms or a planetary barrier. Their fleets even pushed the Alliance towards the planets. He dropped through the atmosphere with many others who didn't fight well from inside ships. Several hails of arrows launched towards him as he approached the ground. However, Yuval took advantage of the effects of re-entry to establish a barrier of fire around himself and those nearby. He converted the fire from natural friction and heat into a form he could use, willing it not to harm allies. That included himself, obviously. Arrows burned away, along with the curse-bearing energy they held. A few stronger arrows never reached them as Alva contributed to the assault. She wasn't a long-range sniper, but at her level that just meant things were vaguely kept to planetary range instead of interstellar. The assault force landed just outside a courtyard. Yuval could have angled himself to hit inside, but they did have ground-level formations. He knew enough to want to avoid tangling with them from the inside. He pushed forward, driving into enemy lines. He was a ball of fire, his fists concentrating more powerful flames that melted stone and charred bone. His flames purified the dark curses carried by the arrows, his power overwhelming them. Yuval nodded. He'd made the correct choice. Even if his individual foes were weak, as a whole the great number of enemies were strong. He continued to lead the charge with those beside him, driving into the enemy lines. When enemies drew too close, the heart-cursing Hail swapped to long spears, while the back ranks continued to shoot their bows. Yuval enjoyed shattering their formations, piercing towards more vulnerable foes. He made certain that those around him were protected, but some couldn't keep up. Technically, they weren't his responsibility. He was leading a few squads, less than 100 cultivators in total. However, even if he wasn't required to protect them, he wanted to. He admired his father's ability to control the battlefield, to cover many people with his power. Running back to pick up stragglers in neighboring groups wasn't optimal, however. He would only expose his own people to further attacks. Instead, Yuval pushed deeper, but not too deep. By the time the locals made a move to surround them, they were already curving around to rush back out, carving a curved path through enemy cultivators. Yuval pushed towards the more exposed groups. Those who had been slower to begin with faced greater opposition, or those whose neighbors fell. He was glad for his purifying flames, because he saw the agony on the faces of those who took a hit. Those who died might be better off, especially if the curses lingered. Except, they weren't limitless. Anything that energy could do could similarly be countered by energy. It might take knowledge and practice, but the Alliance had all sorts. Yuval watched a medic who focused in on the worst cases. She was a woman quite a bit older than him, showing actual age while similarly within integration. She raised a rifle, shooting forth a small device that latched onto the skin of its target. Sometimes, She even punched through the defensive energy of those who weren't prepared. Through those devices, Yuval felt her energy reach in to dispel the curse energy, purifying blackened veins and restoring the auras of those she targeted. It was impossible for her to reach everyone, but she did what she could, and that made her a target. Yuval felt another hail of arrows incoming, targeting her in particular. After all, without her, quite a number of decently strong cultivators would have fallen. She didn't look like she had any way to solve that problem, so Yuval figured it was up to him. And his squads, of course. Push through, he yelled. It wasn't going to be easy to reach her in time, but not trying wasn't something Yuval could accept.